Nats get the win 7-0 over the Orioles. Mitchell Parker had the longest and best outing of his career, tossing 8 shutout innings of baseball, holding the Orioles to just 1 hit. He also got a ton of offense behind him, which always helps. James Wood, Jose Tena, and Keibert Ruiz all recorded 3 hits yesterday. Dylan Cruz smacked his 3rd homer in the last 4 games, and Nathaniel Lowe crushed his 4th of the season. Moving over to the NFL draft, it is fast approaching. And while most people believe the first pick is pretty much a done deal, the Titans are zeroed in on Miami quarterback Cam Ward. And it's possible the rest of round 1 could be shaken up by some trades coming. Both the Browns and the Giants are fielding calls for their top 3 selections, while also exploring potential moving back into round 1. Now, while the Browns are reportedly smitten with Travis Hunter, who's been widely predicted to go number 2 overall, they are listening on potential offers per The Athletic. The Giants, meanwhile, hold the number 3 pick. They're apparently still wrestling internally with what they need to do. Yes, they know they need a long-term quarterback, but they also need immediate help for veteran additions, Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. So the Giants, not sure what they're going to do with that number 3 pick, but the Browns, as much as they like Travis Hunter, apparently they are listening of someone else can swoop in and take that number 2 overall pick. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Let me take you to the Queen side.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, and the boys are back in town. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
The boys have always been in town.
You took a couple days off, too.
I was here for the last 2 days. So
What? I missed 4 shows. You missed 2?
Yeah.
Okay. How are you? Did you miss me?
No.
Well, then why are you mad I was gone?
That damn rhino probably miss you.
That rhino was something, man. That was a photo not to be shared.
You need to go lay down on the couch and talk to somebody.
I went to the zoo in San Diego. World-class zoo. You ever been there?
No.
B, I saw a polar bear. I saw a grizzly. You ever seen a grizzly bear?
Yeah.
Dude, I want nothing to do with the grizzly bear.
I want nothing to do with either one of them.
The polar,
the polar bear is probably the most vicious, though.
On pure looks alone.
You go, oh, he's so cute.
No, but the grizzly looked mean, dude.
The grizzly looks mean, but the polar is the one that they say will just rip your heart out in them immediately.
I'm not tricking myself into thinking either of them are going to be my
friend. The
friend.
bear is nice too.
Dog. One thing that was interesting is because we have pandas here, everybody there was all worked up about the pandas. I guess the Chinese government gave the San Diego Zoo and the DC Zoo, and forgive me to all the panda experts out there, maybe there's other zoos I'm unaware of. But I know we got them here.
Yeah.
And everybody out there was all jacked up because they had the pandas. And I was like, all right, well, we got pandas at home. We're going to everything else. And we kind of got to avoid that line.
Yeah.
Dude, we did 13,000 steps the day of the San Diego Zoo with the 2 little kids, which was something. Saw giraffes. Definitely saw a very happy and excited rhino. It was like he had 5 legs, B.
Was he happy for you?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, that's the interesting thing. If that rhino got excited about you, you might need to.
B, he was sweeping the floor.
You better watch the odor that you give off.
Dude, I assume it had nothing to do with me, but who knows? I'm no scientist. I can't rule it out.
You better hope so that that's not there.
I saw an elephant go number 1 and number 2. You ever seen that?
Nope.
That's a stream, dog. That's a healthy stream. It was excellent. But dude, I think the weather's been warmer here than it was out there. It was definitely, you get the winds out there, and it was like 65 with wind. We had a great time, though, man. I got more sleep than I probably have in a long time.
How does that happen?
There's no sports on. Everything's over.
Everything's not over. Everything's started up now. It might have been over when you were there, but you got basketball, man.
No. The game starts at 6:30. There's no West Coast game to then watch.
Like 6:30 until what?
9:15.
9:15, and you just fall asleep after that?
Yeah, dude. I got better sleep
Well,
there.
You are old man.
Than I mean, I got my wife and kids. I'm not going out drinking. Like there was not the sports were over. We're having these long, full days on the beach, in the pool, and I got good sleep. It was very relaxing. I feel relaxed. I feel ready to.
I almost said something. I'm not going to say that.
What?
No.
Trying to get in trouble already.
No, I wasn't going to get in trouble. It was something I would say, but then you probably take it. I was going to say you should go on vacation more often because you don't get sleep here.
I know.
We already know you're going to do that.
I got home last night and then immediately just didn't go to sleep. I stayed up, was watching hockey and basketball and just the NFL Nation mock draft. Like I was just doing stupid stuff. The only sporting event I really made a point to lock in and watch was game one, was Caps Canadiens game one. Caps were buzzing early, kind of fell a little flat in that third period, came back to win it. They're up 1-0. All that matters in this round is just getting through it. I firmly believe just to get to the next round.
They got to get back to playing hockey consistently like they were before. If they can get through it, if they get through it and play up and down hockey like they did the other day, then they're going to get their ass kicked. So they need to learn how to play consistently like they were early on because they cannot keep doing they're having those lulls. You had a lull against a young team that came back. A better team will come back and beat you.
For sure. Game two is tonight. Obviously, a ton of excitement for Caps Canadiens game two. If you want to listen to that game tonight, it's right here on 106.7 The Fan. Nats O's is going to be on Team 980. If you got options, you got great sports options to listen to tonight. Caps here, game two, 106.7 The Fan. Nats O's is going to be moved to 980. Obviously, though, this is just like a packed time on the sports calendar because you got NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, baseball's going, you got interleague play, and then the NFL draft. We're going to talk plenty of hockey. Greenberg joins us at 11, Joe B at noon. But the draft is still the biggest story in the country. It being out west, San Diego's in this weird, I don't want to say like anti-football, but they're mad about the Chargers. But they're huge NFL fans. It's interesting because so much of California, like San Diego's mad about the Chargers. I guess the east side of the Bay Area is really mad about the Raiders, but they're all just obsessed with football. And going into this draft, B, for you, does this feel like the most wide open draft in a long time?
Not necessarily. Like I'll be honest with you. I look beyond quarterbacks, and I think most people get stuck on just the quarterbacks. And as you hear people talk, they talk about how many positions are very deep. The quarterback position isn't. So just because the quarterback position isn't deep doesn't mean the draft's not deep. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying not deep. I'm saying who's going number two? We don't even know that.
Yeah, but I think most times we know who's going number one. We don't automatically know number two. We knew who number two was last year because he was coming here.
But last year, we could have definitively said 5 of the top 6 picks. Maybe not in order, but we could have told you these 5 dudes are definitely going within the top 6. This year, Carter and Hunter.
Carter, you got, Travis Hunter. Cam Ward. So those 3 guys you could probably say will be top 4.
5.
Top 4, top 5. So you still could pick the 4 to 5. I don't think you have to be able to pick every draft pick in the first 5 to think it's a very good draft.
I'm not saying good or bad. I'm just saying it's wide open. Like if Shedeur Sanders went 2 or 32, wouldn't surprise me.
It wouldn't surprise me, but the ultimate thing is, like I think it's only because we don't have multiple quarterbacks going, we would consider in the top 10.
Well, dude,
and that kind of throws away the rest of the players. As I keep saying, the quarterback position is vitally important. They can't do a damn thing by themselves.
I beyond all that, I'm looking at like the best non-quarterback position player in this draft is Genty, right? The running back. I would say. You can argue.
You go Genty or Hunter, because Hunter does so much, so he's like that once in a lifetime type character.
If I had a big board, which I don't, there's probably people that will lie.
Everywhere I look, he's number one on the big board.
I think he's the most talented player in this draft. Yeah. I think if Cleveland doesn't take him, they're crazy. But Genty could go anywhere from 3 to 10. Mm-hmm. And dude, I was listening to Todd McShay on a podcast this morning driving in, and he's saying there's growing speculation that the Jags are going to take the Arizona receiver McMillan. That like the whole it's just who knows what is real right now, but it's just there's a lot going on.
I try my best to look at players and see that I don't care what number they go. People have made teams that were drafted last pick of the 12th round before when they had 12 rounds. And people have been drafted in the first round and got released in a year or two. So I've tried not to get caught up in what people are saying, because what I know is what I coined it lying season. There are people telling the guys that get all information out, fibs or stuff, just to get like, hey, you want this information? I need you to put this out too. They all do it.
Sure.
So I don't get too hyped up about it. But when I start looking, like what I've noticed, when something is negative said by a player, that gets blown out of proportion. But when something positive said by the player, people just ignore it. So why would I go with the negative? You're not going to discuss the positive. So it's just like, for me, this draft is going to come down to the other positions, which normally make a team even better.
It's interesting because I'm not even like Washington doesn't pick until 29. I'm not even at this point. Anybody that's trying to overly focus on what the Commanders are going to do, you're probably doing yourself a disservice. They have no idea what they're going to do. Adam Peters and Lance Newmark spoke at length yesterday in Ashburn. We're going to play you a ton of that audio. And repeatedly, Peters, I made a point of listening to it today. I read the transcripts yesterday. They repeatedly, Peters is like, yeah, man, we're going to see how the board comes to us. We're going to make some calls before and after, but we're going to see what happens and kind of just take it from there. It's of all things, they're being connected with two different Texas A&M edge rushers. No idea if any of them will come to fruition, but like that's where this is at. There's going to be a ton of options for them at 29. I still think trading back is the preferred course of action. Not to say it'll definitively happen. To trade back, you also need someone that wants to trade up.
Yeah, and they have to be willing to be offering something that makes sense. You don't trade back just to trade back. You want to trade back and still get positions in right places to where you can still make your team better. Like I said earlier, I think they did so much in the offseason that they now are going to sit back and just see how it goes. I don't think they're looking at any particular position or person that they have to get.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
And at 29, they've probably got some guys they like. They had guys in for their visits. I mean, clearly there are people that they've been watching. But at 29, dude, you can't be locked in on somebody.
Yeah.
Like you're so far down the board that
But see, this is the thing though, Jay. We have been so far up the board and having a bad team so long, we don't understand how the good teams do it. The good teams are looking at people that's going to fit in and make their team grow and get better. We were looking for someone that we can have to focus on to be able to now have people want to come even play here. We seem to have that now. And now it's about just making this team get better. It's not anymore about, oh, we got to find this guy, this big guy to make this. No. It's just plugging someone in now to take your team from, let's say, a 90% team to a 92% team. And I think that's what's so – but you know what? That's not sexy for most people. Most people got to have the fact that you're getting the quarterback or the biggest guy, the baddest guy, whatever. No, now it's about enhancing this thing.
I have decided on another player I'd be quite pleased if they drafted. I think Emeka Egbuka is going to be really good for a long time. I don't know that they're going to go wide receiver. I also, closer this thing gets, think Egbuka goes 25 or higher. Like, I just don't think he's there at 29. It does get fun to start thinking about who, what, when, where. It's just not that there aren't good players in the fifth. There's good players throughout the process, but it's just there's a reason this is going to be. There's a reason tomorrow night more people will watch than probably the NBA Finals combined. Like there's a reason. It's exciting. It's fun to watch. It's fun to consider all the options. I do fear because this is such a. There's no clarity in who's going where in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
I like pre-fear whoever the player is that goes to the draft that just slides. You know that like sad sliding video where the guy's just sitting in the green room like this?
Wasn't it a quarterback last year? Year before last? It just sat there.
Yeah.
Levis.
Yeah.
But
eating mayonnaise.
But you know what, though? Even that gets eyeballs with the NFL. Like I said it yesterday. They invite these guys, and no matter if the guy gets picked early or late, they're still going to put cameras in their faces. You know why? Because it's a story. And people like stories. People like bad stories, negative stories more than they do positive stories. The NFL still gets all the eyes they want.
Totally.
They don't care about that kid feelings or whatever. Hey, you here. We invited you. You're going to be here till you get picked. And we're sorry you didn't get picked the first round, but get some more cameras over there.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. So Peter Schrager was on Good Morning Football forever and then he's now with ESPN, which still makes me feel like ESPN's kind of buying NFL Network or whatever, but that's a different conversation. He only does one mock draft a year, and it's late in the process. Here's one thing to consider with all the mock draft experts is they're all going to put out like their final mock draft tomorrow, despite putting a lot of this is just a content machine. So just be aware of the content machine as you're absorbing the content. But Traeger does one late in the process, talks to a lot of people, has gotten a bunch of stuff right. Some things I find interesting. I've been pretty clear that I like the kid, Michael Williams. Mm-hmm. I think there was a lot of talk of him potentially sliding, and I said he's a top 10 talent, and I don't think he'll slide, but if he did, Washington should jump on it. Mm-hmm. He ain't going to slide. Schrager has him going ninth to New Orleans. What, if anything, do you make of all the noise, smoke, lies, rumors, whatever you want to call it, about Shedeur going 9 to New Orleans?
I think it's a possibility. Thor Nyson sure thinks he's going to New Orleans. I think it's a possibility because they have a quarterback there who's injured. They need a quarterback.
Have you heard about that injury, by the way?
What's wrong with it?
There's a lot of speculation. Some doctors have a hard time identifying the injury.
Well, what it means is they don't want him there anymore.
Or he doesn't want to be there.
Whatever it is, somebody's moving on.
Right.
And I can see them taking him. I just think, look, man, even the whole thing with Shedeur, that deal, you hear some people talk, they think he's as good as any quarterback in the draft. Other people think he's straight garbage. But the ones that say he's as good as Cam Ward, he does a lot of great NFL things, it never gets repeated. But everything negative gets repeated. I think Shedeur is going to go higher than what people think.
So this time of year, I like to reprogram my brain to forget all the stuff we've listened to for a while and go back to New Year's Day, which is kind of the at least once upon a time was the festival of college football. Mm-hmm. And let's just remember who was good on the field.
Yeah.
Right? You know who was good? Shador.
He was.
He was
but,
good.
But see, that's the whole thing, Jay. That's something we say, but we never discuss that, what happened New Year's Day. We discuss the reports and the rumors that come out every day. So we could think about what it was on January 1st, but we discuss until April everything that's being said and nothing about January 1st again. What I believe is somebody wants him. There are people that are not going to like him whatsoever, but whoever may want him may be the one putting out the rumors.
No rumors, just facts. If you want to sell your house and you live in the DMV, there's only one guy to get it done. His name is John Leahy.
Yep, that's John Leahy, just like Maryland did. Maryland needs to sell her Greenbelt property because she was relocating to a job. Unfortunately, her condo didn't qualify for FHA, which ruled out several potential buyers who absolutely loved the unit. But she had no reason to fear because John Leahy and the Fine Living Group contacted a past client who was looking for an investor property. Even better, that buyer paid with cash for over $2,000 over the asking price. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what the home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. Talk about our friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. Go to johnsellsdmv.com and find out your home's value in just mere seconds. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your need, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
And that's not the only thing. Say, houses are waiting a little longer on the market right now. Say you're concerned about that. Don't be. Talk to John and get access to the VIP seller program. John Leahy has access to pre-approved buyers and knows how to create top demand for your home, getting you the highest price possible. He's so confident he'll get your home sold right away. He'll even guarantee it. He's got more than 10,000 buyers ready to rock. He can get your home sold before you know it. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The Titans thought that Will Levis was going to be their long-term starting quarterback last season, but 1 year later, it almost looks like they've closed the book on him. With the Titans expected to take Cam Ward #1 overall in the upcoming NFL draft, Ward is set to become the next franchise quarterback in Tennessee. So that leaves Levis as the backup quarterback while Ward takes the reins of the franchise. But when you talk to Tennessee, they claim they're not giving up on Will Levis. Levis is certainly a candidate to be dealt during the draft, but Tennessee said that they could use him as a reliable backup to make Ward even better if the Titans decide to keep him. So they're going to keep him in the quarterback room, but now he knows he's not the face of the franchise. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Busy day in the District of Columbia. Caps hosting Montreal tonight. Game 2. First round of the Stanley Cup Playoffs. Nats hosting the Orioles. If you want to listen to the Caps, that's right here on 1067 The Fan. If you want to listen to the Nats, that's going to be on Team 980. Yesterday, though, while I was trying to travel back across the country, which is a lot longer than you remember when you fly with a 6-year-old, I was listening live to Adam Peters, the Commanders general manager, and Lance Newmark, the assistant general manager. And B, I've come to a conclusion. I'm curious if you agree with me with Peters. He doesn't say a lot, and that's not a surprise.
He's smart.
But he also doesn't lie.
No,
there's no BS.
See, the thing about Peters is he's going to answer a question to where he's not leading you on to another question.
Right.
And I think when you have that talent and that ability, you keep it. Because in the NFL, if you say something and you leave it open-ended, you're going to get asked another question. Or if you say something that leads to another topic, you're going to get asked another question. Adam seems to know how to talk to you, answer your question to a satisfactory position, and you're like, okay, cool. You go to the next guy, and then he'll do the same thing to the next guy. But if you start asking the same question again, he's going to say, I already answered that question. He'll stop that one.
Yeah, dude.
Smart man.
I just think it's one thing to not say too much, but we've had people, this is around the league. It's not specific to just people that have been here, but like there's been people running the show in Ashburn that have lied. And I've never,
some people have been full of crap. Let's say it like that.
Yeah, and I've never understood why. And dude, I'm not, this is not specific to Ron or Bruce. Like, just go back to Mike Shanahan. Like, dudes, some coaches just lie, and that's okay. That's what they're.
This is what media is just like private investigators. You say something, they go check it. If they find out it's a lie, now you just open up a whole nother interview or a whole nother press conference of nothing but questions about that lie. So the best way to do is you ask me a question about a particular player, and if I don't want to answer it, I say I can't answer that. You can accept it or not. But if I tell you, oh yeah, this happened, and then it's totally a lie, and you find that out, now you don't trust me anymore. I don't get the benefit of the doubt, and I'm bombarded with stuff. Guess who else is bombarded? anybody that works for me and the players and everybody else. So you open up a negative for everybody else. With the way Adam handles his stuff, he answers your question as best he could till he can't answer it anymore.
Or even as best as he wants to.
Yeah.
Right? But
he don't tell you a blatant lie.
And again, I'm not taking shots at anybody here. There are coaches and personnel evaluators around the league that intentionally mislead. I think you're much better off with the Peters approach of saying little but just telling the truth.
Yeah.
Let's start. I think this is a great example. Number 3, Landfill. I don't think there's much of a secret that Washington going into this draft. It's not a secret. It's numbers. They only have 5 picks. It's a 7-round draft. Ideally, you have more picks than rounds, certainly not less. Adam Peters was asked if he hopes to trade back in the draft.
We talked about this at the owners' meetings a little bit, and you're really open to everything. And you're open to moving up if the right moves up. If Abdul Carter falls to 27, I might want to try to move up too and get him. but I mean, if there's a great player that we want to sit and pick, we'll do that. But if there's an opportunity to move back, then we're certainly open to that too. With 5 picks, like you said, that's something you'd like to do is add picks. But you always have to have somebody who wants to come up too. And we'll find that out. We're making those calls this week, and we'll have an idea of who wants to come up and if we want to do that. And we'll also have an idea of who wants to move back in the first round ahead of us. And so we'll know what we can do there.
He said if Abdul called, he was joking with it. Somebody will write a report. Adam Peters is interested in Abdul Carter. Who in the draft is not interested in Abdul Carter? But that's how it goes. You know what I mean? And he was just trying to be funny with it. But hell, if he were to slip, he'll move up those 2 spots, maybe 4 or 5 if he have to.
He's not going to slip. So
he's not slipping.
For everybody that is,
I know he's not slipping, but what I'm saying is how things happen these days. What he said was a complete joke.
Right.
And someone will write a report off of that.
So I just Googled Adam Peters, Abdul Carter, and it appears now we're less than 24 hours removed from the presser, so it could still come. But as of now, nobody has written the headline, Commanders interested in trading up for Abdul Carter.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
not yet.
Doesn't mean it won't happen.
But guess what, though? Let Abdul Carter go where he's supposed to go.
Right. They're not trading up for Abdul Carter. AD, I love you. AD just texted me, why not trade several picks and move up to 2 or 3 and take Carter? No, they don't have the picks. They just traded for Laramie Tunsil and Deebo Samuel. That's not going to happen.
You know who I know will fall for all those little headlines? My good friend.
I just think there's a way of going about the business of football, and I think they do it right. I think we saw it with the way they handled the John Allen situation. Yeah. Let's go to number 9, Landfill, and just kind of get an understanding of setting the draft board and kind of what happens over the next. I mean, it's Wednesday at 10:30. By Thursday at 8:00, the teams will be on the clock.
Mm-hmm. I would have done a show already.
Probably different for every team, and sometimes it's different every year. I think the next 48 hours, we're just really refining our board and just making sure we're challenging ourselves on different scenarios, different things that may come up. Really, you got 2 players right next to each other. Who would you take and why? And talking to the coaches and how would this player fit? Does he fit your vision? And so just the board's pretty much set. It's just like a little bit of tinkering here and there, and then you make some phone calls too. You make some phone calls like, okay, you want to come up? Do you want to come down? And just get an idea of what's going to be available for you. So you're not making all those decisions in real time in those 10 minutes that you have. So it's a fun couple of days. It's cool to have all the scouts here and really exciting.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit yesterday. I was like, you think people just all of a sudden make all of those decisions within those 5 to 10 minutes between picks? They talk before. They find out. They lay down a little law of what could be. Or if we were to do this, we may offer this, that, or the other. And then when they get to it, and it seems like somebody else gets involved, then they could enhance a little bit more. But this stuff is discussed early.
Gotta be.
Just like when you go to court. Believe me, the defense attorney and the prosecution, you know what? They're talking over a drink. And then they charge you $5,000 an hour. I watched it. I'm telling you.
Well, I think it'd be crazy to not think. I've seen it in person at the Combine a lot. I've seen it even in Mobile, I think is almost a better example of it. Yesterday, Sam Fortier from the Post, I've seen him wear this T-shirt. There's this really, really gross, dingy dive bar called Veets in Mobile, Alabama.
Uh-huh.
And it's right across, I can't remember if it's a Hyatt or a Hilton, but there's one big, nice hotel in Mobile, Alabama, where all of the NFL officials stay for the Senior Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Senior Bowl's become big business. Now you got the Shrine Bowl competing with it. Like, there's a lot of these things. But for a long time, the Senior Bowl was like the place for the entire NFL to descend upon, kind of that week off, the bye week of the Super Bowl, for lack of a better word.
Mm-hmm.
And this bar, Veets, is right there. And Mobile is like, it's got some Cajun influence to it, Brian. I don't know if you ever spent time there, but I mean, it's
a lot.
How far is Mobile from New Orleans? I mean, it's right on the Gulf.
From New Orleans is probably an hour or so.
Yeah, like it's right there. Yeah. It's probably right on the Louisiana border, I would guess. I know it's not far from Florida either. Like when I've flown in there, we used to fly into Pensacola and just drive 45 minutes or whatever to Mobile. But it's got, like kind of the 2-story bars with the balconies and everything. And this bar, Veets, if you would go in there, and I think a lot of this is kind of diminished over time. I think Sean McVay and Les Snead and the Rams have kind of changed a lot of this where they do everything. COVID forced the changes that everything started happening on Zoom. And sometimes guys would just rather stay and watch the tape rather than go in person. But like there was a period of time where if you went into Veets during Senior Bowl week, anytime after like 10 o'clock, you'd see 2/3 to 3/4 of the NFL head coaches, GMs, scouts, owners. I mean, like you could see some owners getting it in there that you wouldn't, that are probably known for Johnny Walker Blue consumption. I'll let you guess your own conclusion on that. But like everybody's in these same bars and they're hanging out and talking. And you know what? Some of them played college football together. Some of them played in the NFL together. Some of them were scouts together.
Some of them are talking about some deals that may happen later.
Some of them know each other's brother or sister, or they grew up in the same town or went to rival high schools. Like people have relationships. A lot of this stuff is hypothetically, if we're holding 29 and the dude with 35 might give him a call today and be like, listen, if X is there at 29, we are interested. Let's get some parameters so that when we have 10 minutes on the clock, we can get this done.
Yeah.
Now, it's not ironed out to the letter of the deal.
But it's not enough to where they can make that announcement. And by the time everything truly comes out, they've hammered it out. They got lawyers working on this. That's their job.
Dude, they got analytics people. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people involved to make sure the right deal gets made. And if you're looking to buy or sell a car, you got to get the right deal made. The people that get that done, Orsman Automotive of Virginia. They've been serving area car buyers for over 100 years. With that kind of track record, you know they're doing something right. They've got convenient locations all across Northern Virginia and every brand you want. Toyota, Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, those big old Ram trucks, Chevy, Buick, GMC.
All that.
Whatever it is you're looking for, they got you. They got great deals, great financing options, and the Orsman Lifetime Edge.
Yep, and no matter what vehicle you buy, every vehicle sold is backed by the Orsman Lifetime Edge. It comes with up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and the lifetime engine guarantee. And you know what? There's great news out there. If you're trying to sell a car, hell, you know it's going to be expensive to buy one. So if you're selling one, you probably can request more. Orsman will pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Orsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. To Beyond satisfies Orsman customers. So let's ride together.
Mitch and Finley and the Beastie Boys. Going through Adam Peters' comments yesterday. It's really interesting as some of these people, and you can pick your own, draft insiders, whatever it is you think about, whoever you like. There's no wrong answer, right? It's all speculative.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, it's all nonsense.
Some people get better information and they speculate a little better than the others.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And then they make the others come out and have to, be broad with their statements sometimes.
I just read this is Todd McShay. This is his final mock draft.
All right.
Washington Commanders 29. Donovan Ezeraku, pass rusher from Boston College. He writes, call it a hunch or a little birdie. I honestly don't know if this is the direction the Commanders will go, but they need an edge, and Ezeraku is an absolute technician with his long arms and lightning-quick hands. He led the nation in sacks per game last year, and he's one of the top-tier character guys in this class. If it's not Ezeraku, I could see Josh Connerly, Travion Henderson, and Nick Emanuori as fits. Emanuori is the safety from South Carolina. I do think number 6, Landini, the Commanders are trying to have built. Adam Peters, Dan Quinn have built a team with the kind of guys they want on it. And Adam Peters was asked if that might change.
I think you're still always looking for those types of guys, no matter what. Now, the draft isn't always going to fall that way, but I don't think we're ever going to waver from the types of people we want to bring in this building. And whether they were captains in college or not, I mean, whether they're leaders or not, quote unquote leaders, people lead different ways. But we're just going to try to bring in good people. And so if they were captains in college, that's great. That shows you something. But if they weren't captains, that doesn't mean they're not leaders and they can't become those and can't become the types of guys we want in our building.
It's interesting because last year, if you go back and look, they drafted a ton of guys that were captains on their college teams.
Mm-hmm.
I think to a few things, like a lot of times fans will say, when Maryland went through its coaching search, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people were like, oh, you got to get a Maryland guy. No.
You got to get a good player.
You got to get the best coach.
Yeah, you got to get a good coach, good players, and things like that. And I think what Adam Peters didn't say, and this is one thing I have known, because one thing I do when I talk to a coach or a GM, I damn sure ask this one question. When you have a great locker room, that's when do you take risk sometime with a guy that you think may need some guidance or probably had an issue? And it's like, yeah, because if the locker room not good, you don't want to bring that guy in it. This locker room now is good. So you may be able to take a chance with somebody that I'm saying like a small issue, nothing major, but they are so good now in their locker room. The guy that might need some guidance be the best team for him to go to. Because when he steps in, he's going to see things done the right way. He's going to hear people talking the right way, doing the right things. And normally, that people think you make it to the league, you don't learn anymore. Hell, you are going to learn from the guys around you. If everybody else doing one thing and you trying to do something else, you're gonna stick out like a sore thumb.
Completely. And the other thing to remember, and these guys touched on this yesterday, is that I say this all the time. A football team, a football season is like a living, breathing organism that shifts and changes throughout what is a grind of, hell, how many weeks did they play last year? They played 3 preseasons, 17 games, and then another 3 playoff games.
Yeah.
That's 23-game season.
Yeah.
And they practiced
and it was
6 weeks prior.
It was 2 bye weeks, right? No, 1 bye week.
Well, the 1 bye week was mid-December.
Yeah, so 24 weeks basically.
Right. And everything evolves over the course of that year. So a guy, you're never going to recreate last year's locker room.
No.
Period. That version of events is over. Now you've got a new version of events, and you don't know how everybody will mold. They think they've put it together the right way to let everybody mold, but they don't know.
They don't know.
None of us know. The one thing that is really interesting is they add Deebo Samuel. Peters was on the record in Florida with us saying we're working on a new deal for Terry, and yet the questions about wide receiver at 29 persist. I personally think they need to add a true speed guy, like a true 9-route guy. I don't know. You have to do it at 29. I do like Ibuka. I don't know if he'll be there at 29. But what did they say about a wide receiver at 29?
Yeah, I think really every team every year is a little bit different, right? And so we're really just what's the best player that's going to help us now and in the future, and because that room's going to change next year, just like every other room in our building is going to change each year. It's going to evolve. So if the best player we think is the player that's going to help us more than any other position, then we won't hesitate to take that.
It's easy to be dismissive, but I think it's truly best player available. I don't think there's much of a surprise about it.
Mm-hmm.
If you're picking 29th, so much is going to have happened before you. I'm looking at this Todd McShay's final mock draft. You know what he has happening one pick ahead of Washington at 29? At 29, he's got the Commanders taking Easy Raku from BC, the pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
You know what he has happening at 28?
What?
The Giants trading up with the Lions to take Jackson Dart from Ole Miss. Nobody knows what the heck. Yo, White Brian's just shaking his head.
Brian, look what you got to look forward to, brother.
Apparently, I mean, does it shock anybody that Daboll doesn't want to coach Shador? No, because he knows Dion's on the doorstep of his job. It's a self-preservation league. People, wake up. Neil Greenberg next.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. If the repeated verbal altercations and the assessment of the double technical fouls in each of the first two games between the Bucks and the Pacers didn't fully convey how bad things have gotten between these two teams, Pacers guard Tyrese Halliburton made sure to leave no doubt. He came right out and said at postgame that the Pacers don't like the Bucks and vice versa. That's just how it is. But maybe this is what should be expected between teams that's seen so much of each other in the past two seasons. Pacers currently lead the Bucks 2-0 in that series after picking up a win last night, 123-115. Looking around the NBA, OKC has a 2-game advantage in that series, beat the Grizzlies 118-99, and the Lakers evened up that series 94-85 with a win over the Timberwolves last night. Plus, tonight, the Nationals back in action after a huge 7-0 win over the Orioles. Make sure you tune into Team 980 to listen to that live, because on 106.7 The Fan tonight, you've got the Capitals taking on the Canadiens for Game 2 of that series. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. When you hear Iron Man, you only think of one man. Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. Greenberg, what's up, dude? How are you?
I'm doing super. How are you guys doing?
We are good, brother. We are good. I'm in full draft mode. We got Caps playoff mode. We got a lot of modes going on. What mode are you in?
I am in NFL draft mode and on deck Kentucky Derby mode.
No Caps for you.
It's early in the playoffs. I usually don't get involved until they're a little bit deeper.
What'd you think of them the other night? I assume you still are watching. You're just locking in your mental capacities elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my writing assignments. I thought they did okay. I mean, it was great that they came away with a win. I think they didn't look like they were playing their best hockey, and then one of the greatest players in hockey history decided to do his thing and ended up winning it in overtime. I think that's great. I think that's a good win for them. And, a lot of people I've heard are nervous going into the playoffs, but that's the type of win that they can manufacture. I mean, the best player is the best player in Alex Ovechkin. And even if the start is rough, I don't think that you could ever count them out of a game like that. And they've shown they can win 10-1, 1-0. I mean, this is a versatile team. I think that it was a good win, and I have high expectations for them this playoff.
But don't you think, Neil, they have to get better because this is such a young team? Yes, I mean the Canadians can play. They're fast, but they're young. If they get against a more experienced team, that could be a problem.
Yeah, I think Montreal is too young to know how good or not good they are, if that makes sense. I mean, we've seen young teams, they just play, right? Like they don't know what they don't know yet because they haven't experienced the playoffs in mass in terms of, the roster. But yeah, I mean, they're deep with Caulfield and Suzuki, Brendan Gallagher, Laney. I mean, these guys can play. I mean, they got 12 double-digit goal scorers on that team. Mm-hmm. So you have to be, you have to be mindful of any line that's on the ice. But I do think the experience is going to prevail. Goaltending for Washington is probably the one red flag in this playoff series. But, again, being able to overcome some adversity in game one, get themselves back into playoff mode after, what looked to be like, this is the wrong choice of words, but kind of like a letdown after Ovechkin got the record. I think everyone kind of was breathing a sigh of relief and, just getting ready for the playoff run.
Yeah, I think you're right that they had the record didn't mess anything up. Obviously, it's an incredible record, but I think they got away from kind of what they do really well for a little period there to just get it over with.
I think they admitted that. One of the players said that.
Carberry said it too. I think everybody was on board with it, and now they're all kind of happy to move forward. And I think that is what we're seeing, and they're kind of working it through. I also think Ovi's their best player, and to your point, he played like it. And that's a good thing. And people are like, oh, that's all their offense. So what? You know what I mean? Like,
hadn't been all year though.
Right. Maybe you get Protas back. Like a lot can happen there. I do, and people will yell at me about this, and old takes expose me for this. I think they win this one. The next series I will have some concerns, but I think they beat Montreal, whether it's 5 or 6. I don't know. We'll see. But do you feel roughly the same?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily worried about this matchup. I think that they should be fine. The next matchup we'll see. But I disagree with people that say that it's only Alex Ovechkin. I mean, Tom Wilson, 30-goal scorer.
Yep.
You have Dylan Strome. You have Connor McMichael. They get offense from the blue line. They're deep down the center. Even though Protas injury, I still think that they're deep down the center, deep enough. So I think that they have a lot of ways that they can get stuff done. The goaltending, like most playoff series, is going to be a large part of it. If they can, keep the pucks out of the net, they're gonna do well. That's been a little bit of concern, but overall, yes, I do expect them to move on from this matchup.
What's most important for them to get a W tonight?
Fast start. They got to show that the slow start was a fluke. I mean, you're not going to win games with slow starts. It's too easy to fall behind. It's too easy for the other team to kind of get into the defensive shell. Like you mentioned with Montreal, they're younger, they're quick, they're deep, they're able to roll some lines. So I would say a fast start is going to be crucial.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can give Greenberg a follow at @ngreenberg on X and Instagram. Check out all of his work for the Washington Post. All right, you tweeted something out at @ngreenberg that I thought was pretty damn interesting. Help me understand this correlation of 1.0 means a perfect relationship and the winning percentage as it's correlated to passing offense.
Okay, so what they're looking at is how efficient is your passing offense, meaning how good are they at getting yardage via the pass, and they're looking at how a team, those teams and how many games that they win in terms of winning percentage. So the better, and this shouldn't surprise anybody, the better the passing offense's efficiency, the more games we can expect the team to be won. And when you see something that says, 0.72, what that's saying is 72% of the win percentage can be explained by a team's passing offense. Like that's the basic TLDR version of it. And that makes a lot of sense, right? We've talked about how the quarterback's the most important player on the field. We've argued that the second most important is probably the edge rusher that can stop the passer from doing what he wants to do. Of course, it's not that simple, but that's what this is saying. Now, there's a lot of things that this doesn't capture, right? We're only looking at 2 data points and how they correlate. Obviously, there's a lot more nuance, but the overall factor is that passing's important. And if you have a good passing game, you can overcome a lot of inefficiencies, which we saw that with Washington this year, right? I mean, Washington was very, very good passing the ball, very efficient, historically efficient at one point, and even though the defense wasn't great, they were still able to win 12 games and end their season in the NFC Conference Championship.
Mm-hmm.
So with that said, now one thing I found quite interesting, you made me aware of this from a fella named Tej Seth, who does analytics for football. And he said the correlation between each component and winning percentage since 2019, passing offense 0.72. So that's the closest you're getting to a 1.0 winning percentage, winning all your games, is with the best passing offense. Pass defense is next, but it's a significant drop off, 0.54. Rushing offense 0.48, rushing defense 0.24. Based on that, and we can argue a million things. I think rule changes have dramatically impacted the importance of passing offense. And I'm not necessarily saying that's good. I'm just saying that that's a fact. Based on that, would the numbers, at least Greenberg, suggest go heavy on offense in the draft?
Yeah, I think what this says is defense doesn't win as many championships as perhaps it used to. So getting your passing offense in a good spot can overcome a lot of other inefficiencies. So if you're looking for the draft, if you already have your quarterback, that means getting him a playmaker and wide receiver, protecting him via the offensive line, maybe getting some help in the running game, et cetera, to help that passing offense. So it really depends on what the needs are. But I think, that we've seen, the leaning towards obviously quarterbacks at the top. We've seen, offensive tackles go very high. We're looking at a dual-way player in Travis Hunter, who plays wide receiver, expected to go high. Will Campbell, offensive tackle, expected to go high. Ashton Genty, a running back, which can help the passing game, go high. So this is, I would say, more than half the top 10 picks are going to be offensive-leaning players, mostly helping the passing offense. So I think that's, we're already kind of seeing coaches, front offices buy into this, even if they're not explicitly looking at that, correlation that we are, in our houses on our, Excel spreadsheets.
But let me ask you a question, though, Neil. And, just being in the contrarian. A defense is dominant and give the offense great field position, which allow them now to go through their whole playbook. You put another defense at harm, and they do that. Does any of the defense play into those numbers, or is it just all offensive output?
No, without a doubt, and that's why it's not a one-to-one relationship.
Okay.
If it was a correlation of one, that would mean that passing offense explains all of a team's win percentage. But it can't possibly do that, right? Because you have a dozen men on the field. You have a bunch of different stuff that happens. It's a weird shaped object that bounces around. So I wouldn't take this as gospel. And we don't know for certain, if the correlation is 0.72, if it's 0.8, if it's 0.6.
Right.
We're just making some estimates here. I personally, wouldn't put too much stock into this. I felt more that I need to kind of explain what these numbers meant, because he didn't do that at all. And I think that that's a mistake that we have in the analytical community, is not, explaining what we're looking at. But I think even more important is explaining what we're missing in this number.
Okay.
But you're absolutely right. A good pass coverage in terms of cornerbacks can absolutely help the pass rush, because the passer is taking too much time to find his man, and it gives the defensive line more time to get in there. You get a guy that's an amazing edge rusher and that can, defeat double teams, then absolutely that's going to change the complexity of what's going on in terms of what you said, field position, 3 and outs, and those sort of things. They all encapsulate this. So I wouldn't put too much stock in it. I thought it was an interesting data point. It's not a surprise to those of us in the analytical community. I think he overreached a little bit trying to express how important it is, because we know how important it is. But you need a supporting cast. You need players in the right position, in the right scheme, right coaching, etc., in order to truly take advantage of what this number is telling you.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can check out all of Greenberg's work for the Washington Post. Give him a follow at N Greenberg. I know you like throwing a little money around, betting stuff. I know there's a lot of bets available with the NFL draft. Is there something you're interested in this for tomorrow night?
Well, I don't have draft props offered in Virginia.
Okay,
so I can't bet. One of the things I did like
go across the bridge.
Yeah, there's lots of bridges.
Yeah, yeah. One of the things that I did like was under 2.5 quarterbacks taken. There was some plus money there early on. I think that's now the favorite minus some numbers. I think if you're going to try to make some money in this, I think you need to be able to do two things. One, you need to have some inside information, knowing who's going to take who, because this really is just an info-driven situation. Two, you got to do a lot of analysis on GMs and who they picked in the past, and any sort of clues you can pick up from that. I saw one that the Steelers have never picked a top 10 person without meeting with him first. I think the Browns are similar, so that's certainly something to monitor. But I think any value is going to be on Shedeur Sanders, because I've seen him anywhere from the third pick to a second round pick. So if you're leaning some way with Sanders, I think that the value's there, because it's been moving so much on just rumors and innuendo that I don't think anybody knows anything. And I think if you have a lean, then that's probably where you can make some hay.
Well, dude, B and I were talking about this. I think it's important to reprogram your brain, perhaps sever it to January 1st, and just remember what guys looked like when they were playing football. Not all the stuff that's happened in the 4 months since, just how they looked when they were playing football. And when you watch Shedeur play football, say his last name was Smith, he was pretty damn good.
Yeah, I mean, this is the silly season where I don't believe anybody when anybody says, either if they're specific, I think that they're absolutely full of baloney. But most of the time they're just vague, like, we're going to take the best player. We believe in our scouts. We have our board, and et cetera. You're going to hear a lot of, I can't believe he was still there type stuff.
Yeah.
No one really knows anything. I mean, the whole point of this part of the year is to inflate your draft position so that hopefully someone overpays you to get a player that you didn't want anyway. That's why I think Sanders, with such a wide range of outcomes, third pick to the second round, there's some value somewhere. I mean, the books can't cover all that ground profitably. So if you have any sort of edge or you have any sort of lean, I think that's really where you're looking for, because no one really knows anything until after the draft is over.
So I'll ask the question, Neil. What's the odds of Aaron Rodgers not even playing this year?
Pretty great.
I mean, because at this point, if I'm a team, I'm not waiting on him. I mean,
no, and it's a circus, right?
Yes.
Like, you have so many other things that you have to deal with. It seems with him, whether it's going on TV shows or going into a dark cave, like we really don't know. And I think it's pretty evident that he's football old. He's on the downside of his career. I know we've said that before, but I think that at some point you have to believe that the aging curve is going to catch up with him. And I just don't think the juice is worth the squeeze there personally. How much production are you going to get from him compared to a journeyman? And then you add in all the extracurricular stuff that you may have to deal with. I personally just don't see it worthwhile for any team right now.
Yeah.
Last one for me, Greenberg. What do you think of Jalen Milroe? I'm really, really curious where he goes and kind of what the plan is for a player that has unbelievable athletic tools, but just is not an accurate passer.
Yeah, I think he's a tough one. There's some that are starting to come out with flaws for him. Some people are saying he's going to go with the Browns. They're saying
that would
he's
be
the
one of
best
his flaws
runner
right there.
Yeah. He's either the next Lamar Jackson or I don't know. I just think that those type of accolades are tough to thrust on a kid. But I do think that Cleveland's got to do something. And we've seen in the NFL, especially lately here in town, what a legitimate dual threat quarterback can do for an organization, right? And that is turn them around at a sped up timetable.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's going to be it's interesting for him. Now, is he Lamar Jackson or is he like a Johnny Manziel? Like, we're not going to know yet.
Yeah.
But I do think that he's the type of guy that you take a swing on because, as I said, if you're right and he's in the right spot and you're able to develop him, then as we've seen, it could quickly turn the fortunes of your franchise around.
Totally.
Quarterbacks change everything. Washington has seen that up close and personal. Greenberg, in a few minutes here, we're going to open the phone lines up for potential trades. And me and B-Mitch are going to grade what people say for potential trades. Are there any trades you could see over the next 48, 72 hours you think could actually happen? Like I'm hearing the Giants are going to flip. They're going to take Carter at 3 and then flip Kayvon Thibodeau to get the draft capital to take Jackson Dart late in the first. Is there anything like that you've heard that could make sense?
No, I would just bet on late picks trading back out of the first round to get into maybe a couple in the second round or something. I would certainly say that Washington is in that mix. I think I am not completely enamored with this draft based on what I'm hearing. People aren't completely enamored with this draft. So if you can get some extra picks towards the end, that's probably makes sense. I don't think we're going to see. I don't think we're going to see as much movement as people are saying because I don't think there are enough quarterbacks to facilitate that. Most of the moves that we see are quarterback driven. If we're only thinking, 2 quarterbacks going to be taken in the first round, I just don't see much of an impetus for people to start moving around that much, that high to make other stuff happen. But that's just me.
It's going to be interesting because quarterbacks tend to drive the movement. And after Cam Ward, a lot of questions about quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Neil, as always, brother, thank you for the time, man.
I know.
All right. Love you guys. Talk to you soon.
That's man.
That's our guy, Neil Greenberg. Give him a follow at @NGreenberg, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. You heard me. We're going to open these phone lines up, 800-636-1067. Here's your chance. Give us your trades. Give us your best trade offer. I know somebody's going to say, trade away Terry McLaurin for the number 1 overall pick. We're going to tell you you're wrong, but you get to say it. It's your opportunity. We'll come up with a few ourselves. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Don't miss your chance to bet on all the clutch shots and legendary performances with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player that scored 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Chantilly Toyota. Let's ride together. Just because some picks are basically etched in stone, like Ward to the Tennessee Titans, doesn't mean that the opening round of the NFL draft is going to be easily predicted. So, which NFL teams are looking to move up in round one? So, we're still waiting for some trades to happen, but there is some realistic buzz of Buffalo moving up from the number 30 spot per Yahoo Sports. Now, the Broncos have also reached out to a few teams about a move up from number 20 overall per ESPN, figuring they're trying to get some help for quarterback Bo Nix. Same with the Texans, who are looking for some offensive line help for CJ Stroud. And the Saints own the number 9 pick, but they've reportedly made calls about a potential move up from their number 40 pick. The Rams and Eagles are also listed as trade up contenders. Oarsman Chantilly Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. The big conversation is going to be about trades. Could Washington make a trade? The other thing, there's multiple times of year where trades become very probable. This is probably the top of that.
Oh, hell yeah.
Right before free agency opens as well. But this is trade time, man.
Does any of the trades we thought was going to happen earlier happen now?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
I think there's a number of possible trade targets. I think it's convenient for Washington. They don't have to deal with the quarterback situation.
Mm-hmm.
But Trey Hendrickson's out there. I keep hearing these TJ Watt rumors, which I think are nonsense, but who the hell knows? What if Pittsburgh has to move up to take one of these quarterbacks, which could be nonsense too, but there's so much out there. Kirk Cousins is still out there. You know what I mean? Like, a lot could happen.
Yeah.
And people were surprised that Kirk showed up to offseason workouts. If you're surprised, that's
Kirk
what Kirk
is not
is.
going to mess up anything like that. He's going to show up and do all those things, but hey, why not? If you could go work out on their dime in their facilities, and also someone goes, you know what? He's not a problem. You know, he can fit in. He's handling this business right.
We're giving you guys a chance to throw your trade ideas at us. 800-636-1067. Our guy, Jaime in Manassas, leading us off. What's up, dude?
What's up, Jaime?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Long time. How's everything?
We're good, buddy. How are you?
I'm so excited about this draft. I know a lot of people think that because we're no longer looking for a quarterback, that we're not that invested in the draft. I think it's totally the opposite, man. We're knocking on the door. We're very close. We went all the way to the NFC Championship last year, and now is when we need those final pieces to get this team rolling and get it all the way. So what I'm thinking is that if you cannot find the pass rusher that we need at the end of the first round, we should trade back. We should get some of those picks that we traded away when we traded for Lattimore, for Tunsil, and we traded for Deebo Samuel. And there's actually a receiver that I like. His name is Jaden Higgins. That he's a 6'4" receiver, big target, hand catcher, very
Iowa State
receiver.
kid.
The Iowa State kid.
Yeah.
We can get in the second round, in the upper echelon of the second round. We can get a player like that, and then we can keep building and getting more picks. But I'm very excited about this draft, man. I don't know how people can say, "Oh, we're no longer looking for a quarterback." I don't care that much. Actually, it's totally the opposite. We're close. Let's go all the way.
Totally.
I'm with you, Jaime. If somebody says, because we're not looking for a quarterback, the draft's less relevant, good luck. You got the wrong idea.
Yeah.
I mean,
you got to build a team.
Yeah, dude.
You can't just get a quarterback and say, okay, we're done now. That's an idiotic mindset.
Great call, Jaime. Appreciate you, man. The kid Higgins, 6'4", 215. 40 time was 4.47, 153 in the 10-yard. 39-inch vertical. I mean, his athletic score is really high. He was his total athletic scoring was an 87, ranked 8th among all wide receivers.
All right.
Productive player. Started at Eastern Kentucky, was I think a second or third team All-American. 87 catches, almost 1,200 yards receiving, 9 touchdowns. I mean, can play on the outside. A lot of these guys coming out kind of look like slot guys. This dude does not. Big, long wingspan, so big catch radius. I'm not mad at the Higgins.
I think if you ever get you a guy that's big like that, that can be a slot guy, that's a hell of an advantage.
Sure. Well,
that's what Jeff guy used to do. And but he never got on the field.
They have a guy now that is a pretty big guy, maybe not tall, but big, that can play a little slot for you. Can't forget that they did go get Debo. Alex is in Silver Spring. Alex, what's the trade, dude?
All right, man. What's going on, guys?
What's up, brother?
I say, I'm good. Look, I say, really, if nothing is really there long-term, like B-Mitch says, which I agree, really, realistically, on free agency, we already hit pick 29, if you really look at it. But if there's something there, like someone's always going to drop for whatever reason. Hanzo is the example. Or I can go on and on. And if you can move up a few spots, all right. The other one is Hendrickson, still out there, like JP said. And, you can make that move. I don't want nothing sexy. If you want something sexy, you can call Sexy Rexy. You remember Sexy Rexy? Bring him up there and put him on the sideline.
Thanks for the call,
All right,
dude.
brother.
Appreciate you. Who doesn't want something sexy, by the way? But
not on the football field.
I get his point. Like, you don't have to trade. You don't have to do something funky. If the top of their draft board, if they get to 29 and a dude they had rated 23rd best is there and it's a tackle, just take him.
Yeah.
They brought a lot of tackles in.
Mm-hmm.
And I would find it interesting if they go tackle because, you drafted a tackle last year, a guy you told us was your tackle in Coleman, and you just traded a bunch of picks for a tackle in Tunsil.
Yeah.
But I think these dudes don't operate in the mindset of we have to prove we're right. They're just trying to get better and win more games.
You got Coleman go to a guard. You draft another tackle who could play right. Cosby comes back. You still have Biadasz. You're building an offensive line that's better than what you have. And the Eagles, not everybody playing a position that they played in college. Cowboys in previous years with the best O-line, not everybody played the position they played in the pros in the college. There is a thing out there now, best 5. Not the best 5 people that play tackle, guard, or whatever. The best 5 offensive linemen on the field. And I think that'll help you out. And if they were to draft a tackle, that's the mindset I would be thinking they're going with.
Best player available. That's what it's got to be. We're taking your calls here on 106.7 The Fan. Joe Beninati, voice of the Caps, will join us at noon. Before we go, though, Brian, this won't surprise you. I was out of town for a couple of days. You know what happens at my house? It happens at your house. You get boxes. You get boxes and boxes of stuff because women are constantly ordering stuff. That's just how the world works. Did I spot the lie? Boxes and boxes and boxes. Shout out to Greg and his son, Mac Papa, for picking up all the boxes. I went and picked them up last night. Now, what did I have to do to get all these boxes in my house? Because we were trying to get the kids asleep. What did I do? Use the garage door because it's silent and it doesn't wake anybody up. And I got all the boxes loaded in there. So if you want to be able to open the door at your house and load in all the boxes your wife orders without waking everybody up, call Door Pro America. I can't tell you how many times my new garage door has truly made a difference. The LiftMaster garage door and the MyQ app, you can open it on your phone. It is awesome. It makes a huge difference, and the folks at Door Pro America can set you up. These guys are experts. They helped us narrow down the options and provided an awesome recommendation for what we needed. The whole process couldn't have been easier. They're based locally. They've been doing garage doors for over 50 years. They can do everything. Maybe you just need maintenance or a little repair, or you need a new guy like I got. Hit them up. Call today. You can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you. Check out the website, doorproamerica.com. You want me to stay on time and get right to the phones? Put deep in the mock hole on the call screener. Rusty is in Delaware. What up, Rusty? You deep in the mock hole?
I guess. I actually said I've been going down too many rabbit holes online, but whatever.
I think you're a real mock hole. Rusty just went underwater. See if you can figure that out. What the hell just happened right there? Jonesy's in D.C. Jonesy, what kind of trade you looking for?
I'm looking to trade back if they don't see what they want, JP. How y'all doing? And welcome back, all is.
We're good, man.
Thanks, buddy.
Please, 3 minutes. So, yeah, I want them to get exactly what it is that they're looking for. Me, I'm hoping for a defensive end because I'm still trying to do what the last regime couldn't do, which is stop the run on the way to the quarterback. You know what I'm saying? It's too much to, playing around in other backfields that we couldn't stop last season. So I'm trying to do that this year. So that's my take on it. But I like that kid Jack Sawyer from Ohio State, though.
I like him too, man. He specific to Sawyer, he strikes me as a commander. The way DQ and Adam Peters talk about the guys they want, that kid Sawyer is a leader, super hard worker, all of those things. There's questions about his like high-end athleticism, which is something else that they've really gone after throughout this process. But he looked pretty damn athletic on that.
I know
pick
somebody
six.
wasn't high-end athletic, but they made a lot of plays over and over again. Kerrigan.
Yeah.
Sometimes people get a little enamored with, he got to be athletic. No. He has to be productive.
Kerrigan, dude, it's funny because people would get mad. They said the knocks on Kerrigan were so stupid. It was like, he never shows up in the big moments. I remember him like single-handedly winning a game against Dallas. He's only good. He's never going to be great. He had double-digit sacks for like 7 straight seasons.
See, that's the problem.
They kill for that kind of productivity.
People
now.
look for somebody to be able to do all the what's called the underwear Olympics.
Yeah.
But when the guy gets on the field, can he produce? If I see a productive guy, that's all I give a damn about. I don't care if he's 5'11" and he's a pass rusher. If he get double-digit sacks, put him on your team.
Let's see what Daniel in D.C. wants. Daniel, what's the trade, dude?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Big fan of the show.
Thanks,
I'm agreeing with everybody on the line, man. You got to trade back. I don't really see a big home run hitter here, but I do see a guy that reminds me a lot of Alfred Morris that we could snag maybe in the third, and that's my man Bashal Tutin, 4.3 speed, hasn't fumbled the ball. I'm pretty sure he's fumbled the ball once this time at Tech. Other than that, I think you get your solid running back right out of the gate, and you see what he can do. I'm high on this guy, really high on this guy.
I like him too. Undeniable speed, but can I ask a question, sir? Are you also a Hokie fan?
Come on.
Yep, he is.
Man, Come on.
All right, thanks, brother.
You gotta love the boys. You gotta love the boys. I'm not gonna throw out Dorian Strong or anything like that. I like him a lot, but if you're gonna go one Hokie, it's Bashal Tutin. That's all.
Dude, he can play for sure.
He can play, man.
You've got him going a little higher than I think most people do, but we'll see. He can play.
He's 4'3".
Dude, he's got real speed.
He's 4'3", and
1,200 yards from scrimmage last year.
You should be thinking higher than third round.
1,200 yards from scrimmage last year, 17 touchdowns. He averaged 6 yards every time he touched the ball. He can play. All right, let's see if Rusty's emerged from the mock hole. Rusty, you there, dude?
Fellas, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you,
now,
bud.
man.
Okay. I know I'm down here at the Delaware beach, but I'm not trying to stay out of the water this time of year.
All right, good.
I don't think we're doing anything at 29. I think we're going to stand pat and just go with how it flows. Besides, I've changed myself. I know you guys, we've talked about this, where whatever they do is what they do.
I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, I used to play this game every single year in the past, and now it's like you got somebody you trust, so you don't need to worry about it. But I do have a scenario based on the mock holes that I've been going down, and we've found a new word today. But I think Travis Hunter goes number 1 to the Tennessee Titans.
And I think get out of that mock hole.
Yeah. you must be in that dark cave with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna tell you why I think this.
All right.
because I think they're going to use their second round pick to trade for Brock Purdy.
Okay, dog.
What?
You think Purdy would only go for a second?
Yeah.
You know what I think now? I really think you've been with Aaron Rodgers. And you stopped at the mushroom plant on the way in.
No, but I'll meet you at the Starboard.
All right.
I love Starboard. Thanks for the call, Rusty.
See you, fellas.
All right. Landville, I haven't heard from you yet today. Rusty has Travis Hunter going number 1 overall and the Titans trading their second round pick for Brock Purdy. How do you evaluate those moves?
It's pretty wild.
Pretty incorrect.
Yeah. Travis Hunter can play wide receiver and corner. Think about that.
Shohei.
He's the Shohei of football.
Apparently, I also read this. Travis Hunter, I don't know how you go about doing this, but has petitioned, I don't know, that when Roger Goodell calls his name, he says cornerback and wide receiver, not just one or the other.
Just say athlete. Solve it.
I think you could say both. Dude, but this was from McShay, which I found really interesting. He has Hunter going second to the Browns, which I think most people do. Cleveland can't pass on the NFL's Shohei Ohtani. Hunter will major at wide receiver and minor at cornerback as he gets acclimated to the NFL. Wouldn't you have guessed that was the other way around?
Yeah, I thought it would be the other way around.
It still might be. I mean,
his route running is not precise. He's a little sketchy, but he's athletic as hell. But a cornerback at the NFL, the stuff he did in college, they're going to jump that and they'll read that.
It's going to be fun. You know what else is going to be fun? Joe Beninati, voice of the Caps, joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Kirk Cousins doesn't have a future as the starting quarterback with the Falcons, so he's still looking for another place to continue his career. The NFL draft is going to be crucial for Cousins to find his next home, so a team can't do what happened last year to him. A trade could be difficult, though, because the Falcons are looking for a lot more money than other teams are willing to put up. One team, though, that doesn't make a lot of sense, that's the Steelers. Pittsburgh is very likely to draft a quarterback in the early rounds of the draft, looking for someone who can compete with Mason Rudolph for the starting job. But even with a rookie quarterback, the Steelers just have way too many pass catchers to allow a rookie or Rudolph to start week one. Kirk Cousins, though, may entertain the possibility of Pittsburgh if he feels like that starting job is in his grasp and that he can maintain it for the entire 2025 season. It'll be very interesting to see what happens with Kirk Cousins and when that deal gets done. More excitement tonight. We got a DC doubleheader happening right here on 106.7 The Fan, 7 p.m. We have Caps versus Canadians, game 2 for you. But if you're looking for the second game of the Battle of the Beltways, that Nationals game, 6:45, first pitch can be found on the Team 980. Make sure you tune in right here for the Caps game, Team 980 for the Nats game. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, high noon in the District of Columbia. Going to the Rude Guest Hotline right now to talk to our friend Joe B. Joe Beninati. Of course, we'll be calling the action tonight along with Craig Laughlin. Caps, Habs, game 2. Joe B., how are you, man?
JP, thanks for the Van Halen pick-me-up. I'm ready to go. Let's do this.
Joe, I will tell you, I was watching the game on the Monumental app on the other night from the pool. It was kind of nice, but they started out so good. What started well for Washington the other night?
Intensity, urgency level, just that much higher, JP and B. Mitch, because I had the sense the last month or so, 3 weeks perhaps, where the team, human nature took over, and I just thought they had the division wrapped up so soon, the conference wrapped up so quickly. They took their foot off the pedal. They eased up. They treated the last 3 weeks as if it was a prelim, and they got through it. Obviously, they achieved an amazing individual accomplishment for Alex, and now they've refocused themselves on the big prize, which is the team goal ahead. And I thought the first shift the other night in game 1 was awesome, and easily the Caps could have had a 2-3 goal lead in that hockey game. The fact that they didn't is troublesome. They need to bear down and bury, but you have to give Montreal's goalie Sam Montembeault some credit for that as well. But at this point in the year, now everything is past the great chase, and the chase that's in front of them is chasing 16 wins, and they've got one, and they know that their mission is far, far, far from accomplished.
Joe, your knowledge is far beyond mine, and you see way more than I see. What has to happen in this game for them to get a second victory, and what can't happen?
They need to withstand an early push tonight, B. Mitch. I think Montreal grew in confidence as the game went along. There's no way for the younger players on the Canadian side to fully replicate a Stanley Cup playoff atmosphere like Capital One Arena. A team as big and strong and as fast as Washington, you can practice all you want and think you're ready, but until you see it, it takes some time. And I thought Washington had Montreal back on its heels the first 25, 30 minutes of that game. I thought they played extremely well. Now, once that power play occurred in the third period and all of a sudden a 2-0 lead became sliced in half, momentum took over, and momentum favored the younger team in the last 10 minutes of that game. I thought the first 5 minutes or so, and Spencer Carberry confirmed that with us this morning, the first 5 minutes of the third period wasn't that bad.
Mm-hmm.
It was the power play that happened. It was the momentum switch that comes on the Caulfield goal. And then that top line for Montreal, which arguably has been one of the best in the entire league in the last 6 weeks, they started to feel their oats. They started to attack more in waves. I just think from your question's perspective, Washington must be ready for the first 10 minutes tonight. I think you're going to see a far better Montreal team in that regard. But from a defensive standpoint for the Caps, I think what also needs to happen is what happened for the first 40 minutes of the game. The defenders, B-Mitch, directed Montreal's most dangerous players to what hockey players refer to as bad ice.
Mm-hmm.
You can't hurt me from out there. I've got Logan Thompson playing well. If I direct you to bad ice, odds are our defenders, our goalies are going to handle those situations. Do not let the premier offensive players from Montreal get to, quote, good ice. If that continues to happen, I like Washington's chances, especially, guys, if this remains a 5-on-5 type of game, not some game where you're going to see all of a sudden one team have 5 or 6 power plays.
Talking with our friend Joe Beninati here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can give Joe B a follow at Joe B PXP. And, of course, watch on Monumental tonight as the Caps host the Canadiens, Game 2 of the first round of the Stanley Cup Playoffs. Obviously, injuries are a part of this now. What do you think of Logan Thompson in his return to action in Game 1?
I thought he was really sharp, JP, and I mentioned this to him. I had a conversation with him, a brief one, around his locker room stall this morning, and he said, yeah, I felt good. I felt like myself. And to which I responded to him and said, I saw the reflexive, powerful, explosive Logan Thompson of the early season, and especially at the midway mark of the season, when I don't think there was a better goalie in the league than Logan Thompson. I saw that guy in Game 1 way much more than I did down the stretch. So perhaps those 6-7 games off due to the last injury that he had gave him a chance to physically and mentally reset. And I think he gained confidence from Game 1, and I expect him to be even better tonight.
And where are we at with Alexei Protas getting back on the ice?
I watched him work out in the gym pretty heavily. I didn't watch the full workout, but I did see him there and pushing very, very hard. I've seen him on the ice now a couple of times, not skating full blast yet, but it looked unrestricted. And I guess from what I've been told, I wouldn't expect him tonight, although Coach Carberry wouldn't comment any further. I wouldn't really expect him maybe when the series shifts to Montreal, but at the tail end of this series, if it's a long one, if there's a 5, 6, 7, you may start to see him. And I think that's a great sign. How do I say this? If the Caps win tonight and have control of the series, I don't think there's any reason to rush him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always conservative, JP and B. Mitch, when it comes to injuries, and especially with something regarding a hockey player's foot. I don't want Alexei Protas at 6'6" and 235 pounds playing at only 70%.
Right.
If it's a do or die and you have to have him, okay, maybe. But if there's no pressing urgency, yes. Do I want him? Absolutely. I think he's the most improved player in the NHL by far. I think the Caps are way better with him, but I don't want to rush. That's just me. That's my opinion. That's always the way I behave with respect to, or want to see people behave with respect to injuries. But the doctors, the athletic trainers for the Caps, and the player himself, they know well. They'll all give Spencer the go-ahead when the right time is ahead.
Do you feel they need him going forward? Not this series, but going forward.
Carolina.
Well, absolutely, B. Mitch. He's too good, and they're too good with him.
Yeah,
he makes such a difference in so many different ways. You know, it's a rarity to see a player score better than 30 goals without a power play goal all season long. He doesn't get power play cookies. He got all of his goals, aside from 3 shorthanded goals, at even strength. He makes you that much better 5-on-5, and he will be a very good penalty killer. He will be a responsible two-way defensive player. He will be an impactful forechecker. There's so many different ways that this guy helps your squad. And I feel horribly for him that the injury happened. It's a kind of a fluky kind of thing. And at the time of the season when it does happen, there are so many great guys on this team, and Alexei is one of those. You root for this kind of a guy. He's easy to get your arms around. Absolutely, B-Mitch. As they progress, hopefully they take care of business against Montreal. As they move forward round from round to round, as we hope it's a long playoff push, you very much need Alexei Protas.
I think he's one of the cooler stories. Obviously, the big story this year for the Caps is Ovi. And Ovi is stories 1 through 10, right? Probably, right? But
yeah, you're right.
I think the development of Protas, has been, dude, he had 6 goals last year, and this year he had 30. Now, the assist numbers jumped too, not as significantly, but he emerged as, possibly like an all-star type player, right?
Without doubt, and it's impressive, and it's a credit to the workload of the player, the work ethic, his willingness in the offseason. He's told me that he and his brother Ilya, who is a Caps draft pick, who is destroying the Ontario Hockey League right now, or I'm not sure where they are in the playoffs, but had a fantastic regular season. And oh, by the way, I think is 6'5.5". You're going to see the Protas brothers for a long time in Washington, knock on wood. Alexei will tell you that he and Ilya were shooting day after day, working on drills, finishing shooting ability. So for the player to put in that effort and work with the coaching staff, work with the skills coaching staff, Kenny McCudden, work with all of their options to help make them better. This is a guy who works his tail off, sun up to sundown. And to see the improvement, obviously he has what you can't teach at 6'6 plus. He's NBA small forward like.
Wow.
Amazing. But you see him, I remember him in development camp a few years ago, and you're thinking, wow, maybe if. And all of a sudden the skating got better. And all of a sudden the hockey IQ is improving. And all of a sudden now the finishing ability is there. Now you've got a 30-goal power forward at 6'6". That's a player, man. And credit to him. Credit to him. He never gave up. He pushed and pushed, a la Tom Wilson, a lot like Tom Wilson, who you've seen improve over a decade. Protas is doing that same kind of arc.
Absolutely. Speaking of arc, did you see Alexeyev yet today? I mean, seeing the teeth rattling around on the ice was just unbelievable. And these hockey guys are such tough guy maniacs that he's going to, I assume, play tonight. Like, you've called a million games, Joe. Had you ever seen teeth flying out to that level?
Yeah, I've seen it, sadly. It happens. It's part of the game. And I wince all the time for these guys because I don't know how it doesn't happen every game. You know, they're so, no pun intended, they're very heady hockey players. They're able to play with a protective eye shield. In college and junior, it's a full face shield. Tonight, you're going to see Alexeyev in a full face shield. He worked out this morning in a full, plexiglass shield. And I did see him at his stall. I made believe I punched him in the mouth. He wanted to kill me.
Joe, you better leave those damn hockey players alone, man.
Yeah, leave them alone. Let's just say one side of his smile is extremely empty.
It's gone.
And it's just amazing. And Dr. Lenz, all the team doctors and the caregivers for the Caps do such a great job. But from what I gather, Doc dug in right away, and they spent a good long night after game one trying to get him in a good place. And I don't think he's going to miss any time tonight. So knock on wood, he'll be ready, and that cage won't affect his play.
If he smiles, you can see where he swallows.
You saw the picture, right?
If he smiles, you can see his esophagus.
Oh, Phoenix, it's bad. It's so bad. Oh, gosh. But all of a sudden now you go through the year where, guys, there was a stretch where they played the same 6 defensemen 60 straight games. Alexeyev only played 8 games in the regular season.
Dang.
They were so healthy back there for so long, and now you get little things that pop up with Chikrin, things that pop up. Well, unfortunately, they're taking Farivari out for the remainder of the playoffs, but all of a sudden you'd been so healthy for so long, you kind of cross your fingers and go, all right, maybe this injury bug is past, and let's see how far they can go.
Yeah.
The Farivari stuff sucks. We know that. He's out for the remainder. What is the latest with Chikrin?
Chikrin's good, all good, and I thought came through game one well. I think that's a lot of the season, late in the season. A lot of the guys were dealing with minor injuries and illnesses. So many guys were sick late in the season, and that included yours truly.
Yeah, yourself included, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you feeling, dude?
I'm all's well, thank you. Knock on wood.
Good.
But I think we all got it right after 895 celebration. I think it was all there where everybody was just feeling under the weather. I think they're past that now. Jacob's fine. Jacob took a deflected puck in the face in practice on Saturday. It's some of that's going around, but when he's right, he's such a dynamic offensive force. I love watching what he does. It's almost Panther-like, and I don't mean Florida Panther. The way he prowls around on the ice and just looks for opportunities to create odd man rushes. You as a defender for Montreal, you're thinking, okay, it's 2-on-2. I'm good. We can defend B. Mitch and Finley here, and then all of a sudden Chikrin's in on you, and it creates problems. And that's the kind of player you need around these times.
Yeah, I can't wait. What do you think that atmosphere will be like tonight?
Awesome again.
Yeah.
They were great. They were great in game one. The Caps know it. They feel it. All the players, year after year, guys, they consistently remind us when the Caps are playing at home, the guys on the ice are like, we feel like we're less tired. There's energy there. There's always good, positive vibes coming. So you want the Caps fans to keep bringing that as many times as they can.
I bet. And Joe, how about this? All the Ovechkin goals you've covered, everything you've, with Ovi throughout his career, and then that was his first ever overtime winner, right?
Yeah,
in the
44
playoffs?
times before he had the chance to do it, right? 44 overtime games he had played before he pots one, and it just tells you how rare it is to have one of those go for you. And there are some guys who gravitate towards it and have had numerous instances. It's not like Ovi didn't have his chances in those first 44 games.
Yeah.
And his playoff goal numbers are terrific and such, but for that to be his first one to end the game, it was pretty cool. And obviously you saw him celebrate like a madman, and he's been just on fire down the stretch here. I can't tell you the difference between last season when he expended so much energy to help the Caps get into the playoffs. I don't think he had much, and he may have been dealing with other issues when Washington was beaten by New York in the first round last year. This year, flying home the way he has to the all-time record and continuing his pace, he just looks like he's moving well, and that's the one where you really got to cross your fingers and hope that if a 39-year-old player with his kind of gumption stays healthy, man, we can go places.
Anybody looking for motivation, just look at him.
Spectacular stuff.
Anybody on that team, I'm telling you, like, if you start thinking, oh, I'm a little tired, look at that dude. He's been there over 20 years plus, and he's still doing it that high. You can't. You don't have time.
That's called leading by example, B-Mitch. That's totally what it is.
Totally.
For sure. Joe, nobody's looking ahead. The game is tonight, focused on that, then 2 in Montreal, whatever happens. They're playing some pretty damn good hockey down in Raleigh. Has that crossed your eye?
Well, I absolutely see it, and I know it, and you want there to be a Caps matchup in the second round with whomever, if it's Carolina or Jersey. But I think most people would have predicted Carolina, and by no means is Washington out of the first round. They got to play well tonight, especially guys, because Montreal only gets better at Bell Center. And the atmosphere that's phenomenal at DC goes to another level, if you can believe it, when it goes almost 22,000 strong in Montreal.
Damn.
I bet so they're going to be tough to beat. If Washington does, as a favorite, get through this round and you set up a matchup with Carolina, yeah, don't get too far ahead of yourself. But the Canes are a terrific team, and that would be a wonderful matchup. But one step at a time. You've got a very good Montreal team in front of you, and you need to be at your best to beat them. So focus on that first. But yeah, the fan in me, the media person in me sitting there going, that round 2 could be great. Yeah, I understand that part.
Joe,
But let's see what you do with Montreal.
Absolutely. Last thing for me. I can't help but notice the Caps have two French Canadian dudes. Dubois and Bouvillier. Hopefully I'm saying that close to correct. What do you think it means for those guys to get to go play playoff hockey back in Montreal?
It's special. And Anthony Beauvillier has had some terrific playoff experiences in odd circumstances. One of them was in a bubble during the COVID experience. But when you look at his playoff numbers, he's the kind of player who provides at this time. And then with regard to Pierre-Luc Dubois, both of them, obviously growing up in hockey-mad Quebec, it's especially great for them to return home and play in the hardest tournament to win in sports. And both of those guys know and accept at the beginning of a series like this that there's going to be a lot of media impacting them because they're bilingual. And it was amazing to watch the media crush here in DC. And then when the series shifts, when we head up there tomorrow and you see the game for game 3 on Friday, the amount of media, print media, TV, radio, you name it, it's consuming.
Right, crazy.
And those guys obviously are sought out because they can speak French.
I bet. I didn't even think about it. You know what I think might help them is how crazy the media situation has been around the Ovi series, around the Ovi goals. When I was waiting in Long Island, when we were waiting to get in the locker room after Ovi scored 895, there was a Montreal crew next to me that I was kind of talking to. And he was kind of talking actually. He's like, have you seen how good the Canadiens are playing? I was like, I'm not worried about the Canadiens, buddy. But they went after, now that you bring that up, they went after those guys in the locker room. I'm sure that'll be another level of intensity. Yeah.
I used this expression earlier. I mean, it's like you're going to Yankee Stadium. It's like you're going to Lambeau Field. You pick it. You pick the analogy. It's religion there. And it's the number one topic from sunrise to sunset.
There you go. Joe B, thank you for the time, man. Have a great call tonight.
Guys, my pleasure. Thanks very much. See you on Monumental Sports.
Yes, sir. It's our friend Joe Beninati. Caps Canadiens Game 2 tonight. You can listen to it right here on 106.7 The Fan. John Walton on the call. That means you can listen to Nats Orioles on Team 980. You can watch the Caps game on Monumental Sports Network. Here, Joe B. and Locker. Get a dub tonight. Let's talk about how confident we feel in the Washington Capitals when we return.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. Let's ride together. The New Orleans Pelicans have hired Tony Weaver as their senior vice president of basketball operations. That means he is leaving the Washington Wizards, where he served as a consultant. Now, the DC native also spent nearly 4 years as the Pistons general manager before being relieved of his duties May 31st. Moving over to the NFL, which teams are looking to move back in the draft? Well, some trade down candidates are the Falcons, who are trying to accumulate some more picks, kind of like the Dolphins, who already own 10 total picks. But now they're open to moving down from 13 overall as a look to address clear needs on both sides of the ball. The Steelers, they're going to be dependent, though, on which quarterbacks have been taken and when. But there is a chance for them that they could still trade back and get their future play caller. The Vikings and 49ers are also interested down in the draft per ESPN. Oarsman Fairfax Toyota customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Shout out to Aerosmith. What's the dude's name? He's got the giant mouth. Steven Tyler. Thank you, Landfill. Big night in the district, obviously. Caps versus Canadiens. We got a lot of options for you. You want to listen to the game? It's going to be right here on 106.7 The Fan. John Walton, excellent job. You want to listen to Nats Orioles? That's going to be on 980. Also, you want to hang with Grant and Danny before the game? They're going to be live from City Tap House. They're going to be there starting at 2 o'clock. You can hang with them before you go to the game. You're going to the game with AD. You guys are going to go hang with Grant and Danny?
We'll go have some food and drinks.
There you go. I'm going to be over there. I might go by Penn Quarter and get some wangs. You know who asked me? You know Chick's photog, that dude David?
Yeah.
David asked me, what's a good... it was a very specific question because he moved here from Miami probably last football season. And he's like, what's a legit sports bar downtown? And I said, Penn Quarter. That's a legit Penn Quarter sports everywhere.
Hell yeah.
TVs everywhere, good food. Listen to this stat, though, AD just sent. Alex Ovechkin has more career playoff goals than the entire Canadiens roster. I mean, Ovi's played 152 playoff games.
We were talking about having experience.
152 playoff games, 74 goals. Montreal's got 394 playoff games combined for 63 goals. How confident do you feel about tonight and Washington in this series, B?
I feel confident because of their experience, and I believe that they are more of what they were in the first two periods and the beginning of the third period than what they were at the end. But the caller had been calling us a bit. If you notice, there are times where they get into that mode a lot where they just can't get the damn puck out of their zone. They're playing around, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, flip it over the top. It seems to work, but they keep trying to place it perfectly. To hell with perfect when you got to get it out of your zone. And when you're looking at it, you go, this looks bad, then bam, they score. That happens often, and I just hope they can get that corrected. But I'm confident.
Yeah, I'm very much confident in the series. Possibly overconfident.
Keep that to yourself.
I mean,
that over.
I don't know that I'm over. I'm just saying I think they're going to win the series. That said, tonight I think Montreal is going to be really, really active early.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's nothing that Washington can't overcome. I think you're right, kind of how the third period went. It was like they just lost a little buzz. I'm pretty confident about tonight. I think the Caps win it in 5 or 6. I think Montreal's going to take Friday night in Montreal. I think that's going to be a pretty tough place to win.
that's where you can take their heart, though. You go out there, you beat them in Montreal Saturday night.
Oh,
take their heart.
You cannot beat me in Montreal.
Hey, who cares?
That's my French accent, I feel. How confident you feeling about the Caps tonight, Landini?
Solid. The third period from last game makes me a little nervous because that didn't go particularly well. But they're the 1 seed. I feel good.
They're the 1 seed with a huge goal differential. I do think when they really were piling up the wins, like the first 2/3 of the season before things became about Ovi getting the record, I think they were getting just otherworldly goaltending.
Oh, yeah.
From LT and from Lindgren when he was playing, because that's like a 60-40 split.
But they were scoring
touchdowns
a lot. And when you score as often as they were, you wouldn't get stuck in your zone. You help your goalie out.
Totally.
They can play great then. But you look at the other night, it looked like it was 5 minutes. It was just in the zone, and then he was trying to defend stuff. All of a sudden, he landed on his back next to his mate.
Right.
And nobody is protecting the goal. Well, I think, Dow was trying to. What's it, Dow? I think it was Dow.
Yeah.
He was trying to, but, man, come on now. You could jump in front of so many hockey pucks. But you got to help him out as well.
I think you'd like to see. I think getting Protas back will help them a ton. It's clearly not going to happen tonight. It seems like they want to keep him out until the next round if they can. Now you're down Faravari. You'd love to see them just kick Montreal's ass tonight and take real command of the series. Hard to know exactly what will happen. If you look at the other series in the East, Florida, I watched the end of that game last night. I feel like they scored 4 goals in 5 minutes. They just went nuts. The Leafs are up 2-0. The Canes are up 2-0. Hockey's the wildest sport. These are the wildest playoffs.
True.
Somewhere Chris Russell's screaming about our hockey takes, just that none of these series are over. But Carolina has dominated the Devils through 2 games. Now, granted, they've been in Raleigh. And does Newark have a home ice advantage, do we think? There's probably some hockey lunatics in Jersey.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some of them up there.
I think of David Putty in that Seinfeld episode. We're the Devils. What? I think if you're the Caps, just go put it on them tonight. I think that arena is going to be buzzing. Ovi's clearly
Sometimes
buzzing.
you're the better team. You got to go out there and present that to them. Make sure they understand it. But if you keep, it's like you said, Joe said, the Canadians got more confidence as that game went on. You don't want them to keep getting confidence. When you young, inexperienced guys, a little saying that they're just young and dumb enough not to know, you don't want that. You want them to know. You want them to think about, oh man, they're better than us, or they're bigger than us. You don't want them to say, oh, we got a damn chance. Oh, they're on their heels. The more they start to believe, you got problems with that. Because that pressure, that stress comes to you. Landfill just said it. We're the number 1 seed.
Here's
You're supposed
something.
to handle them.
Hopefully Chris Russell's in his car somewhere.
He's right there, but he just walked over there.
Oh, make sure he can hear me, White Brian. Yell his name. This is ridiculous because the playoffs, at least the hoops I've watched, has been pretty bad. Not a lot of close games. Opening weekend of the NBA playoffs averaged 4 million viewers, 17% increase from last year.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of that is Warriors and Lakers driven. But the most watched game was Magic Celtics. That's Celtics driven. I don't know how this is possible. These numbers are crazy. Through Monday, the Stanley Cup playoffs are averaging 700,000 viewers across ESPN and TNT, down 27%. No hockey game yet has averaged over 1 million viewers. The Stanley Cup playoffs, round 1, NBA playoffs are great when the better teams get through. Like the play-in, all that stuff is junk, man. The The NHL playoffs are incredible. I will be locked into the NBA playoffs probably next round.
Mhm.
But
I watched a good bit of it already. But I heard.
have you?
Yeah, I watched a few games already, even some last night, and my eyes got heavy.
Yeah, my eyes
But
got
Joe
heavy.
B stated it. Neil stated it earlier too. Oh, it's the first round. People that are true hockey guys are waiting for the second round.
Yeah.
Even Neil's betting acumen doesn't come in until the second round. So if that's the mindset, how do you expect others to come along? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and you look at basketball, and the thing about basketball, the basketball stars are just like baseball. You see their faces. Hockey, most of the stars, a lot
You
of
see
them
that dude's
are
teeth.
from Canada, or out
Yeah,
from
yeah.
somewhere else. And they have on helmets just like football players.
I think of the NBA first round series, Celtics Magic, I have no interest in. Celtics are going to win that in 5. Maybe they just kind of let Orlando gets one at home. Heat Cavs, I have no interest in. Cleveland's going to win that in 5, maybe 4. I was surprised how thoroughly the Warriors kicked the Rockets' ass in Houston the other
I'm
night.
interested in that because you got those young guns going against Steph and the old guard, basically.
Right. OKC, Memphis.
OKC is unbelievable, dude.
Right. So
watched that last night and watched part of the game the other night. I was like, okay,
they're a machine.
I'm liking because I'm gonna tell you, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is the smoothest guy I was playing basketball. He just gets the ball in the hole, keep moving, and look at your smile. You know, he don't talk a lot of trash, but he could just get past you instantly.
For sure. I'm interested in the Nuggets series, the Lakers series, the Knicks. I'm surprised the Pacers are up 2-0 on the Bucks, but
well, the Lakers series, the refs are going to make sure that they push that one a long way.
Damn right they are. It's
watched
kind of a
that.
joke.
They annoy the hell out of me.
It's a relatively simple question. We're going to try to figure it out. How does Philly continue to pay everyone on their roster top money at their position? Damn Eagles. Nobody go anywhere. B, you know what Chris Russell just said to us in
What's
the
that?
bullpen there?
Yeah.
Said, I don't need to learn. I'm Chris Russell, damn it. That surprise you?
No, not at all.
B, this was about the stupid television ratings, which are just impossible to comprehend that like 40,000 homes in America would stand for a country of 375 million. They're dumb. They're stupid.
But Bruce, that's how you do it.
No,
ratings.
I do it is I measure everybody. I come up with a system that measures everybody. We got technology to measure everything.
If you measure everybody, it might be worse.
Maybe.
To be honest with you.
At least it would be the
when you
truth.
look at ratings is this. They normally, almost every time we look at any of those ratings, whether it's a rating you use or whatever, when it comes down to it, you take 1,000 people for the most part, and you figure it out, and then you add to how many may be somewhere. If it's down 20% from what it was, it tell you who is not watching it anymore, right? Think about that.
Hey, I appreciate you trying to explain this.
But you just, in other words,
people.
In other words, you don't believe in getting
I got
smart.
my boss trying to tell me that I need to take a statistics class at Nova.
I think it's a good idea.
I don't think it's a good idea. I think I got enough things to do.
But my question is, if you don't want to learn to understand better.
No, I understand it. I just don't agree with the principle. I don't agree with listen, in radio, it's not fair that they take two people in a sample size of a zip code and say, well, that's your rating.
But if they take
it's not fair.
If they take two people in the sample size in March, and those same two people do it next March.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden now your ratings are down. If your ratings are up, you say that, they got more people watching. But if they're down, you don't believe in it?
I just don't talk about any of that stuff. I don't pay attention to any of it.
I love the Caps.
Yes.
They're my team.
Yeah.
Last night I was watching some of the Battle of Florida. Last night I was watching all over the place. Right?
How about the Panthers?
They scored like 4 goals in 5 minutes.
Bolt's ass. Yeah.
I'm saying all that. Do you actually think hockey's more popular than basketball?
I've never said that.
Okay.
I just think America is dumb.
Okay.
I am.
How confident are you in the Caps?
Basically, I'm the on-air equivalent of landfill. Basically, from a
what does that
dismissing.
Mean?
Well, because he dismisses everything, he hates everything. So I dismiss a lot of things, and I hate things.
But I don't think landfill dismisses that basketball is more popular than hockey.
I didn't dismiss
that. He dismisses Canada.
I just dismissed the intelligence.
Landfill does dismiss Canada.
I dismissed the intelligence of the country that we're forced to live in.
Okay.
You're not forced to live here.
Yeah,
you
can move, dog.
I might.
We can get you a bus ticket.
I mean, I might wind up in St. Catharines or,
Whenever he says Mike,
Regina?
it ain't gonna happen.
Regina, Saskatchewan.
Somebody look up a bus ticket for Chris Russell to Regina.
I'll pay for it.
Yo, I'll split it with you, B. White Brian, tell me how much a bus ticket to Regina is.
Is this when you guys the same as when you guys tried to get me to bus out to Seattle for a Redskins game?
Try to get you to bus to Brazil.
That might be happening in early September, B.
It take you forever to get there.
You're gonna be late. You would be so late to the Brazil game.
I'd show up a week after.
I'm trying to ask you a question.
Yes, all right. What?
How confident are you in the Caps tonight and in the series?
Generally confident in the series, not overconfident tonight. I heard you guys with Joe B. I get all the reasons why there should be optimism. And listen, it's much better that they won than lost. I'm getting worried about these blown 2-goal leads. They blew a 2-goal lead at home
Most
against
dangerous lead in
Carolina.
hockey.
Yeah, against Carolina 2 weeks ago at home, and then another 2-goal lead with 9.5 minutes left to go. Now they got screwed a little bit on the penalty that set up the first goal, and that was a bad bounce. The second goal I thought was on Logan Thompson and the inability of the defense to clear it out. Quite simply, if they don't come out hitting and rolling 4 lines and getting after it and put something away early, which they couldn't do the other night despite playing well, they're going to be in some trouble because Montreal is not going to go away. They are tough. They are feisty. They're skilled on that top line with Suzuki and Caulfield. They got more than just those guys. So yeah, I mean, I'm generally confident in the series. I'm slightly above confident or above average confidence, I guess, tonight.
Holden Caulfield. What do you want, in case we don't get to talk to you tomorrow, what do you want the Commanders to do tomorrow night?
Well, it seems like everybody would be pissed if they took a running back. I would not be
Who's
personally.
everybody? It's so sometimes you make these sweeping generalities that are just wildly inaccurate.
Okay.
I think a lot of folks would be cool with the running back. I think
That's
there's
that's a
there's
fair point, JP.
a lot of excitement around Travion Henderson, frankly.
I'm making some sweeping generalizations. There's no doubt. I mean, I heard Nikki Jabala. I heard Kevin Sheehan. Some other people have said, "Oh, I don't want a running back. It's undervalued. This, that, and the other thing." I would love Amari and Hampton. If they could get him at 29, I would be very happy with that. Now,
That's kind of like me wanting Michael Williams. People are saying that dude's going top 15.
well, people can say that. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Right?
But people that say that they don't want a running back, and I might piss off some people that don't care. I don't want a running back. He's undervalued. I bet you everybody wish they had Saquon Barkley last year.
Yeah.
And if you happen to get a damn running back and he's exceptional, do you give a damn about him being undervalued?
No.
You care that you have one, right?
No. Yeah.
Man, I don't like when people just repeat those little narratives. It gets on my damn nerves.
I know in talking to Logan Paulson, a guy we all respect and like, right? He was much more into the running back idea than I think others. I'll just put it at that. But he did point out this, and there is some fairness to this, right? Other positions, corner, edge rusher, tackle, maybe even wide receiver, their price slots go way up as they become like good, which is the ultimate goal, and become free agents and go for a second contract, $30+ million a year in most of those cases. Whereas a running back, the top running back last year, Saquon Barkley, and then Derrick Henry, obviously.
But they just gave him a pay raise.
Sure,
too.
but I mean, he was making what, like $13 million last year, and now he's going to make an average of like $20 million a year because he was awesome and he won a Super Bowl. But I guess the point being is, if you're looking at potential positional and contractual value, then maybe you keep that in mind, that a running back is going to be cheaper than or it's better to control the market, if you will, on a wide receiver or a tackle or an edge pass rush.
I go to this. This has been my example a lot lately when the Maryland coaching change happened and people are like, oh, you got to get somebody from Maryland. No, you don't. You just got to get the best coach. At 29, get the best player. If it's a corner and it has more positional value, terrific. But if Hampton is there, dude, to your point, I'll give you credit, Bruce. Peter Schrager just put his mock out today, has the Hampton lasting till 24, going to the Vikings.
Right.
McShay put his final mock out today, doesn't have Hampton going in the first round. I almost feel like that's an oversight, like he messed something up. And most importantly, don't say we've never done anything nice for you. Brian Mitchell and I are willing to split bus fare to Regina, Canada. It's $224. I'll split it with you.
Gotcha.
All right, Roos, you going to Regina? Is that round trip?
It's probably about 45 degrees there today, so go ahead and go.
I mean, I'll go to Manitoba in June for Winnipeg, Stanley Cup Final.
No. We're not trying to get you to go to a place that's going to be nice. You say you want to go to Regina.
Hold on. If you'll take a bus to Manitoba, you can go whenever you want, and I will still pay for half the ticket.
Let's do it.
Yo, B, let's get Rooster on a bus to Canada.
I'm with that.
That is content.
Thank you, boys.
All right, Chris Russell, the show starts at 2 on Team 980.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. The Chargers and Lions will meet in the 2025 Pro Football Hall of Fame game. That game's set for July 31st in Canton, with the Hall of Fame enshrinement following on August 3rd. Now, it's been over 30 years since either team played in the Hall of Fame game, with the Chargers' last appearance in '94, Lions before that in '91. It is a fitting appearance, though, for the Chargers, as former tight end Antonio Gates headlines the 2025 Hall of Fame class. And the Capitals host the Canadiens in the first round of the playoffs with a 1-0 lead in the series. The Caps won that previous matchup 3-2 in overtime, thanks to 2 goals from Ovi, including that game winner. You can listen to that live right here on 106.7 The Fan. Puck drop scheduled for 7 p.m. But also going on tonight, the Nats and Orioles facing off game 2 of the Battle of the Beltways. Trevor Williams is on the bump for Washington, and hopefully he gets the same amount of run support that Mitchell Parker got last night in that 7-0 win. 6:45 p.m. first pitch. You can listen to that live on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Getting fired up for Caps hockey tonight. I got all ears tonight.
You have all ears every day, dog.
That's a good point, B. Did you hear him? Adam Peters dropped it all ears? Said, I'll be all ears to any trades. If you don't think that's in the new open of the TV show, you wrong. So funny. We were on the plane flying out to Cali, and my little daughter, we had headphones on because we watched Wicked. Have you watched Wicked yet, Brian?
Some of it.
It's long, man.
It's very long. That's why I was saying I watched some of it.
And that's only half
And
of
I
it,
only watched that because I was too damn tired to go to the other side of the sofa to get the remote.
I'm not sure I liked it, but I watched it because I was on a plane with a 6-year-old, and she told me, she's like, Daddy, we've had headphones on so long, you got to massage your ears to loosen them up. I was like, okay, baby. So I'm on the plane massaging my ears. She goes, Daddy, your ears are big. I'm like, thank you,
Smart
sweetheart.
girl, boy. Smart girl.
But it's funny as we get closer to the draft tomorrow, everybody's got their own idea. Trade back, take an edge. How could you possibly not take a corner? How could you not take a wide receiver? Whatever there is. But as this thing gets closer and closer, the quarterback conversation is going to drive everything. Like the young man from Louisville who's older than White Brian I legitimately think he was a college quarterback for 7 years. Now, he unfortunately dealt with a bunch of injuries and stuff. But is somebody actually going to trade up for that dude?
For what dude?
Tyler Shock. I think that's how you say it.
Shock or Shuck?
I don't know.
Shuck.
S-H-O-U-G-H. How would you say that?
S-H-O. I probably would say
Shock.
Show. Or Shuck. But they call it, I think it's Shuck.
Dude,
that's what I've heard.
He's played 42 college football games in 7 seasons.
42 in 7 seasons?
Yeah.
It's not even 2 regular 4 games. You can play 4 years and play more than that.
This past year was the only year he was able to kind of stay healthy and stay on the field. Completed 63% of his passes, 3,200 yards, 23 touchdowns against 6 picks.
Okay.
I mean, for me, if you're getting, I don't know, if you're taking this dude 7 years of college football, he started in college in 2018.
let's be real, man.
That's a long time ago.
Didn't Chris Winkie get drafted at 28?
Yes, but he went and played baseball.
Yeah, but he's still. I just think if
I hear what you're saying.
Also, he sucked.
He did.
yeah, but if Shuck can play, okay. I think at this time now, like we're watching sports, man. I don't think it makes a difference how old you are or how long you were in college. How can you play? That's the answer to need. And if they can say yes to that, okay. If they can't say yes, then one finger salute.
It's funny we talk about this Shock dude on Fox. They went through the last, I think, 10 years for the Washington organization and said best pick, worst pick. So, I mean, there's some tough picks. 2013, they drafted Jordan Reed in the 3rd round. That was a hell of a pick.
Yeah.
Brandon Jenkins. I don't even remember Brandon Jenkins. 2013 5th rounder. Played 5 NFL games.
Brandon Jacobs
was a D lineman. 2014 best pick. Again, another 3rd round hit. Can you remember this one?
In 20 what?
14.
Third round?
Big Mo, UVA.
Okay.
Morgan Moses, 3rd
All right.
rounder, still in the NFL, which is incredible.
Yeah. But see, no, people don't care about that because, they worry about the athletic guy that looks real good and be fragile as hell.
Like Lake Seastrunk.
Ooh.
Remember that?
I remember that. Yeah,
People were so fired up about him.
Yeah, I remember him.
I think he got cut coming out of camp, didn't even make the practice squad, and never played in the NFL or the Canadian Football League. They took him in the 6th round. 2015 best pick, Jamison Crowder, 4th rounder.
Yeah.
Crowder's been really good.
Still in the league, too.
Still in the league. Dude, this run of bad 2nd round picks. 2016, they got Ioannidis in the 5th round. Ioannidis was good, man. He could get to the quarterback strong dude. They
He
took
would collapse the pocket.
Sua Cravens in the 2nd round.
I remember that. Came in with issues.
That thing went super side.
But he immediately walked in here with he came in with an ailment that you couldn't really question him about.
He does seem to have found peace and like a good role and job. He's doing he does a lot of TV in LA with USC, with the Trojans.
But what I'm saying,
that's his alma mater.
When he was on the football field, he had the excuse to where you couldn't really make him go harder.
Yeah.
And when a guy comes in like that, you got to be leery.
Doug, 2017, they got Chase Rouillet in the 6th round. That was a really good pick.
Damn good
He
pick.
was a really good center for them until
for a
just
while.
the injuries just mounted up.
Yeah.
Dude, this is another 2nd round, just bust city, Ryan Anderson. I remember when that pick happened, I was like, man, that's.
I remember when it happened, everybody talked about how serious and mean he was.
Yeah.
Didn't see it on the football field.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of those dudes come from there, man. They be burned out.
Dude, I got another 2nd rounder. 2018, Deron Payne was the 1st round pick. Darius Geis, 2nd round pick. Tore up his knee in the
Tore
preseason.
his knee up, and then the other stuff that follows that, the going back and the issues with the older ladies, some weird stuff, bro.
Yeah, the older lady stuff.
That's some weird stuff,
Bad,
bro.
weird, yes.
And people, I'm not saying just somebody a little old. I'm talking about like 70s. Old.
Old. I mean, that 2nd round stretch was just awful. 2019, by far, probably the best pick the organization has made. Maybe Jaden's different, but as far as value, you get Terry McLaurin in the 3rd round.
Mm-hmm. That's been hella value.
Yeah.
Terry, drafted in the 3rd round, has done more for this franchise than a lot of the 1st rounders have.
Well, the 1st rounders that year were Dwayne Haskins and Montez Sweat.
Yeah.
Neither
But
of whom
I'm
are
not
here
worried about just
anymore.
that year. I'm counting multiple years.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
2020, they got Cam Curl in the 7th round.
Yeah, Cam was a good player.
They took Antonio Gandy Golden, who retired in the 4th round.
I remember AGG.
Derek Forrest was a 5th rounder in 21.
Defoe was doing. He was
Where
handling
did he
his business.
go?
Did he go to Buffalo?
That does sound right. Bills. B-Rob, 22, third rounder. Last year, there's not much competition.
I
on
don't
who
think
the
we
best
need to really
draft pick
say
was
much.
last
But anyway, the second rounder was damn good too.
Now, Professor Landini has provided me with a series of players for you to rule if they were busts, Brian.
Okay. That's what that list was about. I wonder what the hell that list came from.
Josh Doxson.
I had a balloon. I could blow it and pop it right now. Yeah, that was a bust.
Heath Schuler.
Yeah.
Desmond Howard.
No, because he still continued on and won the MVP of the Super Bowl.
Rod Gardner.
Yeah.
Mike
50.
Michael Westbrook.
Mike wasn't a bust, but he never got close to what he was supposed to be.
What was that about? Did he get hurt, or was it he became obsessed with kung fu and stuff, right?
No, that was after he was done, but he had injuries, and I as he told me out of his own mouth, he did not love the sport at that point. He wished he had known what he knew now when he was playing.
Makes sense, man.
Yeah.
Westbrook played 8 seasons, 7 in Washington, and then a final year in Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
In those 8 seasons, how many 1,000-yard receiving seasons do you think he had?
I'm going to go with 1 or none.
1. In 99, started all 16 games. Injuries were a thing throughout his career.
Yeah.
Started all 16 games, had 65 catches for 1,191 yards, 18 yards a pop. I mean,
he did like when I watched Mike and I started watching people built like Mike. Mike body fat might have been 3-4%. And almost everybody I've ever seen that had that low of body fat, they were injured a lot.
Huh.
And I began to ask questions a little bit. And the mind says, you got to have a little cushioning. If you just got muscles and bones,
cushion for the push,
something going to happen. But when you get those guys that start getting a little bit upwards of 7 and 10%, you don't have as many injuries. Only a person that didn't get injured that was like that was Marcus Patton. But that dude worked out like a damn maniac.
Clearly.
Yeah.
This is an interesting one. I mean, Patrick Ramsey, I don't know if he was a bust. I think Spurrier
No, he wasn't a
killed.
bust. He got beat the hell up. He got beaten into submission. No, they didn't block for him. Like the blocking scheme, I remember talking to some of the guys. I said, what is your blocking scheme? If a guy cross your face, you block him. So I was in Philly. Yeah, right around that time, yeah. And I was like, hey, you know what you need to do? Run a lot of stunts. But if you don't cross the dude's face, they're not gonna look you up. It was factual. No, it's like you drop back and you waiting, dude never cross your face. You know he is? He's going behind you to beat the damn quarterback up.
Would you consider Carlos Rogers a bust?
Nah, it was the medical staff fault. The dude
didn't he get LASIK and was really good for the Niners?
Yeah, he went there and he had about almost 10 interceptions the first time he got there. Bro, you will watch Carlos break on the ball and stick his hands out, and the ball hit him in his elbow. Couldn't see. And nobody ever noticed that. We said it on our we would do those post-game shows and we'll talk about it and mention it, but nobody inside the building ever thought that the brother couldn't see.
Played 6 years in Washington. He is not a bust. 6 years in DC is a lot.
You know, related to what Beamish was saying, how is an eye test not a part of like the regular physical exam?
But you know what though?
Is it B?
It is. Eye tests can be rigged. I mean, not rigged, but you can learn little stuff and go through that. But this is what gets you. I watch him on the field, and I see the guy break on the ball consistently, but he's not catching it. His hands are not even touching it. I would have to wonder, like, is something wrong with his eyesight? And they never thought that. Then he goes to San Fran, gets LASIK surgery, and the dude start picking off every damn thing. I'm like, what the hell?
It is funny. He had 6 picks that first year
There we go.
with the Niners. I feel like he got his hands on a ton of footballs.
He did. No, he got his body because he would hit it with his elbow, his forearm, his head didn't touch a lot of them.
In 2008, he broke up 24 passes. Led the league in passes.
If he had gotten that surgery, he probably would have had about 12 interceptions that year.
That's crazy.
So it's like
Landville's giving us more. LaRon Landry.
Yeah, bust. Yeah, that's a bust. But what I'm saying about Carlos, just like what Mike Tomlin says about coaching, medical staffs can screw up a person's career just like coaching can. And in a sense, they screwed up a good portion of his career while he was here.
LaRon Landry had an 8-year NFL career. He started pretty well. I think playing with Sean Taylor helped.
He started well, then he decided he wanted to be a bodybuilder and hang out with a monkey.
I forgot about that.
He really had a monkey. I'm not trying to crack no joke on nobody, but he had a monkey, a pet monkey. Yeah.
I remember the photos now that you say that.
But if you look at what's the greatest year he had? All I know, I remember
he made a Pro Bowl with the Jets.
Okay. But I remember him yapping a lot and Michael Vick hitting Deshaun Jackson first play of the game, almost 90 yards. I remember that.
His best year in Washington, I mean, maybe his rookie year, 95 tackles, a sack and a half. He had 2 picks his second season, but the tackle count dropped significantly.
But what happened, LaRon had speed and everything coming out of LSU. Then all of a sudden, he got big as hell. And he wanted to look a certain way. But when you can't play, nobody care how you look, dog. He lost quickness, he lost speed, and he couldn't get to where he needed to be quick enough.
I mean, he was so ridiculously large.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing, man? I just dropped a picture of him in the group chat. I'm trying to find a picture of him with a monkey. Was that a real thing?
Yeah.
Yep. Here it is.
Right. He went from being a safety to damn near, he looked like he could been a middle linebacker.
He had a pet monkey named Gucci. Oh, no, the monkey. I don't know what I'm saying here. Well, hold on. Landfill, I can't break. I got to solve the mystery. Redskin safety LaRon Landry keeps his monkey in the Gucci bag, per Matt Turrell. And the monkey was named Gucci. Information for life. Marcus Washington last year correctly mocked Mikey Samerstill to the Washington Commanders. What's he got for us this year? Don't go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The NFL draft is almost here, and while the first pick is pretty much a done deal, the Titans have zeroed in on Miami quarterback Cam Ward. It is possible that the rest of round one still could be shaken up with some trades happening. So we got both the Browns and the Giants fielding calls for their top 3 selections, while also exploring potential moves back at the end of the first round. So the Browns are reportedly smitten with Travis Hunter, who's been predicted to go number 2 overall to Cleveland, but the Browns are listening for potential offers per The Athletic. The Giants, meanwhile, they hold the number 3 overall pick. Now they're trying to figure out what they need to do long-term because, well, long-term, they need a quarterback, but they also need immediate help because they just added Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. So the Giants need to figure out what they're going to do, if they're going to plan for now or the future, and then maybe get rid of that number 3 overall pick. This April, only get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, The Fan. A lot going on. The hyenas have descended upon the aquarium because Headquarters Sports Tavern decided to give us some wings to get ready for game 2, and those wings are banging. Thank you, Tobo.
Toby, can you remember my sandwich?
And
my salmon sandwich?
The other part of this that is interesting is, if we need engineering for something, you got to like put a request in and send an email. You tell Daniel from engineering there's some wings available. My man is
you don't
ready.
have to tell him. I think he's a little terrier. He smell everything. He come get it.
I smell it. Let me inhale it. In a few minutes, we're going to be joined by Mr. Marcus Washington. Talking NFL draft. Last year, he nailed the Sammerstill pick. We'll see what he's got for us today. B, I had never tried dipping wings in chili. Had you ever tried that? Did you try it?
I tried it, but I've never heard of it.
It's pretty good.
It was good, though.
It's kind of exotic. It's different.
Yeah.
I like wings I'm a blue cheese man myself.
Mm-hmm.
Those
wings and chili is totally different, though.
It is.
Yeah.
So a lot of options today. If you want to listen to the Caps game, they're going to be on right here, 106.7 The Fan. If you want to listen to the Nats game, they're going to be on Team 980, Nats O's Beltway Baseball. Joining us right now is my friend Marcus Washington. Marcus, how are you, brother? What's going on?
I'm doing great, JP. How's everything going for you?
We are good, man. We are good. So you and I have known each other a few years now, and I know your work over at Washington Jesuit Academy, all the great stuff you guys do there, which is terrific, but that's not why you join us around the draft. I know you are an absolute draft maniac. I believe you played ball. I know you watch all the tape. How are you feeling about the top of this draft class, sir?
The top of this draft class is weak. It's one of those where there's no variance between pick 8 and 50. That's why I'm glad we have the 29th pick. This would have been a bad year to have the second pick of the draft. There's a huge difference in the quality at the top end as opposed to most drafts.
Well, and I meant to ask you this. I feel like you and I talked about this. When did you get out of William and Mary?
I graduated from William and Mary in 2003.
Okay. Because obviously, Dan Quinn was down there. Tomlin was down there.
Yep.
There's such a tradition. What is it? The Tribe? Right?
Yeah, it's the Tribe. And I was there with Sean McDermott. With Sean McDermott when he was a GA.
Yep.
That's crazy, man.
Sean is Buffalo. Sean's in Philly with Andy.
All right. So the strength of this draft, it's not top heavy, but there's a lot of good players, probably pick 10 to 70 is my kind of read on things. Where do you think this draft is deepest, and how does that help Washington?
I think the draft is deepest in D-line. I think the draft is deepest at running back. Those are two positions that we need. I think the draft is also pretty deep at tight end. I think it'll be very important for Washington to do their best to try to move around the board, to try to trade back to get some picks in the third or fourth round, if at all possible.
What's the best way to get those picks? How do you pray somebody wants one of these quarterbacks and moves up?
You pray somebody wants the quarterback, so you pray somebody wants one of the tackles. You target a team like New Orleans at 40 that may want to come up at 29 to draft a quarterback, and that way you're able to recoup the late third that you gave them in a possible sixth rounder. But you want to try to trade back.
So do you think there's no one at 29 that they could pick and get value for it?
Oh, no, you can definitely get value for it. It's just the difference between who you may pick at 29 versus the pick that you may make at 40 is not substantial. And that way, if you're able to recoup a third-round draft pick, that's somebody that can come in and really impact your roster and play meaningful minutes and possibly start.
All right, so last year, our friend Marcus Washington nailed this. Well, obviously, you nailed Jaden, right? And I think the whole world nailed Jaden. And then you nailed Samerstill in the second round. So if you are ready, sir, it's time for the annual Marcus Washington mock draft. I got to find a pen.
All right.
You got a pen, B?
I love it. People are not going to be happy about this.
Oh, boy. Well, I'm not going to be happy? Breaking news on the fan. Shocker. Chris Russell found the wings. Please continue, Marcus.
All right. I think we're going to try to trade back. We're not going to go as far as I would like to, but I think they're targeting. And this guy has been a fast riser. He's not the popular name that's been mocked. I don't think Azaraku will be there. I think we're taking Oladejo from UCLA.
Ooh, at 29?
I think we're going to trade back, but I think he's on the table at 29. I've heard the rumors about the Eagles liking him. I know everybody in the 49ers organization likes him. He's going way earlier than people think. I know that's controversial, but I'll stand on it.
Oladejo from UCLA. I believe there is a former Bruin edge rusher calling the shots in Washington. I don't know that that will make. I don't know that that will make any impact, but I'm just saying. All right, so you have them. Oladejo is your first pick.
Yep.
Okay. Where are we going from there?
From there, I thought about an O-lineman here. There were a couple of O-linemen.
Where are we? So hypothetically, that's 29, but it's probably more like 36-ish, is what you sound like?
Exactly.
Okay.
So what I would see us really doing realistically is trading with Cleveland. We have to give up our fourth, and then we would go and have pick number 33, and then we would have 61 and 67. But for the purposes of this, I'm just going to stick with us staying put. So I'm just saying Oladejo at 29, but I think he's going to end up on our roster.
Okay. Then what happens at 61?
At 61, there's a corner I'm in love with, Darian Porter out of Iowa State. He's a fast riser. He's a long corner, 6'3", 200 pounds, runs a 4.39, can play very well on special teams. He's a six-year senior, which is what's going to knock him a little bit. He was a first-year starter, but has the ball skills, all the prerequisite qualities that I believe that Dan Quinn wants and covets.
He loves those long corners. Yeah. And let's say they kept that your trade worked and they got 67. Who's another target you like there?
I'm taking my buddy, the running back Sampson from Tennessee. He's a slasher. Reminds me of a guy I played against, Brian Westbrook.
Yep.
And I think he can come in and give us huge boom in the offense.
So Sampson, is it Dylan? What's his first name?
I don't know. It's either Dylan or Dylon. I think it's Dylan Sampson.
Dylon is straight out of Chappelle's show. There's no way it's actually Dylon.
Hey, what if his mom named him after that?
Name the 5 greatest rappers of all time. Dylon, and Dylon. God, I love Chappelle's show. All right. So in your trade, you had him giving up 4 to get 33 and 67. But for our purposes, let's keep it real. What would you like at 128? This is where you know somebody's a true draft freak, when they can just rattle off names at 128. What do you got, Marcus?
At 128, I think there's going to be there'll be a couple of possibilities at guard that can come in and immediately help us. I am taking Caleb Rogers from Texas Tech. He's a right tackle. I think he's going to bump into guard. He has over a 9 raw score, which I know that they covet, and I think he can step in and either compete at right guard or push Alan Grady for a starting position.
Yeah, they've got to get younger on the O-line, honestly. I kind of wonder if they're not going to invest in a center or a true interior guy that can play all three. Biadasz is a guy you love, right? But, I mean, he's probably – I just think you got to always have a backup center, and they got Dieter. But you got to kind of plan to build from within at that position. Biadasz is
you're
young.
right, and there's a possibility – JP, where the talent is at 29 and in that early 30s, it's the end, and it's also interior lineman. You have a chance that you can get a Zabel that can play all 5 positions and be your backup center of the future. That's somebody who could be on the table at 29 too.
Yeah, not that I'm saying Biadasz is old. He's 27. I think he's going to be 28 this summer. So you still have a lot of good years of time there.
He's a bad man too.
So you're saying O-line at 128.
O-line at 128. Yep.
All right. We continue. Now, if you get one of these right, I'll buy you lunch. Who you got at 205?
At 205, for the purposes of this, since I wasn't able to select my running back, that's when I'm taking Devin Neal. But I got another thing that's going to bum the fans out is I strongly believe we're taking a kicker in the 6th round.
Is that the Miami kid?
I think we're taking the Florida State kid, Ryan Fitzgerald.
Okay. But didn't they – well, who's the Miami kicker? Arguello?
Miami kicker.
What made you lean that way, though, Marcus?
I don't know. I just picked the kicker, and I think Baltimore might select one before us.
I think a kicker's reasonable. Do you not be?
Huh? I don't know. I'm just like
I think
kickers normally get found. They don't normally get drafted.
But I think Adam Peters likes to draft. He values kickers. He's drafted kickers very high traditionally, and I think he will target a kicker to bring in some competition, and especially since the 6th and 7th round is not particularly strong.
Devin Neal, you've got him taken in the 6th round, running back out of Kansas, 5'11", 215. Not a particularly great athlete in terms of this running back class. Why do you like Neal?
I like Neal because I just think it's great value when you get into the 6th round. Again, when we couldn't trade out of this, I feel like you can get somebody like Devin Neal in the 6th round that might go in the late 4th, 5th in another draft. The running back position is so deep that it suppresses the market, and that way you can get more value later on from a running back position than other positions.
All right. With your last pick, sir, pick number, what the hell is this? 245. Who you got? Kicker?
I am taking Desmond Watson, the 450-pound D tackle from the University of Florida, and I'm suiting them up 2 days, 2 times out of the year against Philadelphia, so they can't do the tush push against us.
Big boy can move though, man.
He's a unit.
He is huge.
Move.
Why is he a 7th rounder?
I think health reasons. I don't see him going high. Well, part of the reason is that the D tackle market, there's a substantial amount of D tackles that you can draft. And I think with him and his body and the conditioning and everything, he's a project. And I think at 7th round will be where he gets drafted or an undrafted free agent.
How tall is he again?
This will have to work with.
He's
like 6'5".
6'5", 400 and what?
I'll pull it up.
I think he's like 420, 430, and he can move.
Yeah, I watched him do some stuff on TV, but that's a big dude, man.
That's a real big dude.
Dude, he's 464 pounds. 6'6", 460.
Dang.
6'6", 460. I mean,
I heard someone say to stop the tush push, get you some sumo wrestlers. There you go.
There you go.
You got no wideouts on your board.
No wideouts on my board. I think they're gonna target that in the undrafted free agents. Adam Peters does an excellent job with targeting, specific people with skill sets, and no wideouts. You can't get everything out of this draft, and I think that's under this scenario, that's what they'll forego.
All right, Marcus, I appreciate you making time for us,
All right,
dude.
brother, appreciate you.
You text me the official mock and let me know when you get one right again.
All right, appreciate y'all. Thanks for having me on.
All right, that's our friend Marcus Washington. Washington
Take care.
Jesuit Academy, complete draft psycho. I kind of like him calling his shot on Oladejo, the UCLA kid.
Mhm.
That one could make a lot of sense in a lot of different areas. I think there will be a running back. I still think there's going to be a receiver added. But that's why we
Call
all
your
love
shot,
it.
JP. Call your shot.
Pay so much attention because we can't wait to see what's going to happen when we come back. Let's make some bets.
all have faith. We all have sorrow. Oh, if we are one, always tomorrow.
Lean on me.
Bro, you just messed that up completely.
B, tell me if this sounds personal. We talked about Peter Schrager's mock draft a little earlier. He does a good job. He has them taking Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M.
Yeah.
Which would make a lot of sense. Check a lot of boxes of what Washington's looking for. But he did an interview with McAfee about his mock draft, says he works really hard on it, only does one because he really likes it to be accurate. He's not in it to change it every week just for a content play, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
He says, I've been doing this a long time. Elliott Wolf has been in the league a long time. The number one overall pick that I've been completely duped on, and I had to make a mock draft. I made a million calls, and even within their organization, Sam Darnold's going number one to Cleveland. Sam Darnold is the Cleveland Browns quarterback. I did that around Wednesday afternoon. I felt really confident on it. The pick was made, and the announcement from Roger Goodell was Baker Mayfield. And he said, do you know who was in that front office? Elliott Wolf was number 2 in that front office. So I don't trust anything from the Patriots and what we're hearing from the Patriots. I think Elliott Wolf gets a kick out of having everyone zig, and then they zag, and then they say, well, we didn't say anything. You guys made that assumption. That sound a little personal?
Sounds a little personal, but the ultimate thing is, what makes you think he's telling you one thing and ain't telling nobody else that? This is my whole thing with a lot of those people that try to say that they're the news breakers. You really think he's only telling you?
It's a fair question.
You know, like, I'm serious. If a lot of people call him, he probably telling them all the same thing. Or he might tell one person one thing, they hang up the phone, he get a phone call, it changed when the next person called. You know what I mean? But that seems like he's a little hurt about that one. You know,
a little bit.
It kind of got him a little bit.
All right, Caps game 2 predictions. What do we got?
Win.
Yeah, Caps win.
White Brian, being a hater?
Caps win. 4-1.
4-1.
Tom Wilson goal.
Tom Wilson goal. You got a goal scorer, B?
Strong.
I got a
I'm going with a point for him, assist.
I'm going with a Chitrin goal tonight. How about that?
Yeah, how about that?
I got a Carly point.
Ooh. Carly.
I'm really starting to not like Landfill. He always goes with some stuff like that.
John Carlson getting a point. You don't like
Carly
that?
or Carly?
John Carlson.
Oh, well, I thought you were talking about the dude on the other team. I'm about to fight you.
Yo, B was about to fight you, Landfill. Caps win tonight.
That little Liberty dude runs around, skates around those so damn fast.
Caulfield?
Caulfield, yeah.
Holden Caulfield. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to Joe Beninati. Thank you to Marcus Washington. Thank you to Penn Quarter Sports Staff in Florida. Wangs. Those wings are good as hell, man.
Yep.
I never would have thought to dip wings in chili, but here we are. If you want to hang out with Grant and Danny, they're on next, but you can also hang out before the game live at City Tap over in Penn Quarter. Going to be a big game, big night. Going to be a fun one. Grant and Danny next. Go hang out with them. Enjoy the Caps game tonight. The Caps is on our air, 106.7 The Fan. If you want to listen to the Nats, that's on Team 980. We're back tomorrow. Major show. Diana Rossini and Charles Davis. All draft, all day. You made it this far. White Brian knows your beer.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. We are under 30 hours away from the 2025 NFL draft, and then we'll know what will the Commanders do with their first-round pick. Will they trade back? Will they make a selection in the first round? Well, time will tell. But before that, we've got a DC doubleheader on deck today. On the Team 980, listen live, 6:45 first pitch, Nats versus Orioles, game 2 of this Beltway series. Now, the Nats came out very strong yesterday, 7-0, a huge win there, and Mitchell Parker was just lights out. Lucky for us, the bullpen is well rested since that ace tossed 8 innings of one-hit ball. Plus, Dylan Cruz riding a 7-game hit streak that now includes homers in 3 of his last 4. We'll see if he goes back-to-back tonight. But we've also got Capitals playoff hockey, 7 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. The Caps and Canadiens face off in Game 2. Washington's going to try to make it 2 straight in round 1 of the NHL playoffs. And Ovi scored 2 goals in Game 1 of this series. Will he do it again? For over 65 years now, the Ted Britt has set the bar for the best buying experience in the DC area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All of that is just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. It is April 23rd, 2025, and we are out and about. The Traveling Roadshow continues this week from City Tap House in Penn Quarter, ahead of the Caps and the Canadiens. Game 2, just a few blocks from where we're sitting at Capital One Arena. This is your one-stop shop for all things pre-gaming today. If you're going to the game and rocking your red and getting ready to see the Caps hopefully take a 2-0 series lead, come party with us before puck drop. We're going to be here from right now at 2 o'clock all the way up to 6:30, hanging out with listeners as the Capitals get ready for a massive game this evening. We've got a great show. We will be talking about the NFL draft, which gets underway tomorrow night. We will be looking into the Nats and the Orioles as they continue an important regional rivalry at Nats Park. The Nats whooped up on the Birds last night. But it's a Cap show early and often today as we are in the shadows of an arena that's going to be rocking when the puck drops in 5 hours and a couple of minutes.
I would like to be very clear about something. I love City Tap House Penn Quarter. I like the whole deal. I like the ambiance, if that's the appropriate word. I like the decor. I like the food. I like the vibe. Everybody here is nice. It's very welcoming. It's very close to the arena. Make your way down. You come here. You stop in. There are beers. You could drink them, right? That's something that you can do. There's all sorts of things, great foodstuffs. And then you saunter over to that little arena right down there, little Cap One Arena.
That's the one.
And watch a Game 2 situation unfold. I don't want to say it's free and easy. That's not a thing in playoff hockey, but it's freer and easier considering they won Game 1, right? I'm not saying house money like that. You need to be up 2-0. That's very important. But it's not the end of the world as we know it. Shout out REM if they don't emerge victorious tonight.
Raise your hand.
Oh, here we go.
If you got to work early enough today that you already went to the team store at Capital One Arena and purchased yourself a new hat.
My hands are down.
And a new Alex Ovechkin t-shirt. This
Your
guy,
hand is up.
He's got 2 thumbs.
Wow.
I got myself an OVT that I will rock tonight. It's just what I realized for Game 1. It's a little too warm for my sweater.
There it is.
And I've always had no problem with the sweater when I get into the arena, but it was at a busy bar, hanging out with listeners, high-fiving and hugging strangers, walking the streets of the nation's capital. It was just a little too warm in the spring, so I said, I don't currently have a T-shirt in my game.
Right.
I might as well just go red with a T-shirt, so I don't have to go hoodie or sweater. And so I got one of these new celebratory shirts of the 895th goal of Alex Ovechkin's career.
Oh, yes.
So it was a good purchase. And then I like this hat. I don't know how you feel if you're watching on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream, but it's a navy blue Caps hat. It says Washington Hockey on it.
I do like that.
I think it pulls out the color in my eyes a little bit. I feel good about it.
Yeah, you should feel good about that one. Usually, if I can say this, when you get a lot of colors on a hat, just meaning multiple colors.
Me or anyone?
When one does.
Okay.
I tend to shy away from it. Red under brim, blue regular brim. You got blue on the front, white on the front, the red, and then there's white and the blue, and it all bleeds together. Then it's usually a little too busy for me. This one works.
So I
this
don't
works
like
well.
I don't like loud. A lot of the gear now is loud, especially the 5950s. Which, by the way, how long have we done a show together? Long enough that when we started, I was a flat build cap 5950 guy.
Exclusively.
That was the only hats I wore.
Yeah, it was like an exclusive deal without any money changing hands to you.
So I was 24 maybe, and at my wheelhouse, that was right around Ryan's age, starting the midday show with you. I was a 5950 flat bill cap guy only. And now I will never buy another one of those. It's not that I hate them. I just don't like how they look on me. I am a snapback hat guy. I want a little mesh on the sides, possibly.
I like the mesh for breathability.
Yeah, breathability. Also, let me just turn this around. I want to show you.
Let me show you. Show me that.
It's red and blue on the snapback part.
Oh, would you look at that? So the fastener is red. The home base where the fastener goes into is blue. It works.
So I'm happy about this purchase.
That's good.
I'm ready for the game tonight. I will be in the crowd with the masses, the thousands and thousands of Capitals fans that'll be in attendance. Let's do this thing. Let's play hockey. Let's go game 2. Alex Ovechkin. Everyone talks about the game winner in overtime, in OV time during the playoffs. People sleep. It was Alex Ovechkin who got the scoring started in a two-goal performance. How are you going to start your playoffs after the OV chase down the stretch to surpass Gretzky? How about from his office on the point to welcome and usher in a brand new postseason?
Top line stand here as they will not yield to the second unit. Strome going to be the puck carrier across center. So Wilson right side, driving into the zone. Across to Ovechkin. A shot, he scores! Alex Ovechkin leads it off here in Game 1. It's a power play goal. It's 1-0 Washington.
I'm thinking about making a sizable bet.
Oh.
Not like...
How many units are we talking here?
Ooh, maybe like a 4 or 5 unit bet.
What, dude?
Yeah.
What?
Not huge. I'm not Pat McAfee, dropping my, thousands of dollars or whatever. But if we go normally like $10, $20 units, maybe I put 4 or 5 of those on an OV goal tonight.
Grant Portnoy over here.
Why not keep the good times going? We're going to have our Capital to score a goal draft to end the show. We'll do that throughout the postseason. Right now, the scoreboard. Darius 3.
Okay. And everyone else?
Danny 0.
Right.
Me 0.
Yep.
Ryan 0. And welcome to the Caps draft for the first time, Toby Altizer, who's sitting at 0 as well. Hard to get a point when you don't get the draft.
You don't get the draft, yeah.
So that's tough for him. But Darius, all 3 of the goals that were scored in game 1 were guys that Darius Dameron drafted.
Well, we have to redraft, otherwise the whole contest is over.
No, we draft every game.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like we have to do it that way.
Yeah.
Otherwise, like we just all go home because Darius was so fake modest about it, if I can say that. Like probably the nicest guy of all time. Talking about Darius, usually very like just a sweet, thoughtful dude, very
Until
kind,
he isn't.
mild mannered.
Until you beat him in Madden.
Well, you run a scissor route
until you snore all night long in West Palm Beach.
Yeah,
there are times.
I can't believe they share a room, share a studio together right now. By the way,
Darius. You don't want to be like he may cut you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
But when he wins and does that pretend, you know what I noticed? You know what's so funny? All the guys that scored were my guys last night, just rubbing my face in it. You know what I mean? Sitting right next to me, not looking at me, but addressing me. You know what I'm talking about? Just ran me down. It was like, well, everyone else lost too, but it was like, especially you, Danny. You're stupid.
Speaking of running people down, I don't know what was worse for Orioles fans. Poor Birds fans, like my beloved wife last evening. The Orioles getting destroyed by the Nationals at Nats Park.
Hate to see it.
7-0 final. 14-1 hits advantage for Washington.
Yep.
They just absolutely destroyed the Birds. But in the meantime, in addition to just getting embarrassed and playing, and I'm not exaggerating, the worst 9 innings of baseball that any team has played against the Nats this season in terms of fielding and base running, and it was just a what not to do clinic for a big league ball club. In addition to all of that, instead of being charged $89.99 for the rest of the season,
this is injury and insult here
for Masson Plus, a bunch of Orioles fans, I don't know how they deciphered between the two, but I guess it was maybe based on geography or whatever, were charged $8,999.
Now, see, that's not a good price. That's too much. That's too much.
Can you imagine having to deal with that in like the first inning where you just see that a card just got overdrawn or 9,000 is coming out of your account and you're absolutely apoplectic and you're on the phone working with Masson to sort it out, and then you watch your team get shut out by the Nationals? What a night. What a night.
I paid $9,000 for this.
Dylan Cruz, boys and girls. 3 home runs in 4 games, like they used to say on NBA Jam. He's heating up.
Here's the wind of the pitch. Swing by Cruz and a drive to deep left center field. This is way back. Going, goodbye. Into the Budweiser red seats in left center field. Bang! Zoom goes Dylan Cruz with a long home run. A 429-foot shot.
We still want to send him down to the minors? We still want Alex Call to start every day over him? We're still doing that, right? Oh, we're not. Okay.
No, thanks.
Good to know. 287 expected batting average right now would be 82nd percentile in baseball. Now, he actually hits 189, but he's been one of the least lucky hitters in the sport. Should be hitting 100 points higher. Expected slug, 495. That would be 75th percentile. Actual slug, 324. Barrel percentage at this point is 79th percentile. He's going to be okay.
What do we have to do to get him into the top half of that order? What else has to happen? Who we got to talk to? Is there anybody that can answer the call?
I'm just happy they didn't take James Wood out of the game last night.
Well,
yeah. We'll start with that, and we'll worry about where Dylan Cruz bats later.
I got plenty. Yeah, you know what? It's a positive thing. They won 7-0. Mitch Parker was unbelievable. Right, 1 hit over 8. By the way, walk to first batter of the game was ball. So many balls to start the game, and you're going, uh-oh. He's due for an ERA regression, right? He's been pitching sub-2. This might be the time. And gave up a lousy opposite field single to Cedric Mullins in the third, and that's all she wrote. Retired the last 17 dudes he faced. Unbelievably good.
8 innings, 1 hit for him. He's not missing bats or generating strikeouts, but he gets lots of weak contact, and he did it again in a masterpiece last night. The Nats hosting the Birds this evening, 6:45. The game's over on the Team 980 because the Caps game, playoff hockey, is right here on 106.7 The Fan at 7 o'clock. They are giving away another 10,000 James Wood oversized bobbleheads tonight. I will say the crowd at Nats Park last night was tremendous.
It was great.
30,000 people. Sure, there were a lot of Orioles fans. That's expected. Just like there's tons of Red and Nats fans at Camden Yards when the series shifts up to Balmer Hunt. But I thought the vibes were as good as they've been in that ballpark, not only all season, but in a long time. Leaving, I was sitting in traffic. I was having a hard time walking out the center field gate. Things that never happened. If you needed food, you had to wait for it. If you needed a bathroom, there was a line. And while these are inconveniences and somewhat annoying, it was nice to not feel like you were at Tropicana Field.
Seriously.
Which is generally how my weeknight experiences go.
No crickets, no tumbleweed. I mean, it was a one of them regulation ballparks, right? On a game that meant something to those folks. And it was fun. The atmosphere was really, really good, I thought. I'm with you. Both for, recognizing what was happening from Nats fans as Mitchell Parker got deeper and deeper into the game. Every time we'd come off the field, getting a nice rousing ovation as the guys close to that first base dugout were getting up, and everyone else would as well. Understanding, hey, he's retired 11 in a row, 12 in a row, 14 in a row, now 17. People are going nuts for it. It was fun, man. Really one of those good old-fashioned baseball atmospheres you hear about.
We are 1 day away from the NFL draft on Grant and Danny, and on 106.7 The Fan. As a reminder, we will have a watch party tonight out and about at MGM National Harbor's Tap Sports Bar. So if you want to watch the first round with us, that's where we will be. But the Thursday night round 1 is going to be a blast. I saw, Danny, that the odds on Shedeur Sanders going in the first round are now plummeting. You could get different numbers at different places. The last one I happened to see, Ryan and I were looking at TV a little bit ago here at City Tap House, where we're broadcasting live until 6:30 near the Cap One Arena. But Shedeur Sanders was minus 120 to fall into the second round.
To be drafted in the second round.
I do not buy this smoke, but odds makers almost everywhere are reacting to some of it, and it is getting increasingly likely that Shedeur Sanders falls down the board.
I mean, there was as of yesterday, I was talking to a couple different Giants fans that I happen to know in my life, and they were convinced he was going 3. They were convinced that the Giants were simply going to take him because it's what the Giants would do. It's out of order. It's out of whack. They're going to fire.
When was this?
This was yesterday.
They still think he's going 3rd?
No, as of yesterday.
But even yesterday, I mean, nothing's really changed. That hasn't been part of the narrative in 2 weeks.
But I mean, that's the thing is like they think this is just all smoke. They've done all their due diligence, and it's the most Giants thing possible to have a coach on the hot seat, a GM on the hot seat, then to draft a quarterback to leave, the inherited thing for the next guy that tries to come in and clean up a mess. They were convinced of both these guys independently. And now it's not only will he not go 3rd, again, according to what we're seeing, he may not go 3rd. Fine. Is he going 6th? Someone trades up. Is he going 9th to New Orleans? Is he going 21st to Pittsburgh? Nope. Not in the first round at all. That's the latest. So the potential's there at 3 for the Giants to do something I'd say admittedly unexpected, but still a top 10 pick, right? Right? Nope. Out of the first round. That's the favorite. Not like, hey, it's even money or it's a good value bet. The favorite is he doesn't go in the first round. That's crazy.
I just can't remember a player this polarizing at the very top of the board who's a face of a draft type guy. Listen to these 2 different quotes that both came out in the media within the last 24 hours. The first is from a, quote, longtime NFL assistant coach. So I don't know if that's an offensive guy, defensive guy. There's not enough information. But the quote is, one longtime NFL assistant coach said his time with Sanders was, quote, the worst formal interview I've ever been in my life. He is so entitled. He takes unnecessary sacks. He never plays on time. He has horrible body language. He blames his teammates. But the biggest thing is he's not that good, end quote.
Other than that, how was the play?
First of all, it sounds like he hates the guy or he, slept with his girlfriend or something. I mean, I've never heard such a damning and damaging quote leading up to a draft from anybody. That is wild. I believe that quote was given to Tom Pelissero. But Pelissero then also had this quote from an executive in the NFC who said, if you look at wow throws, he's got probably the best collection of those over the entire crop, meaning in this quarterback class. Mm-hmm. So it's a little eye of the beholder here.
Sure.
But one extreme is saying, man, this guy makes all the throws. I really like him. The other is, I don't trust him to babysit my kids.
Seriously.
And he's going to steal my lunch if he gets a chance to. Like, I can't believe those quotes.
Yeah. I mean, again, the level, this is one of the themes we've been talking about here for leading up to this for the last week plus is the level of variance on him. Before I thought, hey, he's going to slip out of the first round. I thought anywhere from 3 to 21. That's already a pretty big range for somebody, right? Now it's 3 to what, 35? That's nuts to me.
I know that someone told you that, and so you probably use it. I would not even go with that quote if I was a reporter. I don't think. It's that almost personal, but it's so negative. I guess your job is to tell both sides, right? You're just reporting what they say.
Somebody said.
So you pass it on. It feels gross, though, to me.
It feels like that annual Nolan Naraki thing.
Yeah, but like the day before the draft, to throw that out there on somebody, I just get that, to quote Charlie Slows, ancient philosopher and Nats broadcaster, it gives me the ick. I just don't like that quote.
Smell what you're cooking. Again, I always try to filter it through who benefits from that.
Yeah.
Is there a team that is trying to poison the well so that he slips to them or slips to their spot so they can get a better offer and trade? I mean, you always try to wonder and look for the motivation there, but like, it's hard to find that one. You could say a couple of negative things. I don't love the kid, or I worry about makeup, or it takes too many necessary. You could have a negative viewpoint, get that out there without going. Not only do I not like it, but let me put my flamethrower on. Let me get my blowtorch on this thing just to make sure that everyone knows how visceral this reaction is.
G&D on the Fan, City Tap House Penn Quarter today ahead of Caps Game 2. Come on out to City Tap House. Hang out with us. We are taking you up to the drop of the puck tonight, a little after 7. You'll hear the game right here on 106.7 The Fan. If you are going to the game, this is your pregame spot. Let's get into Game 2. Which Capitals got to shine tonight? if they're going to take a commanding edge in this series. At 3 o'clock and 40 minutes, we'll get into the NFL draft with Arif Hassan, who covers the event. Pretty wild, top of the board. Nobody knows what's going to happen after the first couple of picks. You're listening to The Fan.
Striking out is my ick.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my friends and my realtors. That's Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. Listen to this. Their client, Beth, was able to sell her home for well over asking price and in just 6 days. So how's this possible? How do they keep doing this? Well, there's a difference between selling your home and selling it right. Beth hired Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team because they know how to sell homes right. Their buyers and waiting program led Beth to getting multiple offers. More offers equals, you guessed it, more money for you. So let them use that database of theirs of well-qualified buyers to get your home sold. Reynolds of Power Home Team is so confident they will get your home sold for the most money that if your home for some crazy reason doesn't sell, they'll buy it. That's right. Debbie and Sarah will buy it. That is their guarantee. So call the only ones you should trust to sell your home. Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team. Do it now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. One more time, that's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Game 2 for the Capitals and the Canadiens coming up tonight at Capital One Arena. Washington looking to take a 2-0 series lead. That'll be a 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear John Walton on the call right here on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Orioles last night 7-0. Mitchell Parker going 8 innings, giving up just 1 hit and no runs. The Nats take on the Orioles game 2 of the series tonight, 6:45 first pitch. You can hear that game over on the Team 980 tonight with Caps Hockey right here on the Fan. Trevor Williams taking the hill for the Nationals. He's 1-2 with a 5.95 ERA, taking on Tomoyuki Sagano for the Orioles, who's 2-1 with a 3.43 ERA. In the NBA last night, playoff action, the Pacers beat the Bucks 123-115. They take a 2-0 series lead. The Thunder took a 2-0 series lead, beating the Grizzlies 118-99. And the Lakers tied the series with the T-Wolves 94-85 with the Game 2 win last night. Celtics taking on the Magic at 7 o'clock tonight. Jason Tatum is doubtful with a wrist injury. The Cavaliers taking on the Heat at 7:30, and the Rockets taking on the Warriors at 9:30. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
On site at City Tap House, Penn Quarter ahead of the Caps, playing game 2 against the Canadiens. We're Grant and Danny. You're locked into the Fan. I want to get into who's got to shine for the locals tonight if they're going to go up 2-0. But it was a huge morning in the Paulson household, and nobody was around for me to celebrate with.
Oh.
So I figured I could take it to the airwaves with my pal, Danny Huhe, right now.
Well, that's me. I can help you.
So for my daughter's birthday, my brother and his wife gave Reagan a pretty cool gift, which was you get these little baby caterpillars, and then they grow into butterflies in like a net that's provided for you. But what's interesting is, so you open it, and it's like a net, and there's a card on how to get the caterpillars. And so you have to like go to this website, you pay for shipping for like $6. They send you 4 tiny little caterpillars in a little, basically cup, essentially, with food.
Okay.
And we've had them for bordering on a month at this point, and they're just sitting like in the dining room. And my daughter's obsessed, and she goes over and she looks at the caterpillars. And what's happening is they keep getting bigger and bigger, and these are now giant.
Sure, yeah.
They're giant caterpillars.
Uh-huh.
So they started, I want you to think about like maybe the width of a quarter, like half of that.
Okay.
And now they're the size of like, I don't know, 3 of them would make a $1 bill, right? They've got
like the size of a finger almost.
Yeah, they're big
Right?
suckers. And so I keep checking them every morning because she's like, her and my wife and the kids, they went to the beach for a couple days. They're coming back this week. But if they start cocooning, then I have to now put them in the net for her. You see?
So you've got a job to do.
I have to monitor the
You
caterpillars.
are on assignment.
But all of them have to be cocooning. There's 5 of them, I think, or 4 of them. And they have to cocoon for multiple days before I transfer them into the net. And then in the net, however long it happens, I didn't read the paperwork. I'm not really involved.
Not a paperwork guy.
They become butterflies. And then we, I guess, release them to the wild. I'm not really sure. But I tell you all of this, Danny Rouillet, so that I can inform you that after weeks of looking at these caterpillars grow, today I go downstairs, I check the caterpillars. One of them is cocooning.
Here we go.
And so I call my daughter, and the joy, the exuberance. Also some FOMO, I will say. Maybe not thrilled that she's not there for the moment.
Sure.
But there's still several others that need to cocoon, so she's going to be back in plenty
So
of
they
time.
all have to be on the same page, and then you transfer them?
Yeah, I can't transfer them one at a time. Like, they all have to be hanging.
I wonder why that is.
I don't know. That's what I was told. I didn't bother reading the manual.
Listen, this is my – you're doing what I would do.
Yeah.
Is that's all. That's great. Tell me exactly what to do and leave out no detail.
But I do find myself fascinated by this. I think the whole thing's amazing. This is going to sound dumb, and it's probably a better conversation to have. Like, you and I aren't weed guys.
Okay.
But if we were on gummies or smoking or something, like
Sure.
passing the joint, like, dude, they start as a caterpillar, they become a butterfly. That's crazy. Like, I can't believe what's happening. Do you get what I'm saying? They started as this little tiny caterpillar.
Yeah.
Now they're giant, fluffy, legit. You see them on the sidewalk. Oh my God, look at that caterpillars. Now they're cocooning.
Sure.
And if I just wait more time, like waiting for something to be done in the stove, they're going to turn into butterflies with wings that are really pretty and flying around.
Yeah.
That's insane to me. That the whole thing is, I will put it on par with how planes work as like not being able to understand the process. I'm fixated on it.
Okay.
Like, don't act like you get it.
No,
I understand that you know that it happens.
No, it's not that I
but
get it.
You're kind of like right now, like, oh, okay, tough guy. Like, I know all about caterpillars. How does it happen? How does that thing become wings?
How does anything happen?
This is my point.
Well, how does this microphone work? Do you really know?
No.
Yeah,
but
like there's a
point.
wire. My voice goes through a wire.
You're not interested in that?
So
you're not staring at the caterpillar going, how in the heck is, like, why are we here?
No, I'm not.
How is this all happening?
I'm not trying to belittle your thing. I guess the thing I'm saying is, I had that. Wait, what? In like school when we were kids.
That's
whatever
how she
age.
got. Like, I think she did it in kindergarten or whatever. Or she's in kindergarten, maybe the beginning of the year, and talked about it. So now we're doing one at home.
Right, whatever grade it was. I honestly don't remember if it was Mrs. Mead, Mrs. Grossman's class, or Mrs. Frennick's class, first grade. I don't remember. But whatever it was, I went like, wait, what? They wrap. What do you mean they wrap themselves in a cocoon? With what? Where does the cocoon come from? Explain that. Does it come out? Does it come out of something? Is it like a spider web? But like they just wrap. And then when does it become like firm?
It's like a spider 2-eye banana.
In a way, honestly. That's how we got the name of that football boy, man. Watching butterflies become themselves. Metamorphosis, man.
I just think the whole thing is wild.
Well, I mean, so like mammals, right? It's like everybody kind of is doing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's dad, there's mom, business, whatever, right? You get it. For the insect kingdom, like there's a bunch of wild stuff that happens where it's like, yeah, this is their exoskeleton. I'm sorry, the what? Imagine you're Grant. You're just sitting here. I'm just like, I'm Grant. I'm going to the Caps game tonight. I got great seats. I'll be on the glass. And then it's like your skeleton's on the outside. Exoskeleton. Tell me that's normal.
Cesar
You know what I mean?
on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube chat says he needs cocoon picks. I'll get you some. It's going to have to wait till after game 2 tonight when I get home.
I tell you what, if you go right now,
go
back home, take those picks, and come right back, you'll be back in time.
Our boss will be fine with that.
Yeah.
Hey, why did you leave the show? Well, Cesar wanted cocoon picks of my caterpillars.
We just announced why you wanted. I'm leaving the show, sir.
All right, so I will get those for you on Instagram maybe tonight at some point. It'll be a lot of cap stuff and then just cocoons of caterpillars.
Caps cocoon.
At Grant H. Paulson. Let's talk Caps game 2. The magnitude of this game, I think, is pretty obvious. I don't think people need me to explain the difference between 1-1 and 2-0. In terms of the likeliness of winning, I can give you those numbers in a best-of-7 series. But the command that you take, and selfishly, for me and so many of you listening, the ease of tensions and anxieties, at least for the moment, as this series shifts to Montreal, where the Canadians have a point in 11 of 12, and I think 110 in regulation of their final 12 games down the stretch. A very tough place to go, a very loud building. They haven't been in the playoffs in a few years. It's going to be rocking.
There's some pen up,
Dude, one of the reasons in 21, I think it was, that they made that unlikely run deep into the East was people didn't want to go to their building. It's just not a fun place to have to play. And to go there 2-0, and you feel like, worst case scenario, you lose game 3. Now you still have an opportunity in game 4 to take the 3-1 lead, and inevitably then you're in a golden spot. Don't look at Caps history. Tonight's just so big, man. And you've got the fans behind you. You've got the momentum of the overtime winner. You outplayed them for probably 46, 47 minutes of game 1. You got to find a way. I don't know how to do it. I don't know what to tell you, but if at the end of the night they're up 2-0, the chances of winning this series rocket ship.
Well, I mean, it's like, think of baseball. The biggest difference in the sport is what happens on a 1-1 count, right? It's your expected batting average, your expected result at the plate is, the largest possible gap, the largest possible fluctuation. So you want to avoid that 1-1 situation where whoever wins game 3 statistically wins the series. I know it's a little bit different in hockey, but that's kind of the thing we're talking about here. You're up 2-0. You can have one of those. Hey, they gave everything they had. They have all the momentum. The place went nuts. Talking about the Bell Center in Montreal. You're still in the driver's seat of this thing, right? If you just keep holding serve, you win the series. They're the ones back against the wall now, right? Put their backs against the wall, I guess is kind of the point of this. So this is a massive one, right? It's easier. It's not dire if you lose this game because you won game one. You put that deposit in the bank. But to your point, it's you have a chance now at an easier series, if that's such a thing in the NHL. But yeah, this is a big one. So what I'd expect is you may not get that same level of, oh my God, pucker that you got in the third period the other night for the Caps. Maybe that happens if they're giving away a lead again. But I mean, to me, this is one of those little bit of a sigh of relief after game one, play a little freer, a little easier, put together 60 minutes, and I'll take my chances.
Well, I also think that the way Alex Ovechkin played, scoring 2 goals, including an overtime winner, the way Anthony Beauvillier helped replace Alexi Protas, the way Alex Alexiev, who did have dental surgery done yesterday after losing a bunch of teeth, but he will play tonight, filled in admirably for Martin Feravari, and the fact that Logan Thompson was back and was not watching Charlie Lindgren play. A lot of the nerves that we had while we were sitting here at City Tap House 48 hours ago, I don't want to say they've gone away, but they have been quelled and subsided some. The numbers, a team that takes a 2-0 series lead in a best-of-7 series all time wins that series at an 86% clip. I will take that.
Yeah, hard to argue with that, right?
That, when you go up 2-0 at home, goes up to 88%, which is odd because it means, you're a little bit worse off if you win the first 2 in someone's building and then come back to your place. But I won't bother.
Because that usually what it means is you were the worst team for a larger sample.
Correct.
Right? So the better team holding serve at home because they got their first 2 games at home, yeah, they're in the driver's seat. They're better, right?
All-time teams in the Cap situation, though, where you go up 2-0 in your building and then hit the road, at about an 89% clip, 887, they win the series. So tonight, gargantuan, because you're down around 50% if it's split, and then you've lost home ice. So it goes without saying tonight is paramount. Looking at Money Puck, which is one of my favorite analytics sites for the NHL, they do a lot of math and data to just try to determine odds. Right now, they give the chance, the Caps a 77% chance of getting to the second round, a 34% chance of getting to the conference final, a 14% chance of getting to the Stanley Cup, which I will take, by the way.
I'll take that right now.
And they've got them at
Wizards Cooper flag odds.
6.1% to win the Stanley Cup. Now, if you're wondering, Winnipeg, Carolina, Toronto, Florida, even Vegas and LA narrowly, Colorado a little bit better, but the Caps at about 6% likely to win the Stanley Cup at this point. They've given them a chance right now to sweep this thing at 17%. I won't be using the S word on the show very much today. This team doesn't do that. So even up 3-0, I will assume that Montreal takes a game because you can just scroll through the Caps history as long as you want to.
Yeah.
The whole 4 wins, 0 losses thing isn't something we do around these parts.
Not really a thing. If they were up by 8 goals with 30 seconds left in game 4, if they were up 3-0, I'd go, I think there's a pretty good chance. Like, that's as far as I would give it.
They might be able to pull it off.
I think they could do it.
Is the face-off in the offensive or defensive zone?
Neutral zone face-off.
Okay. Now
that's as far as I'm willing to.
give them a shot.
Right.
Defensive zone, I'm a little nervous.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. They're like whatever the craziest pace for allowing goals in human history.
City Tap House is where the show's at today. We are live in Penn Quarter ahead of Game 2. We'll hang out with listeners all the way up to 6:30. That's when I'm headed over, and we'll walk over together to the arena to get in for puck drop a little after 7 tonight. Next, I wanted to talk about the passing of a broadcasting legend who is a big part of one of my favorite childhood Redskins memories. Next on Grant and Danny. City Tap House, Grant and Danny, live from Penn Quarter on the Fan. We are just a few blocks from Capital One Arena. The Caps play tonight right here on the Fan just after 7 o'clock. You'll hear John Walton's call. The Nats are in action this evening against the Orioles. They're trying to take a 3-game set from Baltimore. They can win tonight. They'll win the first 2 games of this series. That game at 6:45 will be over on the Team 980. That starts in 4 hours after they walloped the Birds last night. 7-0 out hit them 14-1. Danny, I did want to mention this happened toward the end of our show yesterday, and I didn't see it until we were done. I felt bad about it. But Mike Patrick, who is a long-time sports broadcaster and one of my first favorite play-by-play guys as a kid when I really fell in love with that role and that industry and the way of calling games that he provided, he was a part of a booth that was my wheelhouse when I was a little guy growing up. Sunday Night Football on ESPN. So this was before Network Sunday Night Football, Night in America, all the stuff that they've had on NBC and wherever else. This was Mike Patrick, Paul McGuire, and Redskins legend Joe Theismann. And Mike Patrick, who passed away yesterday at the age of 80, he had golden pipes. But his voice with McGuire and Theismann, it was perfect. But it was synonymous with big football for me. Because from when I was old enough to remember to probably my favorite Redskins teams, 99s, 2000s, he called all the biggest games. So the distinct memory I have is my favorite team ever in this town, the 99 Washington Redskins, winning the division at 10-6. And they were in San Francisco for what I'm guessing was like a Week 16 game, maybe the penultimate game of the season. Maybe it was Week 17. I don't know. But they clinched the division by beating the 49ers that night with Mike Patrick on the call. And I still remember before the play, him and Paul McGuire and Joe Theismann talking, and they go, "Do you think the Redskins know what's at stake here?" And like yesterday, I remember sitting in my basement on the couch, and Centers catches a pass from Larry Centers, from Brad Johnson, and Centers just walks into the end zone. But the call from Patrick was, "Centers, wide open." That's peak childhood.
Yep, right there.
He's no longer with us, but so many moments like that I can remember with him on the mic.
Yeah, he was here locally. I mean, it was went to GW, by the way.
That I did not know,
Patrick
honestly.
did, yeah.
He was a DMV guy?
Yeah, I mean, he was when he passed here this past week was in Fairfax, Virginia at the time. A lot of time in Northern Virginia. Like as you said, like there are certain guys, and there's a lot of folks who have done, a lot of announcers who have done sort of a wide range of things. Like there's some really good broadcasters. Guys like a Sean McDonough, for example, has done everything under the sun. There are a handful of guys, though, that for whatever reason, I think it's because of their ability, when they're on the call, whatever it is feels bigger. Nance has kind of gotten to that point. He's gotten to that point. There are a handful of other guys. Mike Patrick was that for me. It felt more significant if Mike Patrick was doing the game, right? Whether it was Sunday Night Football, which they had forever, or a College World Series game, it felt like a bigger deal when he was doing it. And the ability, this is something I thought was remarkable that he had. So like I'm a Gus Johnson fan, for example. Like I think it's okay to be excited, even in play-by-play. When something big happens and he's going nuts. Patrick could rise to the moment without shouting. That's such a rare ability if you think about it. And it's not to knock guys that get excited when somebody hits something. You go, oh, and you lose your mind. But he had that sort of, there's an extra rumble, there was an extra bit of emphasis, or whatever you want to call it. He was so good at that for like those kind of moments you're talking about where you see it wide open. Like that was big without him going, losing his mind or blowing his voice out.
This was Mike Patrick on the call of one of the iconic plays in NFL history, certainly one of the most memorable plays of my childhood, the Music City Miracle, where the Titans with the throwback pass on a return beat the Buffalo Bills.
Dyson and Bird are deep. Taken by Neal. He gives it to Wycheck. That looked like a forward pass. Taken by Dyson. Dyson's on the sideline. Dyson's going to go all the way. There is no flag.
CK just told me he lived right by Old Keene Mill in Fairfax County Parkway.
Yeah.
How did I not know that?
I was always
kind of so psyched for Mike Patrick.
I was always kind of secretly hoping to run into him when we moved to Fairfax not too long ago.
So has he always lived here?
I don't think he always did.
That adds to the broadcast team of him, because I remember my mom she still is. Like, she texts me probably once a week to get Joe Theismann on the show. That's like her show tip all the time. I'm like, yeah, we're doing our best here. We're pushing through. She's like, how's everything going? I'm like, could be better.
She's like, you know what you can do. Here's the strategy.
You need to get Joe Theismann on the show. And I'm like, I agree. I love Joe Theismann. But anyway, that was her broadcast crew too because of that. But so him and Theismann are just having drinks in Herndon all the time. Like they're just hanging out at the Vienna Inn. Like, that's wild to me. So did he work at a local? Now I need to look up his career. At a local TV, or is it just random that he lived here?
I don't remember exactly how it went, but I know that I remember being at GW and finding out that he had gone there as after I graduated, like, hey, look at this list of broadcasters and pretty influential people.
So he was a revolutionary.
He was not. It was colonial at the time. They only changed it recently.
Did Darius dump that or no?
I think it's okay because that's what they were called.
Okay, it's like saying Redskin now.
Yeah, it's information. Yeah. I don't. Maybe somebody was offended. You don't know, but So he went here and was commissioned in the Air Force, and I think he was mostly a local guy. I think he was on a couple of local networks here for a short amount of time, but it was another of the distinguished list of folks that have been local broadcasters. But I only knew him as a big national silly.
Wow, that 99 call. In fact, I bet you I could find it on YouTube and maybe watch it in the next couple of weeks. But it's funny how that your childhood, the nostalgia, like burns things into your memory as if you're burning a CD or something. But I can remember that broadcast and specific things about it like it was a week ago. And it's been 26 years.
Yeah, Paul McGuire just starting every sentence with, here's a guy, and then explaining what
Paul
the guy was.
Paul McGuire was a 10, too. Big personality. Arif Hassan covers the NFL draft. It starts tomorrow. The Commanders have the 29th pick. You heard from Adam Peters yesterday. We're going to talk about some of the things Peters had to say as the show goes on, including how much more complicated the process is for Washington now that they're picking at the bottom of the first round, and so much is to be determined and out of their control ahead of them. But we'll talk to Hassan about that. What does he think happens at the edge position? Where do those guys come off the board? What's it mean for the Commanders? That's next, live from City Tap House, where we're getting ready for Caps hockey in Penn Quarter today on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Game 2 tonight for the Capitals, taking on the Canadiens in the Stanley Cup Playoffs. Washington leading the series 1-0 with their 3-2 overtime victory in Game 1. 7 p.m. puck drop at Capital One Arena. Can hear that game right here on 106.7 The Fan tonight. John Walton on the call. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Orioles last night 7-0 behind 8 scoreless innings from Mitchell Parker. Game 2 of the series tonight. 6:45 first pitch at Nationals Park. You can hear that game over on the Team 980 with Caps hockey right here on the Fan tonight. Trevor Williams taking the hill for the Nationals. Tomoyuki Sugano taking the hill for the Orioles. In the NBA, the Pacers beat the Bucks last night 123-115. They're up 2-0 in this series. The Thunder beat the Grizzlies 118-99 to take a 2-0 series lead. And the Lakers even the series with a 94-85 win over the Timberwolves yesterday in Game 2. Today, the Celtics taking on the Magic. Boston leads the series 1-0. That'll tip off at 7 o'clock. Jason Tatum is doubtful with a wrist injury. Cavaliers taking on the Heat at 7:30. Cleveland leads that series 1-0. And the Rockets taking on the Warriors at 9:30. The Warriors lead that series 1-0. Tomorrow, first round of the NFL Draft. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
If you're going to the Caps game, they play the Canadiens tonight, Game 2, best of 7 series, Capital One Arena. Your pregame stop in Penn Quarter right by the arena for drinks and food. City Tap House, Penn Quarter. That's where we are. We're going to be here until 6:30 with listeners.
We are Grant and Danny, and this is the show that's brought to you by our friends, the law firm of Condori and Morad. They can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney, whatever you need. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That is kmlawyers.com.
By the way, we're a traveling roadshow.
Seriously.
We got a little Barnum and Bailey circus thing going on this week. You and I'll be the, I don't want to do anything high in the air. I'll be the motorcycler in the ball.
I'll be the trapeze guy.
You could train the tigers and do that kind of thing.
No, the trapeze don't bite.
Although, they got rid of all the animals in the circus. That ricks me. I'm sure someone's mad at me for saying that. But I want elephants and tigers and lions and stuff.
I feel like a zoo could do that. Wouldn't the zoo do that for you?
But but
you see them do stuff.
The zoo, they're not, doing standing up and raising their hand and waving at me and whatnot. Tomorrow, you and I have a draft party. We're going to be at MGM National Harbor, Tap Sports Bar, watching the first round. And then Friday, we're heading out west a bit. We're going out to Chantilly to Pupatella Pizza. Only the most delicious, wonderful pizza.
So good.
In the area. Pupatella Pizza Friday for our field trip with listeners ahead of what's going to be Game 3 for the Caps and the Canadiens on the road. The Nationals and the Mets have a series with Juan Soto back in town for Game 1 and the NFL Draft for rounds 2 and 3. So going to be an awesome next few days on Grant and Danny. But let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning in the DMV, and bring on to the show a draft expert who's going to give us some insight on what Washington's going to do at number 29. Arif Hassan joins us now. Thanks so much for a couple of minutes. We really appreciate it. We know you're busy. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing
Great,
very
buddy.
well. So what we were saying last hour is that Shedeur Sanders is kind of the pivot point right now. But it seems to be becoming increasingly obvious that he's going to fall a bunch. Is that how you see this, or do you think he still could go 3 or 9 or 21?
Yeah, I don't see him going around 3. I think there's an outside possibility that he goes 9. But certainly, a lot of people are pegging him to the Steelers at 21. That's been a conversation over the past week. And I'm a little bit surprised. I see him as a better quarterback prospect than that. But I know that a lot of people, have been talking about the way the league has kind of interpreted him. And it doesn't have anything to do with the amount of attention he gets or Deion Sanders or anything like that. And they, in fact, like Shedeur a lot as a mature locker room leader and a hard worker, but it's just that there's not really a trump card for him. Like with Cam Ward, you have, this outstanding arm and a lot of physical ability, but with Shedeur, you don't have as much in terms of his athleticism, in terms of his arm, and he's not quite accurate enough to just be kind of that pocket passer that everyone loves. Now, I think that he's a really good quarterback. He deserves to be kind of a top 10 pick, and I could still see it, but it very much seems like the rest of the league doesn't see him the same way. Still kind of just a tier below Cam Ward, still a first-round guy, but closer to that 20s area. And certainly where he goes will kind of define the rest of the draft for a lot of people.
Wide left footballs, Arif Hassan. So to double click on that, what's your reaction today to some of these betting markets who have him favored to go in round 2? Like, why is that happening?
Betting markets are usually very good at identifying, things where there's a lot of data and things where there's a lot of people betting. They're not really very good at this kind of specific, who's going to go where in the draft, who's going to run what in the 40. They're notoriously bad at identifying trade targets and free agency. That's not a big deal to me. I know that betting markets, for example, had Will Levis going top 10, right? Like these are just, people are just responding. There's reasons that there are like strict limits on how much you can bet on these draft props and stuff like that. To me, it's not that big a deal.
So Arif, if it's not Shedeur Sanders, where's kind of the flashpoint or the fork in the road in this draft here for you? If things go more chalky than maybe some like me are anticipating.
Yeah, I mean, it might even be as high as 5. I know that for the past couple of days, a lot of people have been talking about identifying Mason Graham to the Jacksonville Jaguars, which certainly a strong possibility that there's a good fit there. The team, it sounds like, does like him. But the more I'm hearing out of Jacksonville, the less it seems like they even want to pick there. They might want to trade down. And they're okay kind of losing a chance at grabbing Mason Graham if that happens, and that'll change everything if they trade out, right? So if you've got, maybe say the Jets trade up to get Armand Membo or possibly even Kelvin Banks, it is possible that the rest of the draft looks completely different if you don't take that defensive tackle there. You could see, players like cornerback Will Johnson get pushed down, players that, you would expect to go a little bit higher, kind of moving into different areas. I ran a simulation where exactly that thing happened, and we saw, luckily for Washington, we saw some edge rushers kind of fall down a little bit further than the draft than you'd expect. And so that kind of area at number 5 is, I think, pretty big. Where Ashton Genty goes is going to be big, so that there's a lot of steam right now that the Bears might be trading up into the top 10, one of the few teams that's been rumored to actually want to trade up instead of down. And my estimate is that would be for someone like an Ashton Genty. And if they do that, that also alters the shape of the draft. But if they don't, then you've got some question marks like, is he going to go to the Raiders at 7 or what's going to happen there? So I think that's kind of where we start seeing the shape of the draft, kind of take form.
Who's the guy that's going to fall? I know that's it's always such a subjective thing. I actually hate the term, just as a quick editorial, because like no one's been selected yet. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just based on prognostications and a couple of guys mock drafts, and they know a little bit more than we do. But who's somebody that folks think is going to go high that isn't in your mind?
To me, somebody like a Walter Nolan could be that kind of guy. I know that, earlier in the year, he'd been projected as potentially top 10. I know that right now he's not necessarily projected top 10. But I think kind of the locker room-ish concerns about him, he would quit practices when he's frustrated and leave. He had an opportunity to prove that that's not who he was at the Senior Bowl. He ended up leaving during practices then. He's not that great against the run. He's kind of a pure pass rusher, but his production wasn't really as high as you'd expect a pure pass rusher to be. And so he has all the athletic potential in the world, but there are a lot of athletes without a ton of production that people like Shamar Stewart. But I think in order for that kind of player to succeed, you need to be really assured that the kind of player that you're getting is one that's going to work hard to kind of fix their problems. And so while everyone knows about legitimate off-field problems for, say, Isaiah Bond and Mike Green, there's these smaller concerns that don't rise to the level of, say, criminality that still impact, the way that people perceive these players just in terms of how much they can get out of them. So I think, Walter Nolan could be that kind of guy. Certainly I think Matthew Golden might be that kind of guy because, a lot of people like his combine, but my understanding is that teams, their hand timing at his combine wasn't as good as the 4.29. And so they may not see him the same way that a lot of other people do.
Arif Hassan on the NFL draft, which gets underway tomorrow. Grant and Danny here on the Fan from City Tap House in DC. Take us through the edges and where you could see them landing in the first round. Washington very much once won, it seems like, at 29. Who could be left for them?
Yeah, I mean, you're probably not going to see Jalen Walker there, although I could potentially see him falling because a lot of people don't know what his NFL position is going to be. You're probably not going to see Shamar Stewart. A lot of people have connected him to San Francisco. That'll be kind of interesting. And so from there, you're kind of asking, is Michael Williams going to be there? Is Mike Green somebody that you're comfortable, grabbing, given kind of all the information out there about him? Certainly, he's a very talented player. If you're comfortable, here's another player that you're concerned maybe about his practice habits, James Pierce. If you're comfortable with him, I know that Atlanta has been connected to him. So those are probably the guys that you're paying the most attention to. One of them could fall. Certainly Michael Williams is a good example of somebody that might fall a little bit because I heard somebody thought Jermaine Johnson comp for him. I don't fully agree with that, but I get where they're coming from. It's a run-first kind of defender that doesn't have as much production as a pass rusher, but I think some of that's just what Georgia asked him to do, and I think that he could be, a pretty effective edge rusher. So that's somebody that you might want to identify. And if there are guys that might sneak into that first round, if Washington is taking a look at guys that on these big boards and mock drafts isn't necessarily always in the first round, but could turn out to be one of the better players in the class, the Boston College edge rusher Donovan Izaraku, who is really, really talented and super athletic. And I think, personally, I think that he should be a little bit higher up on a lot of these boards, but sometimes you don't even see him in the first round. And I think some of those are size concerns, but to me, I think he overcomes them because he's gone up against competition against these really long, big tackles, and he still produced.
You mentioned if you're comfortable with ... with like Green and Pierce. What's the baggage? Tell people about the backgrounds on those guys.
Yeah, for sure. I'll start with Pierce because it's just a little bit easier to discuss. But Pierce is just, the book on him is that he's kind of just a bad teammate. Just like with Walter Nolan, somebody that doesn't practice that hard, somebody that wasn't as serious about his development and his practice habits, somebody that didn't interact well in the locker room. Like, it's not just that, he doesn't work as hard, but that he just didn't get, the respect of his teammates just from the way that he's interacted with them and stuff like that. So that's somebody that, you'll have to be convinced loves football. You have to be convinced is going to get along with his teammates and stuff like that. That's just kind of basic locker room stuff. Like, maybe football is just not for him, even though he's got, the kind of build and body that you would hope that he'd be able to dedicate himself to football. With Mike Green, there have been a series of allegations, sexual assault allegations, once when he was in high school and then once when he was in college. He mentioned at the Combine, and he did take these allegations on head on. He talked about it directly at the Combine. I wonder, whether or not, his agent told him not to, but, it sounds like some people were impressed with the way he handled it. Either way, he'd indicated that neither of those allegations had risen to the level of a criminal charge or a civil suit. And so, his argument, of course, is that, both of these instances, never happened and that they're inflated circumstances. And this is just something where it's really comfortable as an NFL team with your investigative unit, because they all have private investigation units nowadays, to kind of see what happened. But they did rise to the level of a campus complaint. There's a lot of uncertainty with what happened at Virginia with Mike Green and whether or not, there was some kind of like, at the time, a lot of people were convinced that maybe it was a false allegation. Now people are maybe not so sure that it was as false as people initially thought. So there's a lot of uncertainty with that one.
Arif Hassan with us here on G&D. Give me the position group where there might be some great value in the middle rounds. I mean, I think about this all the time, the scarcity of some of these elite guys. Like, if you're drafting Ashton Genty in the top 10, would you be better off, I'm just sort of making this up, with Caleb Johnson in the third round or something to that effect, that sort of gap between those two guys? Is it worth selecting someone, 50, 60, 70 picks earlier? Give me a spot that you think there's good value in the mid rounds here, Arif.
Yeah, I think the defensive tackle group, like, once you get to the end of the third round, beginning of the fourth round, you're probably going to find some guys like a Shamar Turner, Shamar Stewart's teammate over at Texas A&M, Joshua Farmer from Florida State, Omar Norman-Lott from Tennessee. These are all SEC pass rushing, defensive tackles that have done a really, really good job of, producing in some ways that maybe a lot of people don't expect. Some of them don't have the athletic profile that you hope work in the NFL, but at some point, production kind of deserves a little bit of attention. And then at nose tackle, there are a lot of bodies there. Somebody like a Deion Walker, who is massive. He's like 6'7". He's like huge defensive tackle. Personally, I don't think that he loves football. I don't think that he adapts very well. I personally wouldn't draft him, but a lot of teams are in love with his size. But there are other nose tackles that are kind of interesting. And the complete opposite end is somebody like a CJ West, who is barely 6 feet tall. So you've got this 6'7" nose tackle to 6 foot tall nose tackle. DJ West, I think, is a spark plug. He does a really, really good job of using his size and holding down the run. And then in between, you've got somebody like Jamari Caldwell, also at nose tackle. Ty Robinson, also a potential mid-rounder pass rushing tackle. Jordan Phillips from Maryland had a good showing in the All-Star stroke at defensive tackle. These are all guys I would expect to go in the 3rd and 4th round, and that is a pretty deep group. As always, wide receiver, you can always find, some pretty good talent, depending on how good you are at evaluating. Some pretty good talent. People like Torrey Horton. There's some talk that Isaiah Bond might fall all the way down to the 3rd, 4th rounds. Kyle Williams from Washington State's a guy I really like a lot, depending on how comfortable you are only having, him in the slot or something like that. But yeah, the skill positions are areas where you always have some opportunities, but I think kind of uniquely the defensive tackle group in the middle rounds is something that you can get a lot of value out of.
Arif Hassan is with us, looking ahead to tomorrow night's first round in the NFL draft. So based on how you see things falling, walk us through Washington's options, what you like and don't like for them at 29.
Yeah, I think grabbing the Boston College edge rusher Donovan, I think would be a really good spot for him. But if we do end up in a scenario where, because of trade downs and because people like these quarterbacks a lot, maybe somebody like a Jalen Milroe or Jackson Dart gets snuck in the first round, you'll see some of these positions that Washington does need a little bit more investment in, fall a little bit, whether that's edge rusher or cornerback or whatever. I think that you could end up in a situation where, if you're comfortable with the off-field for Mike Green, you'll end up with a really talented edge rusher. If you're comfortable with the practice habits for James Pierce, you'll end up with a really talented edge rusher. And maybe you don't want to answer this question. Maybe you'll end up with Michael Williams, who's been pretty productive in his kind of 6 technique spot. I think that those are all scenarios where you can be pretty happy so long as you answer a couple of questions with who you have. But at cornerback, I think depending on how comfortable your medical team is with, like, say, Savon Ravel, who had an ACL tear last season, I think he's a first-round guy. I know a lot of people have him in the 2nd round, but I think that's primarily injury concerns. And so if you've cleared him from an injury perspective, I think, he could be, I know he's a small school guy from East Carolina, but he could be as big of an impact as Quinyon Mitchell was, another small school guy, was for Philadelphia, right? And I think that you'll end up in a situation where you've got a really aggressive corner that's willing to defend against the run. And I think Washington could really use somebody like that. So I think those are all pretty good scenarios. In my latest I was playing around with the experiments and mock drafts, I did match Emeka Egbuka with Washington. I know that wide receiver is not the top need, but I think it would be kind of a fun pairing with Scary Terry and Jane Daniels and just get that offense really going. So you could go outside of the need profile and still grab a guy that's going to help the team out a lot.
Arif, great info, man. Really appreciate it. Good content as well, and enjoy the draft tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Arif Hassan, check him out, Wide Left Football on the NFL draft. Egbuka, he throws out at the end there, wide receiver to Washington at 29. I'm not saying this is how you should do the draft. In fact, I would say it is exactly how you shouldn't do the draft. But it is amazing the difference, I think, at our draft party and the reaction probably in terms of interest and excitement from fans. If they go with an edge, like the 5th or 6th best guy in the country, versus if they're going to, if they were to take Travion Henderson, the running back, or Egbuka, the wide receiver, and the jersey sales and the giddiness, it's a weapon.
Yeah.
There's some juice
there's
comes
always
with
juice,
that.
yeah.
And there's just going to be a pizzazz, I think, that would make for a pretty fun next couple of days.
Yeah, sometimes it's, when people look at and they do draft grades a lot of times, right? They're usually based on one of a couple things. It's, did the team fill its needs, even though we always talk about best available over specific need and reaching? Or did they closely follow the mock or the grades that people had prior, which has no reflection on what the team's actual grades were? So it's always kind of silly to do, but that's part of the point here is everybody's looking at some of the spots and they might go, what do you mean they didn't draft an edge? What do you mean they didn't draft a corner? Because, their view of the team might be different. And then you combine that with, to your point, oh my God, it's a new toy. My new fantasy football draft. I can't wait to get this guy if he's a running back 200 touches or if it's Egbuka, 55 catches, 60 catches and stuff like that. So it's always kind of interesting where excitement comes when we have no data other than stuff that's long in the bank.
Adam Peters answered a question yesterday about the first round edges in this class and what he thinks about them and how they could fit with Washington. We'll play that for you and discuss it next as we take you up to Game 2, Caps Canadians tonight. Nats baseball against the Orioles this evening as well. And, of course, tomorrow's NFL draft. There is a ton going on. This is one of those great weeks in DC sports. We're at City Tap House in Penn Quarter. As you get out of the office, come on down and come on by We're going to be hanging out with listeners until 6:30. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. Let's ride together. In hockey tonight, Game 2 for the Capitals. They take on the Canadiens. They lead the series 1-0 after a 3-2 overtime win in Game 1 of the series on Monday night. 7 p.m. puck drop at Capital One Arena. You can hear that game right here on 106.7 The Fan. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Orioles. Game 2 of the series at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear
friends in DC, the Caps. Congratulations on the win last night. Congratulations to our friend Spencer, and best of luck to them and Ovi. That was incredible last night. I've become a huge Caps fan since I've been here, so best of luck to them.
That was GM Adam Peters of the Commanders ahead of his draft press conference yesterday, giving some love to the Capitals. We are downtown at Penn Quarter, where we're near the arena. Game 2 tonight, Caps Canadiens. We're going to be throwing a little party leading up to puck drop here as people get out of the office, get down here rocking their red this afternoon into the evening. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. He was flanked yesterday, Peters was, by Lance Newmark, his assistant general manager, who is actually a huge Capitals fan. In fact, Newmark is not from the area. I think he told me he grew up in California. But for whatever reason, when he was in California many, many years ago, he became a big Capitals fan. And that's like his favorite team to root for as a guy in sports.
It's like one of the strangest connections ever, by the way.
Yeah, because he was in Detroit for 20 plus years,
Yeah.
right? And I'm sure he liked hockey, and I'm sure he went to Red Wings games. But I bumped into him at a game one time and introduced myself, and he had happened to watch a lot of some of the Caps coverage over the years, but just a huge Caps fan. So it was kind of cool to see him up there yesterday talking about the Caps and Ovi as well. But he mentioned, Peters did, Spencer Carberry there. He said, our friend Spencer. I didn't get to hear Carbs' pregame today, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
What were his keys to the game?
Obviously, Montreal presents a great number of challenges for us. That's a good hockey club over there. You've got to go out and establish who you are in the first 10 minutes, withstand their charge. They're going to be desperate, obviously, be accountable with all the pucks in and out of the neutral zone. Get the pucks deep, traffic in front of the net, grind away your shifts, minute to minute, tape to tape. Let's get ourselves, a nice 60-minute effort. We'll go from there.
I need something about like Ovi, big man, or O.
And obviously
dragging
getting us
them into
started.
the fight.
Yeah, when you've got a presence like that, you've obviously got to make sure he's well fed. And having O get us off to that rip-roaring start. It wasn't just the shots on goal. Those are nice, but having O just hit everything that moves. I mean, a couple times on the bench we were ducking because we thought he was going to come after us. But just the intensity that he brings at 48 years old or whatever he is at this time, it's just incredible.
And is your coach of the year, very likely, in the National Hockey League.
Please,
Spencer
thank you.
Carberry. All right, let's hear some Peters from yesterday. I got a couple of things I wanted to react to. We played the press conference back end of the show, and then we gave some thoughts, but getting to really dissect it, go back through and listen to everything last night, I jotted some things down. So I want to start with the edge position and the question to Peters about the defensive ends in this class, how they could fit for what Washington's looking for.
Yeah, it's a deep class, which is cool. There's something, I think, for everybody, whether you're a 4-3, 3-4 team or multiple. There's guys that are great against the pass. There are guys that are really good against the run. So whether you're taking that high in the draft or somewhere deeper, there's going to be some good players there. So that, along with a lot of other positions, we'll be open to taking. And I think what's cool is even though we have some really good players in each of those rooms, whether it's edge or O-line or corner, which I'm sure you guys are going to ask about that too, but we have really good players, but we really, DQ preaches competition. So those guys are going to come in and compete, and the best guys are going to play. And the more good player, you can't have too many good players in a room, I guess.
Peters is never going to give you the blueprint. He's not going to say a whole lot in terms of what ways they're leaning. But if you kind of read how he's talking, he will give you a little morsels. And what I got out of that was that they do like the group they have a little bit too. You know, we have been dismissive. I don't mean you and I, although we have too. But collectively, I think the media, the fan base in town, we've been dismissive of their current DN group as the possible group going into the season. You know, you could add someone in the mid to late rounds, and that doesn't affect it that much. But I'm talking about Dorrance Armstrong, who's a starter. Maybe it's Dietrich Wise, who comes over from New England. Jacob Martin, they signed from the Bears. I view him as a guy that may or may not make the team. Maybe they have bigger role for plan for him. You're thinking about like Cleveland Farrell, who was hurt last year, but maybe they think if he was healthy and on the field, they'd stop the run better. They drafted Javonte Jean-Baptiste out of Notre Dame last year by way of Ohio State, former 7th-round pick. Maybe they liked what they saw. He got hurt as well. Jalen Holmes is another guy that comes to mind. They still have Andre Jones, the former 7th-round pick 2 years ago, who's been in the program. So he talks as if we got a bunch of guys ready to compete. We feel okay. I think that's just coach speak. I think he's just saying that publicly they like their guys, which is what a GM should say. I just don't believe it. I think you need still a 10-sack player. Armstrong might be an 8-sack guy, Danny. Wise at this point of his career is maybe a 5 or 6-sack guy. Farrell's probably a 3-sack guy. I don't think Martin's even that. I don't know how you go into the year and get enough pressure and enough sacks and enough hits on the quarterback without adding one more legitimate edge piece.
So that's what it looks like on paper to me. I'm not a GM, but my eyes tell you the same thing that everyone else does, right? Like you read that roster, you read that depth chart wherever you go, and you'd go, well, there's the weak link. It's obvious. It's right there. You lost a guy that wasn't really a positive asset for you on running downs. That was your best pass rusher this past year in Dante Fowler. You have not replaced that yet. In their minds, maybe they have replaced it, whether it's a healthy Farrell, you mentioned Wise, whether it's Eddie Goldman, or who knows what they're thinking there. So last year, going into the draft, going into training camp, regular season, etc., several times over, several different positions, I go, I just can't believe they're rolling with this. Now, they know better than I do, right? And there were sometimes it was either worked around or it was better than people like me thought or whatever. And I've been kind of hitting it and asking that question generally over the last several weeks. Like I go, I wonder if they're going to get safety. Maybe they think Will Harris is it, right? That they're not going to miss Jeremy Chin. They found Chin 2.0 in Harris. I go, I think they probably need a corner. Maybe they're going, we got Jonathan Jones and Lattimore's coming back. It will be great. That's the part that I don't know.
And I think this is how they operate too. It's 2 straight off seasons of this where there is guesswork on our end because they don't sign obvious starters. They're signing 1-year deals, fairly cheap players typically, which means they're a little bit of a tweener. Now, maybe if you get coached up well and you're the perfect fit, you become a quality starter, which happened at a bunch of positions.
Yes, it did.
With some of the guys they signed last year. But to your point, looking at safety for a second, with Will Harris, who comes over from New Orleans, if you were to draft an excellent safety in the first round and then he played behind that guy in Quan Martin as a reserve with Reeves or Percy Butler, that would make perfect sense. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. You didn't pay Will Harris an X amount of money to make him a starter. But you're also in a situation where if you need him to start with Quan Martin, I think that would be okay too. And they did that at so many positions. They actually talked about this a little bit, which we could get into. But this is clearly their paradigm with how they're built right now. What they feel like they have to do is do enough in free agency to give themselves options. This is about them going in different positions in the draft after pieces they get in free agency based on what they do. I think they like the flexibility of saying, all right, it's not now a huge need for safety, but if we could get one and upgrade, we'd like to do it. And that's a lot of spots on the roster you could say that about. This is what Peters had to say about that.
That was the goal of it in free agency, was to do that so we don't have to force something. And I think we put ourselves in a really good position to not force something. And really, we have a lot of players that we think we can take, whether we sit at 29 or trade up, trade back. But we don't have to just say, okay, we need to look at these 3, position X's or these 2 position Y's. We can look at all these guys across the board and say, okay, who's going to help us the most this next year and then for years to come.
I think you have to prepare for every eventuality in the draft. You don't know who you're going to get in free agency. You have goals and you have exciting hopes for guys. And the road, I would say, to the draft changes throughout the course of the scouting year. And we end up at this point where we feel really good about our options. And I think at every pick, we can look at who we feel the best players are, what position they play, how they affect us in 2025, how they affect us beyond that, and make the best decision for our organization. And we've already had a lot of really good conversations, and we'll continue to do that. And then pick by pick, what's there for us, what's the best decision, And it's great to have that freedom and that, kind of mindset where we can really do what we think is best and not be, really tied to need.
It's exactly what we were just talking about.
Precisely.
And that's Lance Newmark, who we were mentioning, the assistant general manager who came over from the Lions, who does a lot as the right-hand man for Adam Peters. By the way, after playing that clip, it just got me thinking about this. I wanted to shout him out. You heard the full presser yesterday like I did.
Mm-hmm.
He started it by thanking every scout in the organization by name. He then went through, and he did this last year, I remember as well.
It's a specialty, yeah.
But he went through not only the scouts, but then the R&D department, and then the assistants to all of the various people who are working the long hours. He talked about the names of the people that make the food in the cafeteria. I mean, like literally piece by piece in the organization, all the way to the public relations director, Sean DeBarbieri, that was standing next to him. And I bring this up to say, this is not a 20-year executive who's got 4 Super Bowl rings as a GM, who's been a lifer in this role. This is a first-time GM. Now, he's playing with some house money this year because he just got to the NFC Championship game in year 1. But in some ways, still trying to prove himself as being really good. I think a lot of us perceive that he is. But even last year, before he'd ever done a draft, he was doing this.
Yep.
And I think the comfort in your own skin to deflect before the biggest weekend of the year that's all about you as a general manager to other people. Not every GM's doing that. He's got Newmark sitting next to him, answering questions, and then he's telling you how good Lance is and how these guys are responsible for this. And when they sign certain players, he says, no, I want to thank so-and-so for their work because without him, we wouldn't have gotten this deal done. I just think for a young GM, that is an awesome leadership trait.
It is a tremendous leadership trait. Stole the word out of my mouth. It makes people want to come to work. We've all been in places. Every one of us has dealt with it, right? Where that boss, whenever there's something bad happened, he's running you under the bus. Whenever something good happens, he's up there glory hogging and taking all the credit. Everyone's dealt with that. And every walk of life, everybody has. The opposite, when somebody has enough confidence in themselves to not necessarily seek the credit out, but you take all the blame when it's bad, and you go, hey, we should have done that, or I should have done this better, et cetera, like we want quarterbacks to do at the podium. And you give shine to everybody else who works hard. And it gets people to buy in. It gets people knowing that their A, hard work gets recognized, but B, that they'll be rewarded in some way, right? Whether it's not here anymore, whether you become a hot GM candidate or the next head scout of a rival team, you build that kind of culture. It gets people to want to come to work every day and do their best, not just cover their butts. For years, one of the hallmarks under Snyder and Bruce Allen and other boobs that were overmatched and shouldn't have been in any kind of seat, let alone in charge of an NFL franchise, is everybody was scurrying. The instant it started to go south, the leaks would come out. And, well, this one wasn't my fault. That was a Bruce Allen mastermind, or he did this, or I did that. Or, they go 9-7, and everybody's mad that Scott McCloughan was getting too much credit for a team that went 8-7-1. It's pathetic. And that's over now. And that's, to me, his best asset to this point.
We're at City Tap House today, getting ready for the Caps and the Canadians, getting closer and closer to puck drop, coming up on about 3 hours and 25 minutes away from the game getting going. I actually bumped into one of the service here who came up to me and said, you were talking about the 99 Redskins. I said, yeah. He said, That's my favorite team ever as well.
Oh, wow.
He's 33 years old, and he remembers being at the Carolina game that year. I think it was a 38-36 final, where Washington was down like 21-0 and was able to come back in that game and get a win. But this is a cool little sports spot. Great TVs. Well, we got some baseball on right now, but the food is delicious. The drinks will quench that thirst beautifully. They are cold. And if you like alcohol, they got all of it.
They have adult sodas.
Yes.
So it's the kind of thing you have to be of legal age to drink. I looked that up. And if you are, you're allowed to have them. You just have them. You can have alcohol.
Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. Game 2 tonight. Caps Canadians just after 7 o'clock. We are your pregame. Go vote on our Grant and Danny poll of the day on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account right now, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. A little over 24 hours away from the start of the NFL draft. What position do you think the Commanders ultimately address with the 29th pick? Let's say they stick and they make a pick. Edge rusher, wide receiver, defensive back, or running back. I actually voted for defensive back. As much as I want them to draft an edge, I just worry that the board won't fall in their favor. So I went defensive back. We'll see what Danny thinks in just a bit. But go vote. Again, on Twitter, it's the 1067 The Fan Grant and Danny poll of the day, brought to you by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. I was just chatting with some listeners at the bar. Diana is here, and she's going to her very first Capitals game ever tonight.
Oh, hello there.
For game 2 of a playoff series.
That ain't bad.
Against Montreal at home. And I told her, and I mean this, I said, Diana, I am so jealous that this will be your first hockey experience. Getting to see a movie you've never seen before.
Right.
And everyone else around you's seen it and knows it's one of the greatest movies ever, and you want to relive the first time you saw it.
I want to feel that first time again.
Come on, man. I mean, in this atmosphere, and I don't want to oversell it, but I don't think I can. Everyone's wearing the same thing. Everybody's very loud. Good luck topping this.
Pretty much covers it, actually, yeah.
Like, I thought the Nats game last night was great. They were at the Nats game last night, and they had a good time, I'm sure. They won 7-0. They out at the Orioles 14-1. That was adorable. Tonight's a little bit different.
Yeah, it's like saying I climbed up the hill in my neighborhood, or I'm climbing Everest. But, you're both going uphill, but it's a different level. I mean, it's playoff hockey, for goodness sakes. In this barn, that gets a little loud.
Craig Laughlin is going to be on the show with us at 5 o'clock, an hour and 15 minutes or so from right now. Locker with his preview for Game 2, his assessment of the Caps. We will paint the show red in our final hour or so as folks are traversing to Capital One Arena. So make sure you're listening for Locker coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports.
Jeeps, I'm not a wrestling guy. It's not really for me. I did my time. It just everything's different now, and it just doesn't feel as much fun. I haven't sat down and watched wrestling or gone to an event or whatever. I went with a buddy of mine like 20 years ago, and I kind of was like, this isn't fun anymore.
How have your kids not gotten into it a little bit?
Well,
that shocks me because you got 2 boys.
You just jumped to the conclusion, my friend. WrestleMania was on in the Hooray household this weekend, and my 11-year-old was losing his mind. He's all in. I don't know when it happened exactly, but he did that thing that, when kids start to mature, they do this bit where they come to you with like an offer, right? And now it's a terrible offer for you because you're going to bear all the expense and deal with the pain in the butt, but they've like rationed it out in their mind. So he's like, so we could get Peacock Plus and then have that. And like now we have Peacock Plus and we could watch WrestleMania. Like that was his grand plan where it's like, okay, so what actually happens is now we have another subscription. And all I try to do is cancel these things.
Did you not have Peacock yet?
We had Peacock at one point via trial because of the cable company.
But you had to get Peacock
We
this
had to
weekend.
get Peacock Plus this weekend to let him watch. And he was like into something, excited about it. That's not video games. I'm like, yep, sure, let's go. Happy to do it. So we now have Peacock Plus is like the net of the story. But he did that thing where he's like, thought he was being responsible, where he's like, so, it'll cost you a fee and you'll never be able to cancel and it's going to be impossible for you to deal with. And it'll annoy you a bunch, but we could do that. Like, as if like that was his proposal. So we got it and we were watching wrestling. I didn't know who anybody was. And then, of course, had to go to bed before the main event, before the John Cena thing with Travis Scott.
He could go back and watch it all.
Yeah, which I'm sure he already has. I mean, he knows where to find all the things and how to do it. But,
Is he a big Cody Rhodes guy? He's got to be disappointed about Cena breaking the record with another championship.
I don't know if he was disappointed or not.
Okay.
I think he likes Cena.
I don't think so.
I think he
not
likes
right
Cena.
now. He doesn't. Cena's a heel.
But I think he likes Cena because Cena was in a movie called Playing with Fire where he plays a firefighter.
Okay, I'm going to defer to you.
I mean, I don't know.
You were with him.
I don't know.
The whole point of Cena right now is that everyone's supposed to hate him. So that's a choice. If he was rooting for Cena over Cody Rhodes, babyface Cody Rhodes,
I don't know, man.
We're all humming his music as he's walking to the ring. He's hugging and kissing people.
Is he more high profile than the Street Profits?
Oh my God, it's not even close.
So
I think
how close
if the
is it?
Street Profits were at WrestleMania, they were sitting in the crowd. I mean, John Cena was main eventing with the Cody Rhodes.
Yeah, so we didn't get that to that part, but we watched. So
did you watch Raw after Mania when Cena got RKO'd by Randy Orton?
I think he did.
Voices in my head.
I think he did. So he and my 7-year-old were recreating Randy Orton's win against some jobber, some nubber.
Oh, it was a great bit. I don't know this guy, so this is where what are you 1-100 on a wrestling?
0. Right now, I don't know anybody.
So you're a 0.
Well, actually, that's not true. I know John Cena.
I'd say I'm like a 35.
Okay.
Maybe a 40.
Yeah.
This is where I'm going to get exposed as a 40.
Okay.
And someone who's an 80 is going to be like, come on. There's this guy, I believe he's from it's not
like
AEW.
Ireland or
it's TNA, I think.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's not even AEW.
Okay.
But his bit is like he does this big smile and the camera zooms in on him. So he did this really funny bit where he like flips his head around and he's smiling at the camera, and they shot it beautifully so that you just see him doing the smile, and then he gets RKO'd by Randy Orton.
Yeah, so I didn't know the move was called the RKO, but whatever that was, my kids thought that was the greatest thing of all time.
Oh, it was the greatest thing of all time.
Because the way the angle worked, it was perfect. This dude is just like cheesing for the camera, and you don't see Orton get back up because he got knocked down.
Right.
And he comes flying in, and this guy's dumb face just gets mushed.
It was shot that way.
Yeah,
so perfect.
it was perfect.
So you know about the RKO, respectfully, because
I don't.
It's the viral social media thing for years and years that everyone, how someone will try to dunk on their buddy if there's a basketball hoop on the wall around. You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
So the same thing happens with the RKO, around pools or whatever, where if someone's standing there, you just grab them by the neck and pull them in. And that's RKO. Do you know what I'm referencing? It's a long-time viral thing.
I get. Yeah, you're dragging someone into the pool with you.
Right, but you thought they were doing that, but they were RKOing them.
I see.
So
my point is I didn't know what that was.
Exactly.
People say RKO, and I'm okay.
We don't do this because we're grown-ups, but I remember in high school you would do this. You would get on all fours behind your buddy and
tabletop.
Someone would push him.
Yeah, you tabletop.
Right. That bit is people are doing the RKO the same way you would do that.
Gotcha.
Darius, can you grab me Randy Orton's theme music? I hear voices in my head. I've had that stuck in my head. I don't even know why.
Fittingly, yeah.
For weeks. I think it might be the 1-seed wrestling intro song.
Oh.
Because here's what I've realized with that song. I think what you need, remember Stone Cold's Shattered Glass?
Yeah.
You need, the first note is the whole point. Because a lot of times it's quiet, it's out of commercial, we're leading off Raw, it's the Rumble, it's 3, 2, 1, we're looking down the long ramp or whatever, and you need that first note. Randy Orton's song starts with badass lyrics where it's they call him the is it the Viper? I think they call him, but he's his shtick has always been he's this sadistic guy and he has voices in his head.
I see.
And
so
but
not to the Al Snow crazy level.
No, he's not weird.
Okay.
It's more just you don't know what he's gonna do. This guy's wild and
He's
crazy,
so wild
and angry, and he's gonna get the better of you, and you better hope he's not listening to the bad version of him.
Yeah.
But it starts with I hear voices in my head. Silly. Dad, you got it? What are we doing here? Nothing? Nobody?
Nope. No.
Okay.
He doesn't have it.
No problem. It's just a song I got stuck in my head.
But can you just sing it? How does the whole thing go?
I've done it a few times. I think we're good now. I only
hear
know that
voices
part.
in my head.
That'll do it for me for now. The Beltway Blitz is next, Danny. We will get you the latest on the Caps. Katie Florio of the Caps Radio Network. The Nats, our buddy Dave Jagler of the Nationals Radio Network. And the Commanders, our buddy Chris Russell on the draft tomorrow. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Chantilly Toyota. Let's ride together. Game 2 for the Capitals tonight at Capital One Arena as they take on the Canadiens. They lead the series 1-0. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Orioles last night 7-0. Back at it for Game 2 of the series tonight at Nationals Park. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game over on the Team 980 tonight with Cavs hockey right here on the Fan. Trevor Williams taking the hill for the Nationals. He's 1-2 on the season with a 5.95 ERA. He'll take on Tomoyuki Sagano of the Orioles, who is 2-1 with a 3.43 ERA. NBA playoff action last night. The Pacers beat the Bucks 123-115. Indiana leads that series 2-0. The Thunder beat the Grizzlies to go up 2-0 in that series 118-99. And the Lakers even the series with the Timberwolves in a win in Game 2 last night, 94-85. 3 games tonight. Celtics and Magic at 7 o'clock. Boston leads that series 1-0. Jason Tatum is doubtful, though, with a wrist injury. Cavaliers taking on the Heat at 7:30. Cleveland leads that series 1-0. The Rockets taking on the Warriors at 9:30. Golden State leads that series 1-0. And in the NFL tomorrow, first round of the NFL draft gets underway. Oarsman Chantilly Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Then he does his long, slow walk to the ring.
Okay.
And he like licks his lips a lot and acts like he's very demonic.
Mm-hmm.
Randy Orton, man. He just RKO'd Cena. You got to
He did the RKO.
ask your son about it.
Yep.
What are you guys doing to protect your family from Randy Orton? I mean, their assets, I should say. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kadori & Murad, can help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Grant and Danny from City Tap House in Penn Quarter, a few blocks away from Capital One Arena. Game 2 tonight for the Caps and the Canadiens. If Washington goes up 2-0 in this series, they'll have an 89% chance analytically to finish this thing with 4 wins and a best of 7. But let's get to our Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the Caps. We'll cover the draft tomorrow. The Nats are in action tonight against the Orioles as well. So we got a lot to get to. Let's start it off. Katie Florio of the Caps Radio Network to get us going. Katie, game 1, it was not pretty in the third period, but the good guys survived in advance. What'd you make of the first 60-plus minutes of action?
Yeah, well, first off, thanks so much for having me on again. But I think the first 40 minutes is exactly what you could have asked for, not just from the score standpoint being up 2-0, but obviously the forecheck and the physicality from the Capitals right out of the gate was something that set the tone for them. And unfortunately, I think by the third period, they maybe, instead of continuing to attack, just tried to protect that lead a little bit. And obviously we saw that almost cost them. Of course, it was none other than Alex Ovechkin to save the day. So I think it was a really good start and a really good majority of the game. And I think the Capitals recognized what happened in the third period as well, and will not let that happen again tonight.
Katie, the most important thing for the Capitals to win tonight is?
I think once again, it can sound cliche, but those good starts and then not letting up. Good starts is something that we heard head coach Spencer Carberry preach a lot kind of down the stretch when this team, it's great. They led the league in comebacks, and that's a great thing. But at the same time, it's a lot easier to play ahead than trying to, work your way back like they had to do so many times this year. So I think if they start the way we saw in game 1, but then don't get complacent, I don't think they'll have any problems.
Katie Florio of the Caps Radio Network. How sustainable was the excellence of Anthony Beauvillier in Game 1?
Oh, he was incredible. And that's the type of guys, you can't just rely on guys like Dylan Strome and Alex Ovechkin to do everything for you. And so obviously had the goal, but he was a huge part of that setup on Ovechkin's overtime goal as well. And we've said since he's joined this team, he's so fast. He can use his speed in a variety of ways. And so I think that Game 1 was something where we have really seen him put it all together, and that's exactly the kind of guys that you're going to need scoring, especially, he steps in place of Alexei Protas, who's out right now. So when you do lose big guys like that to injury, you need other guys to step up. So he had a huge impact in Game 1, and looking for him to carry that into Game 2 tonight.
Katie, you mentioned Protas. There's a little bit of an update, right? He was skating. What can you tell us?
Yeah, he was skating again today ahead of practice. The only difference was he was in a regular jersey, which is good news. But Carberry being a little more tight-lipped since playoffs started with the injury updates, he said that as of right now, there's just not really an update, but I would take him transferring from a blue jersey to a white regular jersey as definitely a sign of an improvement.
Katie, hockey guys are just different. I mean, it's just one of those sports where nothing seems to be worth missing games for. Alexiev loses teeth, and Alex Alexiev, after oral surgery on his mouth yesterday, is going to be playing tonight. Do we know if he's going to wear any extra guard or anything like that, and could it affect him?
I don't know what's been confirmed for this game. All I know is that he did have the full bubble shield on for practice today, but he was still all smiles. The smile was definitely a little toothless, but I think most of it was just kind of internal. Obviously, with those teeth getting knocked out, he got the work that he needed. I'm sure it's painful, but by the looks of it today, he did everything like he normally would, so I would expect him to play normally.
Katie, not a huge impact on the stat sheet, but I thought Ryan Leonard, for a guy that was taking Econ 101 3 weeks ago, was pretty damn impressive in his postseason debut for the Caps. He was all over the ice, created a scoring chance or two. I was really impressed with the kid.
Me too. I think that's kind of been my impression since he joined this team. Obviously, I know he had the empty netter and not much since then a few weeks ago. But for a guy that is just getting acclimated and was in college 2 weeks ago, started with this team right when the chase was happening down to the wire. He's had to deal with a lot in these past 3 weeks. So I think he's adjusted nicely. I think he has kind of a confidence and a swagger about him that makes you forget that he's only 20 years old. And so, yeah, kind of despite maybe not being on the score sheet in print, I think exactly what you just said. He flies around the ice. He has a smart hockey IQ. He's able to create chances, and I think he's going to be a really special player for the Capitals.
Katie, thank you.
Of course. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, we'll be listening. Pre-game, Craig Laughlin is on the show, by the way, in 50 minutes, right at 5 o'clock. Caps playoff coverage is brought to you on the show today by Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry. They handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. That's Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. Let's talk baseball. The voice of the Nats here on the Fan with Charlie Slows is our guy, Dave Jagler. Jags, 7-0 win, out hitting Baltimore 14-1 last night. A lot to like. I want to start with Dylan Cruz. 3 home runs in 4 games. His expected batting average is now up over 280. I'd say he's right where he needs to be at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is, Grant, is he had no panic when his batting average started with a 0, and even when it started with a 1. I mean, you could still see the process was good. And, he had some tough luck. I mean, he had that one stretch in the first week of the season where he struck out 8 at-bats in a row, but that's a thing of the past. And he'd been hitting some hard contact. And, in Colorado, Mickey Moniak made a diving catch and took away a 2-run triple. You felt that he hit some balls hard right at people. And when he hit the 2 home runs to right center field in consecutive at-bats, you're like, okay, I think he's about to take off here. And yesterday hit a home run to the pole side. So everything seems to be going well for him. And even when he was struggling, he was still giving you good defense. And when he was on base, he was a factor. His legs helped steal a run in the Rocky series. So a pretty good sign of maturity. be able to shake off a rough start, because if you have this kind of stretch, 40, 50 at-bats in the middle of the season, not as big a deal. But when it's the first 50 at-bats of the season and you're hitting 100, it's on the scoreboard for everyone to see, and there are questions being asked. But he stayed within himself, and I think you're starting to see him come out of it very well.
Jax, Mitchell Parker last night, 8 innings, 1 hit. If I'd have known that little measly opposite field single from Cedric Mullins was going to be it, I mean, my goodness gracious, 17 in a row to end the game. He's not striking out a ton of guys. So kind of how's he doing it at this point, mixing those pitches, huh?
Well, I mean, it's there's more than one way to get guys out. I mean, obviously the strikeout is the sexy way to do it, but if you can get outs with weak contact, and he's not a ground ball pitcher, he's going to pitch up in the zone. So that's a thin margin for error. If you're not quite up in the zone enough, then those balls are going to be hit for extra base hits. But when he's right, something about his delivery and just a little bit of finish on the fastball makes it play a little higher than the 93 or 94 you might pop on a radar gun. But you saw a whole lot of just weak contact and pop-ups against Parker. And so it's a different style of pitching. I mean, guys who have some deception and some life up in the zone can be successful. The key is to stay there. And if you're going to miss up and out of the zone rather than miss down in the center of the hitting zone. And that's when he'll get in trouble. But so far, his misses when he was out of the zone were up and out of the zone. All right, a couple of walks, pitch around those. The other thing that he's doing very well, Danny, in all of his starts this year is he's not panicked with men on base. He's made and seemed to be at his best when there are runners on base, and he's limited damage.
Jags, I've thoroughly enjoyed the top 2 spots in the order pretty often here when it's been James Wood and Nathaniel Lowe of late. Wood, who had 3 hits, 2 extra base hits last night, and then Nathaniel Lowe with the 2-run homer in the first, who's got the team lead, 19 runs batted in. Those are the 2 guys with OPSs up over 870. Is that something that might stick here?
I think it's going to change when C.J. Abrams comes back. I mean, C.J. played his second game earlier today for Harrisburg, so I've got to think by this weekend against the Mets, or maybe even as soon as tomorrow, who knows? We'll see C.J. in the lineup. So I would assume that C.J. would go back to the top spot for the most part, but then maybe it's Wood 2 and Lowe 3. Although against certain pitchers, you're not going to stack the 3 lefties in a row. But yeah, I mean, it's a good deal to have your top 2, OPS guys or run producers at the top. And to me, there's so much on James Wood at a young age. Wood didn't have a great doubleheader on Sunday, and the team struggled to score. He had a 3-hit game with 4 RBIs. Saturday, they scored 12. Last night, he has 2 extra base hits and 3 hits. They score 7. When James Wood goes, this offense goes. So there's a lot on his shoulders, and he continues to produce, and we love to see it.
Jags, awesome as always, man. Have a great call tonight.
It could happen.
See you, my friend. Hit that local 53 sounder. From the Deuce down the hall, our guy Chris Russell joins us to talk about the local 53. Russell, what's the position? Hey, buddy, what's the position at 29 you would say, you know what, they probably shouldn't pick that guy?
For me, at 29, it would probably be besides quarterback, center. I wouldn't go guard either. I don't know. I wouldn't do that. I feel like you can get better value out of that pick, better everything out of that pick than a guard. Certainly you don't need a center. Certainly don't need a quarterback. Everything else, I would be open and reasonable in terms of my analysis or my feeling coming out of that. I might like different guys more than other guys, but I would be okay with pretty much anything at 29, and I would certainly be open to taking a running back, which I know would surprise you guys.
Well, it doesn't surprise us at all, as you know. But I'm with you, buddy. I want a weapon. I want speed. I have been big on drafting a running back all offseason because the Brian Robinson thing, which I'm not out on him like so many people are, I don't need that necessarily. I've got him. I've got Rodriguez as my battering ram. I want a home run hitter. They're singles hitters.
Yeah.
I would be fine with them taking Travion Henderson at 29. I think it'd be a reach. But how early is too early for back for you?
Well, again, I wouldn't be mad at all if they at 29. I would be. So if they took Travion Henderson, I would be maybe a slight bit disappointed, thinking that that's a little bit of a reach for a player that I know he can play all 3 downs, but is he going to be a consistent weapon for you all 3 downs? Like I keep going back to, and maybe it's recency bias, But you saw him in the playoff game in person. I saw him in week 1. I saw him a lot throughout the year. Bucky Irvin is kind of like the ideal thing of what I'm looking for. He's got some ability to slash. He can run to the outside. He can run to the perimeter. He can catch the ball on screens. He can run between the tackles. He can break tackles, and he's got some get up to get away from people. So to me, like, that's ideally what I'm looking for. But for me, like a Trevion Henderson, who was replaced by Quinshon Judkins down the stretch as kind of like the main bell cow, if you will, I worry a little bit about him having that explosive trait and explosive speed if he's asked to do more than be a primary pass catching back and a change of pace type guy. So I think that would be a little bit too early. The guy that I like is Amarian Hampton at 29, 6 foot and change, 220. He's got speed. He can pull away from people. He can break tackles, all of that. So to me, if they took a running back, and especially if it's Amarian Hampton at 29, I would be pretty happy. Ideally, I would like them to trade back. But again, you need two teams to tango.
So I've gone back and forth on this, and I think this is where I am at this point, Russell. I just don't know that a good offer is coming to trade back. I mean, there's case to be made, I think, either way, but where are you at on that right now, 24 hours or so before the draft?
I've been saying essentially the same thing. Everybody thinks they should trade back, yes, but all the teams surrounding them, Buffalo, Kansas City, Baltimore, Philadelphia, they don't need quarterbacks either, right? So teams are going to be trying to trade up to them. And again, of course, it depends on whether Jackson Dart and Jalen Milroe, who I think would be a mistake late in the first round, but whatever. Jackson Dart, I can certainly see. It depends on how Shedeur Sanders falls. And what happens like right in front of them, picks 23 through say 26 or 27 even, right? You've got to have a bunch of edge guys there. You've got to have, in my opinion, at least Jackson Dart, certainly Milroe, maybe Tyler Shuck from Louisville there, in order to entice those teams from the top part of the second round, who presumably Cleveland, the Giants, maybe even the Raiders, don't take a quarterback in the early part of the first round, New Orleans, where they're willing to make that jump up. Again, you have to have two to tango in order to make this work. It's just kind of like last year, right? When everybody was convinced the Commanders were going to trade into the bottom part of the first round and grab an offensive tackle. And they tried. But you have to make it work for both sides, and there has to be the right guy at the right time, which I know is incredibly generic, but I mean, that's the deal.
Slashy, you sound incredibly crystal clear. Are you on cell phone? How are you joining us?
Well, I was walking around the neighborhood with.
Were you in the neighborhood again?
I
Always down here.
I was.
You love the Navy Yard. Why don't you just live there?
I have my backpack, a blanket. I was thinking about taking up space on South Capitol Street. It's such a lovely neighborhood. And I here's what I did, boys. To celebrate you being on the road, I bought these guys a big tray of wings.
Whoa.
A big tray of wings and a couple of fruity cocktail type things just to make sure that they got some of the loving that you guys are getting down there.
How about that?
Sounds like he's trying to move in on our guys while we're out of
they can't be so easily bought. Come on.
I don't know. I mean, they'll be talking bad about us and working with Rini in the Navy Yard in no time. Slashy, thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Okay, I'm going to waddle myself down to Capital One Arena in a little while. I'll see
I look forward to
seeing
seeing
you maybe down on the glass, Grant.
I will be at the game, so I'll see you here.
I'll see you on the glass.
Are you on the glass as well tonight?
No. That's not for peasants.
You have
like
your
me.
binoculars so you can see where Grant is?
Yeah.
All the way down?
I don't need them. I can just zoom in on my phone and find them on the glass.
Guy, I was not on the glass for game one.
Looks like you better get some better hookups, man.
Yeah, he was like at least 4 or 5 rows back, Russell. Yeah. And he was like, I was like, how do you even see from there? Is it worth going?
Very, very tough for Grant to have to survive amongst the peasants.
Mm-hmm.
These are my people.
Yeah.
I'm hanging out with fellow Caps fans. It's what we like to do, right?
Yeah, sure.
Slashy, we'll see you, pal.
See you guys.
See you, buddy.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Martin Ferravari's out for the whole playoffs. Want to talk about that. And without Alexi Protas, we were very concerned. Pavillier stepped up. There is a Protas update today on when he could be returning. So we'll get you those as soon as we return. Craig Laughlin at 5 o'clock today. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Game 2 for the Capitals tonight at Capital One Arena, taking on the Canadiens. Washington leads the series 1-0 going into tonight's game. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on 106.7 The Fan. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Orioles yesterday 7-0. Mitchell Parker, 8 scoreless innings, giving up just 1 hit. That's taking on the O's for game 2 of the series tonight. 6:45 first pitch. You can hear the game over on the Team 980 tonight with Caps Hockey right here on the Fan. Trevor Williams making the start for the Nationals. He's 1-2 with a 5.95 ERA. He'll take on Tomoyuki Sagano of the O's, who is 2-1 with a 3.43 ERA. NBA hoops tonight, playoff action. Celtics and Magic at 7 o'clock. Boston leads the series 1-0. Tatum is doubtful with a wrist injury. Cavaliers taking on the Heat. Game 2 of that series. Cleveland leads 1-0. That'll tip off at 7:30. Rockets and Warriors at 9:30. Golden State leads that series 1-0. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
From City Tap House in the nation's capital, Penn Quarter, just a few blocks from Cap One Arena. We're Grant and Danny, and this is the Fan. Craig Laughlin stopping by the show in a half hour. Caps royalty. He will be on the telecast tonight with Joe Beninati on Monumental Sports. Of course, if you're in the car or you are listening to the game, smart device will allow you to do that at home as well. John Walton will have the call on the Fan. That's coming up in about 2.5 hours right here on your flagship home for the Capitals. Danny, before we get into the NFL draft, pick number 29 and what Adam Peters had to say about some of the challenges about being at the bottom of the first round. Martin Farivari out for the remainder of the playoffs. We found that out subsequently since game 1. Everyone keeps asking the question about adjustments the team's going to make, what it means for the Capitals, how are they going to react. They've known this for longer than we have.
Yeah,
I thought it was interesting. Like, the players yesterday at practice were all getting asked about this. They've probably known for the better part of a week that Marty wasn't going to be able to play, and certainly for the last 4 or 5 days. So I don't think there's an adjustment just because we're finding out about it now.
Yeah, it's my adjustment at home.
Yeah, you're adjusting, right? But the team has known, and it was not a pretty well-kept secret. I mean, I was hinting on Monday, for anybody that was listening, go back and grab the audio. You're not going to see him for a little while. It wasn't definitive at that point that he wasn't going to play in the playoffs, but it was certainly trending in that direction, it seemed like, based on what was trickling out. But I guess my point is to see Alexiev play well, and he did in game 1. We'll ask Locker about him. It should make you less nervous about getting by without Farivari. The problem, though, is with a backup, it's not 60 minutes. It's not a couple of games. It's the long haul. It's over game after game after game. Now we're studying the tape. Now we're seeing your weaknesses. Now we're seeing what you do well and you don't. And they're game planning specifically for you. That's the concern. So this is the first chance Montreal has to go back to the drawing board for Alexiev to see what did he struggle with? What are some of the areas maybe that aren't a strong suit? That's where I have a little bit of nerves.
Yeah, and then you think about when Montreal gets last change at home, where they can dictate more of the matchups, right? Where you're hoping they don't run, oh, crap, they just ran that group out on the ice against, for whatever they think they've got the advantage and sort of force guys to do things they're not as comfortable with, like making Ovechkin play, more defense than you'd think. To me, I was not sure, but having those couple games under his belt before the end of the season, talking about Alexiev, I think was instrumental and really, really important for him to be able to get those. Again, this is a guy that just happens to be a crowded defense room. Right? They're good. That's a good group of 6 that they have, and he couldn't crack that lineup. He played for a lot of teams and sort of proved that, I think, in game number 1. I mean, there are, you lose that skating ability. You lose how good a puck mover that Farivari is. Alexiev here to snarl a little bit and rough you up, but you could use some of that too.
Well, there was some thought maybe. I know the debate initially was, well, who are they going to play? Is it going to be Alexiev or would you go with Dylan McElrath, who they call Big Mac, who's the giant, who was in Hershey and has been a captain with the Bears as they've won titles and gets in fights with heavyweights seemingly every time he plays in the regular season. And I thought that was an easy conversation for this series because it's matchup dependent to your point. Mm-hmm. And Montreal is so fast and they skate so well that it seemed very obvious to me you need Alexiev who can just skate better than McElrath. So that's where I was on that. But it will become a problem eventually to lose the skating ability of Martin Faravari, in my opinion. Maybe we're not there yet. In fact, I know we're not there yet because I just watched game 1. But there's going to be a time when not having 42 on the ice and just the guy that was the fastest skater, clocked speeds last year on this team, on the blue line is a problem. I just hope it doesn't rear its head frequently. I hope it's subtle and it's in games sparingly because it's inevitable. Otherwise, Alexiev would just start over Faravari, but he's not as good a player. I give him a lot of credit, though. Same thing I would say to Beauvillier on the top line, who had the 2 points and the big goal. All you can do is step up, and those two guys did so beautifully.
100%. I mean, any run is going to involve magic and unexpected things, right? I mean, whether it's Devontae Smith-Pelly scoring 7 goals, Nathan Walker scoring against the Pittsburgh Penguins when Backstrom is out. I mean, a million crazy things have to happen, and in short samples, they can.
Didn't Willie miss? I think Willie got suspended during the run.
That sounds right.
Oshie got banged up. Backstrom got actually hurt and missed games in the Penguin series, to your point. Yeah, I mean, the Nats, same thing. Like, you forget when you go back, oh, yeah, that guy was hurt or that guy wasn't available or the bullpen was down to 3 arms for several games. But the years where you win it, nothing mattered. You just made it work.
Right. It's like, oh, no, Victor Robles is out. Well, here's Michael A. Taylor hitting squaring the only ball up against Adam Wainwright in shadows over 9 innings. You know, it's like, it's crazy. I mean, that's what happens. So it's going to take yeoman's effort. It's going to take something that's not sustainable for 82 games or even for 30, 40, 50, 60 games at a time. It's going to take a guy maybe, folding in and being part of something. So you're 100% right, though. Over a long season, over multiple series in the playoffs, hopefully, you're going to miss Martin Faravari. You just are. I mean, he's really good. He's one of the unsung heroes, I think, of this club this year. So, it's one of those obstacles that I don't have a great answer for. It's, maybe a forward being a little bit less aggressive in the offensive zone. Maybe that third forward that's high is higher, right, to help pinch back and account for certain things, knowing that there's going to be speed on the ice for Montreal, especially against Alexiev. That's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to see, can you skate with me? I'm going to see if I can match up my fastest skaters when you're on the ice and put pressure on you to go retrieve puck after puck after puck after puck. Not because you're getting knocked into next week. I don't really have anybody that's going to do that, but I want you to deal with some speed and some pressure. I'd like to see how you respond.
Craig Laughlin's on the show in 25 minutes. We've also got a Caps spotlight coming your way next hour. All of our playoff coverage on the Caps is brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim's been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry. They handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com. That's Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. Adam Peters spoke to the media yesterday. The NFL draft is tomorrow. The general manager of the Commanders, who kicked off his session with local reporters, celebrating the Caps win and wishing them luck in Game 2 tonight, talked about picking 29th. And I want to get into what he had to say about that, because this has been a point of interest for you and I, just how much things are going to change now for this group this year. It gets a lot harder to hit a home run when you're picking 27 spots down the board, not just because the talent available is not the same, but because you have no control over who goes in front of you.
Yep.
You don't get to call any shots. There's a lot of things dictated to you, but that cannot be an excuse to not hammer the draft. You have to get it right. This is literally why you get paid. The whole gig is it's a batting average job. You got to get it right 60, 65% of the time to be awesome and special at it. You're going to be wrong a lot. But whether you're picking 29 for the first time or 52, whether you got 5 picks or 10, you got to help the team. You got to find players. You got to find starters. And at 29, it's going to be a difficult challenge, but it's why I don't think we can truly pigeonhole a position. You could do that at 5, at 8, at 11, because there's a lot more confidence someone's going to be there.
Yeah, chances are the best tackle on the board will be there at 4, 5, 6.
Not this year.
Right? Not this year.
Yeah, they want an edge. I agree with you.
Yeah, good luck.
Maybe they'll get one. It's up to everybody else.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it really calls to bear. I mean, I know everybody's probably tired of the dead horse getting beat, but that's the case. It really calls into just a head shake how truly devoid of young talent they are. So it's almost, you've done something so incredible in year one of this regime with this quarterback that you've actually made it that much harder on yourself. It's not just picking at the end of the first round. I mean, that's something that trade you'd make every time, but it's harder to find building blocks there. You still have to your point, and you've raised the degree of difficulty, but you also raised the degree of expectation. Everything is raised. It's all heightened at this stage.
Here was Peters on the biggest challenges getting ready for the 29th pick tomorrow night yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we're all starting at the bottom again. I think lost that game more times than I wish to say, so it kind of stinks. But you don't just start there. You don't just start back in the championship game. You start at the bottom with everybody else. So that's the biggest challenge is building back up. But I take the lessons that you learned that year, the good and the bad of your team. And there's a lot more good than bad for sure. There's very little bad. And just try to do the things that kind of help you put yourself over the edge for the next year. But it really starts right now. It started today, which was really cool. And I think we got a lot of great men in this room that are not in this room right now, but that sit in this room for the, the guys. There's a lot of great men and women in this room currently. But it's going to be a fun challenge, and I know our guys are up to it.
I love the idea that he's basically saying, and their offseason is evidence of this, we can't just live off last year and think it's going to carry over.
Mm-hmm.
We're 0-0. I've been in NFC championship games before where the next year my teams weren't that good. We got to keep coming. How about him building the draft board at 29 compared to picking at the top of the board like they did last year and for so many years around here?
Yeah, I think that's another really good question. There's guys that we know that aren't going to be there, so it wouldn't be. If they were there, yeah, we'd take them, but we're fairly certain they're not going to be there. But there is a group of, I don't know. This draft is interesting just because very little certainty after the first 10 picks or so of who's going to go where and why and what's going to happen and all that. So we have to be ready for a lot of different guys to fall to us or to not fall to us. And so we have done that where we've done an exercise where we just ranked this group of guys, however many it is. It could be 10, it could be 5, it could be 20 of, okay, will they be there? All right. And if these guys are there, should we stay and pick, or should we trade down? Should we trade up to go get one? So really challenged ourselves to do that before we fell on the clock. That way we'd be able to make a decision pretty quickly.
So the only thing I would add is one thing he said at the beginning, there's certainly among the first 10 picks. I went, is there? Like, obviously they know more than I do. They're plugged in and they've got their little feelers out around the league and all the espionage and counter espionage they're doing. But I don't think they're certainly anywhere in this draft other than 1-1 Cam Ward. I think I have an idea, but again, this draft seems like a chock full of surprises. But the general point stands: when you're sitting there at the end of the first round, you are in such a dependent position unless you want to give up a whole bunch of resources, which I don't think they're in the market of doing right now. Like, you're just sitting there waiting, and you have to run every scenario and have to be willing to field those calls on the fly, make a call with conviction in terms of, okay, we're standing pat, this isn't worth it, or this is, we move up, we move back, whatever you're going to do. But you're sitting there, there's a lot of waiting and a lot of reacting.
This is where I think their data scientists and the beefed up, now professional, actual analytical department that they have is going to come into play big time. We talk about them helping to evaluate players, and he referenced today that they build their model that helps them evaluate. But the other thing you can do with that data is you can do composites of all of the mocks that you care about and want to input, and all of the work that you've done. You could have your own guys do their own mocks or whatever, and you can have a better guess at who's going to go where. And I think that's the best way to possibly prepare at 29 for what could happen is if your R&D department hits a home run and gives you the best information by predicting, okay, here's who we think is going to be left. And you heard him say we've done a lot of those exercises where it's these 6 guys, now it's these 4 guys, now it's these 8 guys. It's not going to be exactly any of the exercises you did, but if you went through at some point one of your prep runs that looks a lot like how the first round plays out, you're in a good spot.
Yeah, someone calls with 2 minutes left on the clock, and you have Donovan Mesoraco there on the board. But
Devin Mesoraco.
I keep doing Devin. Donovan Mesoraco. But you're going to get another second this year and a second next year. What's more valuable? Quick. You can't even you can't go through a process. Now, like, you could probably figure it out here, but that's not the point. The point is when everything is flying, everything is going super fast, you've got to have drilled that scenario.
You want to be calm, man.
Right? It's got to be one of those like, oh, nope, that's worth I'm making up this number, 341 points, and we've got the 29th pick worth 412 points, and we think the defensive end at a premium position makes it an extra bonus of 71 points, so that's that. And you don't make that call, or you do based on whatever other factor you've got. And that's kind of the point here. You're waiting around, and then when it's fast and furious go time, you have to.
City Tap House is filling up in Penn Quarter. If you're coming to the Caps game tonight for Game 2 against the Canadians, we are here hanging out with listeners, getting ready for Puck Drop tonight. We'll be here until 6:30. They've got great happy hour specials, food, drinks. You should come on by and enjoy some fellowship ahead of hockey in the nation's capital. Everybody's rocking their red and getting ready for a huge game tonight. Grant and Danny with you, counting down to the top of the hour, and Craig Laughlin on the Fan.
here's what I hear. Terrible. Bad. Repent.
No.
Apologize. Say you're sorry and say the words.
Right.
Whatever they are. I mean, stick by them. You wrote them down, dude. You know, you were like, I have a hit song in mind. Here's what it's going to be. It's going to be about bands making her dance. Bands refers to the money. It's a money clip. It's rubber bands around.
I'm
currency.
sure Juicy J is like a top 40 DJ from the 80s.
Yeah, well, off the air, off the microphone, that's what he sounds like. So it's bands to make her dance, but instead of two, I'm going to use the word ah.
So that's the part that always threw me off.
To rep the street a little bit.
I was always like,
all right.
Why is it bands make her dance?
You see.
Instead of to make her dance.
What?
So that didn't make sense to
It's
me.
butter to make the hit is what it is. That's the song.
So, but you're getting really caught up in, is it a good song or not? What I need you to get caught up in, is it the anthem for Ovi and Chicky and the boys?
I don't know. Is it? I guess.
Last year, the bit that they went with was Talladega, which I loved.
Okay.
I'd never heard of the song in my life, but here I was.
You were over singing it.
They're
Yeah. You're so
barreling
happy
down
about
the
it.
stretch. Do you remember how much I fell in love with that song?
Yeah.
And like at my house, I would blare it. My kids would dance. Talladega.
That's the song pretty much.
It's about like the boys coming together, and I was just steamed. This is the opposite of that.
Okay.
Whatever, Talladega. That's one. And then we got Band to Make Her Dance. Band to Make Her Dance. And I'm in on this one too, because Ovi's in on it.
Yeah.
So if you're saying, is this a good song? No.
No.
Does this song take immense talent? No.
No.
But is it the Caps anthem as it's developing in front of our eyes? Yes. And that means Houtier needs to get on board.
So here's what's different about you and me. I'd like to let it play out a little bit.
It's played out. This is weeks now.
No. You missed the point of the dude's story. Like,
Sorry.
No, I'm not upset with you. You're like Talladega. They got swept. So like that's my association with Talladega. Like let's get out of the first round and then we could bands to make people dance.
Well, okay, how about
Is it a
this? Let's talk about differences between you and I.
Yeah.
You think of Talladega, you think about getting swept out of the first
I
round.
sure do.
I think of Talladega. I think about the month at the regular season finale where they were barreling down the stretch, playing it after every win to make the playoffs, and gave me immense joy last spring when with a nearly minus 40 goal differential, they came from the ashes like the Phoenix to make the postseason when nobody thought they were going to make the playoffs because Talladega brought them together. So I remember it very fondly as the song in the locker room as they came out of nowhere to make the postseason. They happened to get swept. That's fine. I was playing with house money. I wasn't supposed to be there.
I remember. Yeah, it was all fun and games. Yeah, so I don't really get on board with you like that for like to go 5 and 6. You know what I mean? Like I don't get it. I don't do the catchphrase or whatever. In general, I don't. I just I like the sport.
Dad, I need you to find when Juicy J was at the game being interviewed. I don't even know who the girl was that was interviewing him.
Long-time hockey fan.
But they were asking him about the Capitals. He clearly never watched hockey, which is fine. He definitely had never seen the Capitals play. It was as if you brought me to like a tennis match or something.
Yeah.
Or not something more obscure, like water polo. But the best part was he didn't know who Alex Ovechkin was. He's like, who's the guy? Who's the guy? And she's like,
the scorer.
Ovi? So find that clip. Let me know when you have it. But in the meantime, Danny, what do we need you? What needs to happen for you to be in on Bands I Make Her Dance? So that when Garris plays it, coming back from a break at some point, rather than rolling your eyes
and waiting for it to be over,
you're like, oh, good, I get sized.
Stanley Cup Championship.
Afterwards, so at the parade.
Yes.
So let's do this. Let's figure this out together. Let's close
this
our
is
eyes.
it. That's what it is.
Okay, so if the Capitals win the Cup and we're at the Stanley Cup parade,
yes,
Danny Rouillet will dance to and sing along to Bands I Make Her Dance.
I'll do the best I can to sing along. I'll mutter.
Sing along is a funny thing.
Guttural utterances.
The
Like,
not
that's it.
clean version's tough, I'll just say.
So's the clean one. They are both hot garbage.
Well, I don't mean that. I mean the not clean one. I don't think you want to sing along to that one very loudly.
Yeah, I don't want to sing along to either. But
there's some really bad words.
I'm sure. For the price of a Stanley Cup, though, sure. I'll buy La Mucho. I'll dance around.
I don't know where the video is, but I do have a video somewhere of Danny Rouillet in you're the only guy I know that wears vests all the time, like tech vest type things. So you have like one of those puffy vests on.
Yeah.
I think it's the Nationals World Series parade, and you're doing a really jolly dance, and you're so happy. And I've just never quite seen you like that. So maybe
all it takes is a parade.
That's it. So we could put the Bands I Make Her Dance next to that.
Okay.
How about this?
Yeah.
Could we get you to twerk to that?
I don't think I can.
I think you could.
I don't think I can do that.
Yeah,
Physically?
why not?
I think
Yeah,
I throw my back out. I don't
you
think you
won't
can do
bend
that.
over, put your palms on the ground, twerk a little bit to
Yeah,
band.
see, I'd have to, that's flexibility
What do you
wise.
think,
My
Larry?
hamstring's too tight. Like
Danny out here shaking that booty? No?
He's just nodding.
This was when Juicy J was at Capital One Arena. Big Alex Ovechkin guy.
Long time.
And it's amazing. Like I was watching my timeline maybe like a month ago, and I was seeing this hockey team, the Capitals. I saw the Capitals just singing bands and making that. I thought it was like a AI. People take AI all the time and they put pictures with music. So I was like, this somebody's AI. But it kept going and kept going. I was like, hold up a second, what's going on? Like somebody likes my song, like I feel like they brought the song back, Like they making it even more popular than it was 5 or 6 years ago.
Were you surprised to see how much steam it had picked up on the internet?
So I'm so surprised. TikTok went crazy. Like then people start calling me, "Hey man, it's a hockey team, Capitals. They love your music. Hey man, the guy they call the guy the main player the star of the team. I forget his name. Sorry. Yeah. They say he's a Michael Jordan of
He didn't even.
of hockey.
She said Ovechkin, and then he said, "Yep."
He's
He
like,
didn't
yeah,
even try.
yeah.
He's like, "Yeah." him.
Okay.
More Juicy J, please.
Or
So I don't know anybody in hockey. So I was like, holy shit. So I just started doing research and I started seeing it blowing up on TikTok. My phone's ringing and here I am.
Well, you just participated in the infamous tunnel warm-up routine and sang it with them. How was that?
Yeah, it was crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like I never,
There's a joke in there, by the way, Danny, where she says, "Are you surprised that it went viral?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm real surprised because his song's terrible."
Yeah, I'm surprised anybody liked it. I'm surprised it got a single download.
He's like, "I'm stunned."
I'm surprised I lived this lavish lifestyle based on mumbling.
Craig Laughlin is a guy that I think respects bands, right? We'll talk to
Bands
Locker.
I make her dance, GP.
Joel B. Bands I make her dance. Hold it here, OV. Hold it here with the band. Why not? Make her dance, Joe B. Locker. Next, we're live at City Tap House ahead of Game 2.
I'm Toby Altizer.
that it should have been a non-icing call, meaning there shouldn't have been a face-off. But when you watch the replay close again, and I've watched the replay time and time again, when Roy, the defenseman, stepped up on line A, he wasn't across center anyway, so had he touched the pass from the D, it should have still been icing. What they're saying in Canada is because he played the man and not the puck, it should be waved off. Well, I'm not a believer in that. I've watched it many a time. So, number one, the face-off should have occurred. Montreal and Marty St. Louis sort of got screwed a little bit because they had three guys that really aren't known for their defense on the ice. Then they have three miscues off the draw. And Beauvillier, by the way, who's been a godsend, he has been fantastic on the Capstock trio, makes a fabulous play. And he's always been a great playoff performer. And then our captain, what more can you say? A 3-point night, factored in on all the goals, and then gets the OT winner for his first ever. To me, it's sensational.
Caps up 1-0 in the series. Craig Laughlin with us ahead of Game 2. We're live at City Tap House, taking you up to pregame and eventually puck drop tonight on 106.7 The Fan. Let's start with the good locker. That first 20 minutes was textbook, huh? I mean, that was as good a period as Carbs could have drawn up. They hit everything that moved.
Yeah, we saw that, right? We saw that probably January and February, the way the team was playing. And then they took a little lull because they had made the playoffs and the Ovechkin chase and all that stuff you can sort of factor into the little drop in their play. But, man, they said they were going to turn on a switch. That was a switch big time and that was the best first period they may have played all season long. And that's the style you need to play in the playoffs, right? Get the puck, go north, get in, utilize the heaviness of the Caps over a smaller Montreal team, wear them down time and time again. They turned pucks over. They got pucks to Montembeault, who, by the way, the game should have been 3-0 before the first period was over, the way the Caps were buzzing him. Montembeault played some fantastic goal. So all of a sudden now you've put all those things together. To me, it was the veteranness of the Caps, the amount of experience they have against a very young Montreal team that put them on their heels for the first 45 minutes. They then recaptured their game and sort of put the Caps on their heels. So we want to see a duplication of that first period for 3:20s tonight so they can go to Montreal Friday for a 2-0 lead.
So, Locker, a lot's been made about the third period, and the narrative has been that the Caps basically played two periods. But they had 7 of the first 9 shots in the third, I think. People forget the first few minutes of the third looked a lot like the first 40. It was really, 10 or 12 or 15 minutes or so where they just got dominated and the ice got tilted. Should we be concerned that Montreal found something, or was that just a momentum shift? What happened there?
I think that was a momentum shift. I think you nailed it. I think, everybody talks about, you read every article after a game or listen to people or coaches. They always say, we knew there was going to be a push. I didn't think the Caps handled Montreal's push very well. They should have stuck to the game plan. Toes up ice, moving forward. Instead, they sort of got back on their heels. That allows more space on the ice for Montreal to work their wizardry with the puck. And their top trio is fantastic. When you look at the way they can move the puck, they created a lot of the damage. They were out for, I think, a minute 45 at one point that led to one of their goals. So they had a couple of line changes. We did not. So now we're fatigued. To me, things just sort of went to the wayside. And I think you can easily correct that by watching film of the first 45 minutes because I thought we played fantastic hockey. That's exactly what Caps hockey is. And I'm not concerned about that. I think Montreal is trying to say, well, we've got some positives because we played great the last 15 minutes. We tied it up. But we always talk about it, right? We always say the 2-goal lead in hockey is the worst lead in hockey. I don't know why. I don't know scientifically why that happens, but it's just the way it is. I wish the Capitals would have made it 3-0, and they had chances to do that. Then the game is out of reach for Montreal no matter what happens.
Craig Laughlin on Grant and Danny on the Fan leading up to Game 2 of the Caps and the Canadians. I don't want to take away from Ovi with a game winner and 2 goals, who was splendid. But it's my opinion Anthony Beauvillier was the best player on the ice for Washington, filling in for Protas on the top line, team high in shots, team high in expected goals. He did score. He had an assist. What did you make of him? Were you surprised that he was so active and so involved?
Well, I'm not so sure I was surprised. It's funny how players are, right? What happens is, you're a player, you get plugged in on the fourth line when you first come to a team. He's probably saying, what the heck? I'm here in Washington. I got traded here. They must want me. Why am I on the fourth line? Now you move up to the third line. Now all of a sudden the coach says, you know what? You've been playing pretty well, Bo. I'm going to try you on the top line winger because Pro is out, and here's your opportunity. Well, this is a kid that's played a lot of games in the NHL. He's played very well when you look at his stats in the playoffs. I think he's got over 30 points in just over 50 games. So he's a guy that likes this type of season, part of the season. He loves the playoffs. To me, he's a compliment for Ovi and Stromer. Ovi likes to be sort of the second or third guy in the wave on the attack. Stromer likes to be the guy that slows things down and dangles. Beauvillier is a straight-ahead guy that has tremendous speed. He's one of the fastest players on the Caps. And to make that line successful, you need Beauvillier in all the time. You'll hear Carberry say, he's got to be F1, meaning he's got to be the first forward in to create contact, to turn pucks over, to create opportunities for Strome to get in there. Now they can set up Ovechkin. So to me, he's a very good complementary player. And I thought that was his best game as a Cap, bar none. But I saw it slowly coming since he arrived here in Washington, getting more comfortable, getting into the family type atmosphere the Caps have right now in the locker room and off the ice. And to me, the fit has been perfection. And I'm not sure, even when Pro comes back, I would be very surprised they put him right back out there. I think Pro is going to maybe be slotted in somewhere else. And now all of a sudden, the Caps have 4 more balanced lines. Pro comes in, and now they get more scoring. That's a good thing.
Who had a sneaky good game, maybe that isn't getting a lot of attention with the household name shining?
Matt Roy. I think he's, when you think of playoffs, right, we've been around a long time, right, Grant? We watch a lot of hockey, and we see all these guys. And playoffs, I always think of John Carlson. I think of all these type of guys. Well, Matt Roy led everybody, and I think in ice time last game, his second most he's ever had in his career in the playoffs. He's an unsung hero. Like, if you watch the game, Matt Roy does a lot of things under the radar that if you don't watch him closely, you don't know how good he is. They really watched him in LA last year. They wanted this guy. They signed him to the big deal. And there was a reason behind their madness because they had watched him a lot. They had scouted him a lot. They wanted to make sure that he was a fit to be sort of a defensive shutdown guy. But he's done more than that to me. He plays a tough, physical game, and he plays intense every shift. So to me, he's an unsung hero that I saw in game 1.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, it doesn't always show up in the box score, right, Locker, in the playoffs? I saw Carbs after the game say something like, look, more than even in the regular season, you can't just look at goals and assists and points in the playoffs. And I actually thought, sitting in the crowd for the game, I thought Ryan Leonard was fantastic. He had the
Ryan Leonard, yeah, I think that's a good point. I think he had his best game. You know why? Because he had the puck, and it didn't squirt off his stick. He was making plays. That's what they want, right? Early on in his tenure here at the end of the season, I thought he lost way too many pucks. Pucks were hitting his stick and exploding and getting away from him, and he couldn't utilize his speed. But that one play against, I think, Evans down low to create an opportunity for the Caps was spectacular. The way he rolled off, went to the net, tried to make a pass in front. That's the Ryan Leonard they need because he's got to provide some offense, right? They got him. They know he has some good skills offensively. I think he's settled in now and looks much, much better than he did during the regular season.
Greg Laughlin, a couple more moments left with the Caps legend as we get ready for game 2. So we found out yesterday Marty Ferravari's done for the playoffs. I'm sure the team knew that for a few days, and maybe the players already knew that. So I don't know if there's a quote-unquote adjustment needed. But his replacement, Alex Alexiev, needed a dental repair. He was having surgery yesterday in the morning. His teeth are on the ice. He lost several teeth. He's supposed to play. Before I even ask you about Alexiev, what's the injury like that you remember? It could be yourself or someone else from your career. I'm thinking like hockey guy type injuries where, I mean, you had heart surgery and you're back in the booth in a month. You're a hockey guy, right? What's the one that comes to mind that you think of from your career?
I always tell this, and now I get a chance to tell you, is that when we were playing the Islanders, I think in, what was the year, 84, 85, when we had the Easter Epic. people don't understand that actually got me into broadcasting, because the game before I had a torn meniscus. I was hit by a Sutter behind the net. I just felt my knee give out. I tried to skate it off. I got to the bench, went to the locker room. They looked at it and said, "You're done for the series." That was very disappointing. And I still say to this day, and you heard it here first, if I'm in that Easter epic, we win the game. I'm just kidding. I know.
Hey, it wouldn't hurt.
I tell all my teammates that. But that was the one devastating blow. And I had the same thing that he had. And I know how difficult it is when you go through a season. You want to be in the battle with your teammates at the biggest point of the year, and you can't do it. Marty is going to be lost for the whole playoffs. We know that. But we know that we have enough defensemen to fill in. It's like David Poile used to say, you can never have enough defensemen for the playoffs. Things happen. The Caps were pretty good during the regular season, not really banged up that badly. So now they get a problem on the defense. Well, Alexiev may have the toughest job, along with McElrath, who hardly play. They've got to do skates every day. They've got to work with the skills guy. You've got to be ready for the opportunity. Well, you could see that Alexiev was ready for the opportunity because he had a very, very good game, went to the dentist, had a couple of teeth knocked out. To me, that's a warrior. And the guys look up to him for that. They appreciate what he brings to the table. And he, again, is going to have to be good in this series. And I thought he didn't make any glaring mistakes, which is the key for a young defender. If he plays a quiet game and you don't notice him, he's doing his job. And that's what I want to continue to see from big Alexiev.
Yeah, hockey's just different. I think about the Tom Wilson game where he came back in with his cheek looking like a squirrel with a nut in the side of his mouth or something.
Absolutely.
And they scored a goal. And I mean, it's hockey, man. So you're looking ahead to tonight. The atmosphere was electric. Back home, we got a lot of people at City Tap House are going to be going over to the game. What are you anticipating tonight? What are your key storylines for people to track as we drop the puck?
I think it continues to be the matchups. I think that, you call it a soft matchup or a hard matchup. I think it's got to continue to be a hard matchup, even though the top two gunners in Caulfield and Suzuki scored. I thought Dubois played his best game in about a month and a half. To me, he's got to be one of the key factors with that line with Wilson and McMichael. They sort of started the Caps on a roll early on with McMichael getting some chances. That's a storyline. I think the Caps power play has to be a storyline to continue to work against Montreal. I think there could be a few more penalties tonight. There wasn't a whole lot last game. That number two. And number three, can the Caps continuously for 60 minutes get the puck behind the Montreal defenseman? Because if you turn it over top of the circles, case in point, game 3, they are so fast in transition. They're one of the best stretch pass teams in the league. So to me, those are three keys to the game for the Caps to be up 2-0 here tonight.
Locker, I know you get uncomfortable when we pump your tires too much, but it is a joy that we get you and Joe B in this first round every single game. We got 7 if need be, although let's not, respectfully to you, let's not have you guys call 7 if you don't mind.
I'm not sure my heart can handle it, but yeah, whatever it takes, buddy, I'm here for everybody.
You're the best. Good having you on as always. Enjoy the game, and we will be watching tonight.
Thanks, buddy. All the best.
Capitals royalty Craig Laughlin on Grant and Danny live from City Tap House on 106.7 The Fan. Next, What We Want, Capitals Canadiens version, Game 2. We'll call our shot next. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Game 2 for the Capitals tonight at Capital One Arena, taking on the Canadiens. Caps lead the series 1-0 after their 3-2 overtime win in Game 1 on Monday. 7 p.m. puck drops tonight. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. In baseball, the Nats taking on the O's for Game 2 of the series after they won last night 7-0. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game over on the Team 980 tonight. Trevor Williams taking the hill for the Nationals. Tomoyaki Sugano taking the hill for the Orioles. Tonight, NBA action. The Celtics taking on the Magic at 7 o'clock. Boston leads 1-0. Jason Tatum is doubtful with a wrist injury. Cavaliers taking on the Heat at 7:30. Cleveland leads that series 1-0. And the Rockets taking on the Warriors at 9:30. Golden State is up 1-0 in that series. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress. Just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Back live in D.C. at City Tap House. Penn Quarter, just a few blocks from Capital One Arena. We're in the shadows of the venue that's going to hold Game 2 Caps Canadiens tonight. Getting ready for playoff hockey. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. The NFL draft is tomorrow. Of course, the Nats are playing the O's this evening. Chance to take 2 straight from the regional rivals up in Baltimore. And we're joined on site right now by a gentleman rocking the red. He's got a number 30 cap sweater on.
He's a captain, damn it.
It's not Jose Theodore, though. It's a B. Mitch.
Yeah. That's Brian Mitchell's music.
Brian.
I've always
Brian
wanted to play
Mitchell's
hockey. I just skate, ice skate.
If you could skate, I would not want to see you on the ice.
Me and Tom would beat everybody's ass.
That's what I'm saying.
I love that line, though. I'm all about playing hockey. Just don't ask me to ice skate.
Yeah.
Run around with the shoes.
Let's play. I can rollerblade, so I would guess I can ice skate. I just don't want to fall.
Something tells me they didn't have a lot of ice rinks in Louisiana where you were growing up.
Well, they did have the Louisiana Voodoo. They had a hockey team like later on.
Was that minor leagues or
It was
just
minor league?
Oh, is that right?
They called it the Louisiana Voodoo.
Wow.
And they would serve a lot of beer at that place.
I bet. Game 1 was awesome.
Yes.
I want to get into the draft with you, but let's look ahead to tonight. I know you're going to be in the crowd. You've been to so many of these playoff games over the years. I mean, from our obligations, now it's monumental, but 15 years ago, you're doing stuff at Comcast and you're doing the all sports shows. You had to get into this team doing radio. I mean, what do you make of the hockey playoffs from an intensity standpoint and the vibe in the building compared to some of the other sports?
Well, I don't think it's anything that matches it. I'm an NFL guy through and through, but hockey playoffs is totally different, especially when you go here to Cap One. The fans here, you talk about rocking the red, they have been like this for the longest time. And when the game starts, they are going till the end.
Yeah.
And if they happen to do anything great out there, they take it up another notch. I absolutely love the way that they play, and I love the way that the fans have supported them. And why not? I remember distinctly Al Koken and John Thompson. They say, B. Mitch, we're doing the show from Kettler Arena.
Uh-huh.
And this is when Alex was first drafting stuff.
Right.
I go over and I'm looking. I say, don't tell me who he is, because at practice they have all these different jerseys. They don't necessarily have their number on. As soon as he came on the ice, I was like, that's him. They say, I say he moves differently than everybody else. And I've been a fan of this team. I was a fan before, but I never went to a game. But once he came, I've been a fan. I go to games, and I absolutely love it.
I was going to ask that because tonight, Jaden Daniels supposed to be there.
Mm-hmm.
I saw, it might have been Mitch Tischler was tweeting, Bobby Wagner, and several of the players.
I love that too.
I do too.
I love that. I love the symmetry. I love it.
I mean, the teams are supporting each other.
But when you played, did that crossover exist? You did not go to games. I mean, you're also at USA Arena.
The games were way out. Where the football stadium is now.
I was going to say, in the middle of nowhere where the football stadium is.
At that time, I don't think we ventured out there. We didn't go past D.C. But I would go watch the Bullets play and things of that nature. But then once everything came downtown, it was easier, and we all went to it. So I've always been a big fan of all the teams around, but now I look at it as if the Caps go, then I'm thinking we gotta go. I think it puts pressure on the other team, and I would welcome that.
So, and Brian Mitchell's with us here live on site, City Tap House, right by Cap One Arena, Penn Quarter. I've always loved when the team, like when I get to pretend all the teams that I like they're all friends with each other. I don't know why that makes me so happy, but it does. Like the other night, seeing a couple of Nationals, front row Mackenzie Gore and Jake Irvin, back at the Stanley Cup playoffs years ago with Ryan Zimmerman, Max Scherzer, drunk as skunks, Adam
Well, you got
slamming
to hand
beers
out
through
every once in a
shirts.
while.
Like I love that kind of stuff. Why do you think that matters to fans? Because I know it does, and I've never been able to point out why.
Fans want to believe, like they support every team, they support you.
Mm-hmm.
They want to believe you support the same things they support.
Yeah.
Because this big thing becomes a family, and when you see teams winning and everybody come together, you watch people that don't even know each other, hugging on each other, things like that, and they just want to see that their team do it. Guys come from all over the country. You don't know, a guy could have grew up, let's say if he grew up in Edmonton, as a young kid, he finally played for the Cap. He may still cheer for his team, but not when they're playing against him. I had Alan May on the show a couple of days ago, and he said he still cheer for his hometown team. He still cheer for the Dallas team, but he cheer for this team because he played here and he works here. Fans sometimes don't understand that, but they want to make damn sure during the year you're supporting every team in the local area.
Brian Mitchell, listen to him every day here on The Fan from 10 to 2 with JP Finley for B. Mitch and Finley. We are one day away from the NFL draft. In fact, I think it's 26 hours from right now that things are going to get underway from Green Bay at Lambeau Field. If the Washington Commanders cannot trade back, what do you want them to do, and what do you think they'll do?
You know what? I'm going to be totally honest. This is not a cop-out. This is what I felt.
Yeah.
We have been hitting the head so many times with bad decisions that right now we're still wanting to make the decisions for other people. I believe that Adam Peters is exceptional. I believe what they did this offseason has allowed them to go into this draft and be able to take a flow of whatever happens. Like, if they can't get who they want at that position, yes, drop back. But what if we hear about people dropping in the draft?
Mm-hmm.
What if somebody drops that you want, that you thought was like a 15, you had it
Right.
rated as a 14, 10, 15, whatever, and he drops to 29? You're not going to take him? But then I think also if they were to not and they move back, now they can figure it out again. But I'm at the point now where I am not thinking that Adam Peters is Vinny Serrato. I'm not thinking he's Bruce Allen. I damn sure don't think he's Ron Rivera. So whatever he does, I'm going to be happy with it. Because I know last year when they were about to get a GM, everyone to a T said, if they get the GM, then let that GM cook. Well, if I'm cooking gumbo, I don't want nobody telling me what to do. So he's cooking his gumbo now. I'm going to step back.
So prediction-wise here, last year they majored, it seemed like, in getting guys that were team captains. They gave them the commander tag, whatever you want to call that. Can they be in a position now? Right, the captain right there. Do you think they're going to sort of stay with that pathology, or is it now at 29, talking about the guy that falls, quote unquote? And I hate just saying character concerns because it's such a broad umbrella. It could be like a guy at a traffic violation. That's so what? Or it could be a guy that didn't give a damn in practice, whatever, right? Can they afford to be riskier there? Or do you think they stay with the same culture?
I truly believe they can be riskier.
Yeah.
Because what happened last year, they had to get a nucleus. Okay? Nobody hears the coaches talking about nucleus. They had to get a nucleus of character guys on the team. Hell, the guy was was going to be a Hall of Famer, Bobby Wagner, is that. Your starting quarterback is that.
Mm-hmm.
You ever had a chance to talk to Mikey Sarenstein?
Oh,
that dude might be.
Love him.
If Bobby and Jaden wasn't on the team, he is the classiest guy on the squad. But you watch him on the road, he leads. He's a young dude, but he leads the team. I watch guys going to him to get information. Says a lot. But they have such a great locker room right now, you can afford to bring somebody in. You followed the Redskins when they were going on.
Yeah.
There were a lot of not bad guys, but guys that
eccentric guys,
had questions.
Yeah.
But that locker room was so damn good, nobody went out and did their own thing. So I believe that if it's something simple, traffic violation, something like that, a guy who needs a little more kicking ass, those guys you can bring in. But if you start finding guys that got some serious issues, you don't want to deal with them anyway.
Do you think Brian Mitchell's with us? B. Mitch and Finley here on Grant and Danny. We're live from the City Tap House, getting ready for the Caps game. B. Mitch, if you're watching on YouTube, you already know this. He's rocking his red. He's got his sweater on. So do you think that they are in a spot where they can generate enough pass rush if they don't get an edge early? I keep saying they need another. Fowler had 10 sacks and he's gone. They don't have a 10-sack guy on the roster. But as I was thinking about it yesterday, I'll bet you they would say to me, the way they can use Frankie Louvu in a way where he could go get 8 to 10 sacks, and they can maybe blitz safeties. Like, could they make it work, or do they still need one more really good pass rusher?
I believe they need one more, and that's why, for me, if they go pass rusher and offensive line the whole draft, I would be happy. I know most fans wouldn't because they like sexy. I think I need an offense. I need a motor and a transmission, O-line, D-line. If that's impressive, you're going to have an impressive team. There's a kid on the team that they traded for in the offseason, signing Martin.
Jacob Martin.
I have watched some of his film. And, yes, he hadn't popped just yet. But Fowler didn't have the year before last year that he had last year. I believe this coaching staff gets the best out of people. I believe this coaching staff knows how to develop. When you watch Jacob Martin, he gets low, he gets skinny, he can get around people, he has been lean. What if they can make that into something? You know what I mean? And I think
that's the thing we never count on as fans, et cetera.
And also the bigger guys that they've gotten in the middle. The big guys now mean that you got to deal with them. Do you feel now that if you leave somebody one-on-one, they may have a better chance against some of the other guys? So, and then your secondary has improved.
Yeah.
Can they cover just a little longer to allow a guy to get there? How many times we seen guys get there, but never get the sack? You know why? Because the guy got open. So if you got somebody in the secondary that can help out, maybe they get to him.
Quickly on that, are you a believer in Lattimore year 2?
I believe so. I think he wasn't healthy. Then they wanted to get him back, and then I think he got injured again. And when you're hurt in the league, we will be exposed quickly.
We'll let you get over to the game. We'll let you go on this one. What is hockey fan in attendance Brian Mitchell like? Are you loud? Are you raucous?
I am the same guy that you watch play football.
Oh, God.
I watch.
An intimidating maniac?
Hide the women and children.
I'm serious. I get overly excited. I lose it. I come out hoarse most times.
Yeah.
But I love. Look,
So I bet you love the fighting.
But I love hockey. Like, listen to me. I played football all my life. So if nothing can happen on the field that I haven't seen. But when I'm watching hockey and I'm watching these guys do the things they do on that little blade, I am
It's incredible.
overly
impressed.
superly impressed
Yeah.
by what they're doing. And when I see Alex does something, when he got 894, I think I might have broke Amir's hand when I gave him a high five. Amir brought me to the game, I probably put him in the hospital.
Hopefully, you don't hurt him tonight. Although, if they get a win, maybe
I
maybe
might
sign
tackle
up.
him.
Yeah, whatever it takes to get us to 2-0 in this series.
Collarbone and a spleen, just going down in a pile. Let's go.
89% chance to win the series if you take your first 2 in games 1 and 2
Let's
at home.
get it.
B. Mitch, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you,
Have fun
Brian
tonight, buddy.
Mitchell.
Hi, man.
B.
Nice
Mitch and Finley, we are live, taking you up to 6:30 on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Thanks to Brian Mitchell for swinging by City Tap House and hanging with us on Grant and Danny, talking Caps playoff hockey, all of our coverage of the NHL playoffs and the Capitals in this cup run, ideally. Brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim's been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry. We handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact acetrim.com today. That's Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner.
This particular radio program, The Grant and Danny Show, we are exclusively sponsored by our pals, the law firm of Condori and Morad, that can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We're taking you up to 6:30, which means we've got some business to tend to next segment at 6 o'clock. I want to have our second, ahead of game 2, one per game. That's how it works.
Okay. Yep.
Our second cap to score a goal draft. So you get a point for every goal you correctly predict. Darris in game 1 got out to a pretty juicy edge. 3 points for Darris. He had Alex Ovechkin, who he got with a third pick, by the way.
Yeah.
Scored twice. He just kept it simple, stupid. And it worked.
He's like, I have an opportunity here to draft the all-time leading goal scorer in NHL history, who had 44 in a year that he broke his leg.
But he
Who was
also
that guy?
got cued in with Anthony Pavillier, and he got a goal too. So
His
Darris
lineman,
has 3. Ryan, myself, Danny, Toby do not yet have a point in the Caps prediction to score a goal. So Tobes, Darris, get your boards together. We will be drafting in just a few. Before we do, though, I want to put a bow on the NFL draft for today. It is tomorrow night. We'll finish with some Caps and Nats previews ahead of their games coming up next segment. But who do you think is going to be the story in the draft in terms of non-quarterbacks? Like, I feel like Ashton Genty is now being linked to the Jaguars at 5, which is really, really interesting. We saw one report from ESPN and from Peter Schrager that he could be the pick at 3 or 4 if there's a trade up as well. I don't see that. I don't think it's realistic. But Genty seems to be a major factor and pivot point in this draft. If you were to pick a player that you would say is the story early on, non-quarterback division, who would it be?
So that's probably the leader in the clubhouse, right? But let me throw a couple others at you, see if you like it. Mason Graham, defensive lineman. Everybody's had him as a top 5 pick throughout. I mean, it's unsexy, a little bit boring at times.
And all of a sudden, he's fallen.
And he's falling.
Why?
And I don't know. I don't know.
Everybody had him going to Jacksonville. Schefter came out yesterday and saying he's not going to. I think because Shefty went to Michigan, that's where Graham's from, everyone assumes he knows something. And I'm sure he does. He wouldn't have tweeted it otherwise or reported it otherwise. That's pretty strange this close. They're like, everyone's been on that, and now they're not.
Yeah, and now that doesn't seem to be the case. It may, again, just be smoke. It may just be, an attempt to, hopefully knock his stock so that he falls to somebody else. But that's one to watch there. But I think Genty's probably the leader in the clubhouse there. The other one, maybe the first receiver off the board, Ted McMillan, is the best in this class, presumably. But it's not a very good receiver class, which is unusual. We're used to basically 3, 4, 5, up to 10 guys coming out, going for 1,000 yards as rookies. Doesn't seem to be the case this year. That's somebody you could see, still maybe making the top 10. He could slide even further. I think that's a real possibility as well.
He's another good example of the unpredictability of this class because of what we were hearing and where he was going to go, which was really high, and now him going much later, according to all the recent mocks, in the first round. I want to circle back to our Grant and Danny poll of the day presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. You can go vote on the 106.7 The Fan Twitter account if you want to hop in on our polling. Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, or commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. The poll today, Danny, was 24 hours out from round 1. What do you think Washington does if they stay at pick 29? I went with defensive back. Only 13% of us did. 71% said edge rusher. 10% said wide receiver. 6% said running back. I think they want to go edge. I just don't know that it's going to work out. Where are you voting?
So I actually think it's boring here, but I think it's defensive end. And I think
Do they have to reach, or does one of their guys slide?
I think we'll view it as a reach. I think they won't. And I don't want to say I'm annoyed about that. Again, this regime deserves a lot of credibility and some benefit of the doubt. But it might be like a Nick Scorton type player who didn't really produce Texas A&M very much. And again, 1.5 sacks. or so, but one of these all-around great citizen, mayoral candidate kind of guys, great run stuffer, kind of all-around player that maybe fits their design a little bit better. For me, I want the great pass rusher. I'll figure the rest out. They may not view it that way. So I think it's going to end up, if they stay put, it's a defensive end.
All right, we got our Caps player to score a goal draft that we will be doing as soon as we return. We'll also give you a preview of the Nationals and the Orioles tonight, the leadoff ahead of Nats baseball. That game at 6:45 is on the Team 980. We have Capitals playoff hockey on the Fan tonight, starting with pregame right around 6:35. We'll be taking you up to puck drop about 7:05 with John Walton, Ken Sabrin on the call here on the Fan. We're with you until 6:30. We're Grant and Danny from City Tap House in Penn Quarter.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's basketball camp, CoachWooten.com. That's 2 O's and 2 T's. Tonight on the ice, the Capitals taking on the Canadiens. Game 2 of the series. Washington leads 1-0 after their overtime victory in Game 1, 3-2. Alex Ovechkin with 2 goals in that one. Looking to repeat that performance tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game and the playoffs all playoffs long right here on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Orioles for Game 2 of the series. Last night, they beat the O's 7-0. Mitchell Parker with an 8-inning, no-run performance, giving up just 1 hit. 6:45 first pitch tonight. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Trevor Williams takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 1-2 with a 5.95 ERA. He'll take on Tomoyuki Sagano, who is 2-1 with a 3.43 ERA. NBA hoops tonight, playoff action. Celtics and Magic at 7 o'clock. Boston leads 1-0 in the series. Jason Tatum doubtful tonight with a wrist injury. Cavaliers taking on the Heat. Cleveland up 1-0 in that series. That'll tip off at 7:30. And the nightcap, the Rockets and the Warriors at 9:30. Golden State leads that series 1-0. Tomorrow, NFL draft gets underway. First round getting underway just after 8 o'clock. Coach Wooten's basketball camp, they instill a love of the game by teaching kids how to play, the values of the game, and having fun. Join the rite of passage for beginners all the way up to the rising high school star and experience the legacy of the Wooten basketball camps. Coach Wooten. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Who spins hits like Dad spins hits? Hockey night? You kidding me?
I don't know.
The good old hockey song?
Who like the ultimate top 40 DJ, like old school Casey Kasem stuff?
Yeah.
Darius Kasem.
Let me just listen to this for a second. Do you remember this song?
Oh yeah.
Used to play it at Cap One Arena all the
All
time.
the time. And the
Now,
little
they don't
ball, the
play
little
it
ball
anymore.
bounces. Yeah.
Yeah, but they don't play it. Give me a little juice on this, Dad. This is the good old hockey game. There's 3 different stanzas. There's 3 periods worth of
Or
content.
they're playing the game, and the puck goes down the ice. It's
They
like that
also they changed the lyrics. So Bondra scores.
guy. Mhm.
Oh, come on.
Wilson fights. Thompson makes the save. You know, it's like that. Yeah.
They should have done that. I don't know that they did, but you're one step ahead.
I
of
can
them.
do it. Let's do a parody
seems like.
song.
Welcome back to City Tap House. Place is rocking. Everybody's wearing their red and ready for hockey tonight. Game number 2 of the Caps playoff run as they take on the Canadiens. First round series here. Chance to go up 2-0 at home. Told you earlier, if they win tonight, they have an 87% chance of winning the series. But when you go up 2-0 at home, it goes up even higher to 89%. Now, if you lose this game and it's 1-1 going back to Montreal, now you've lost home ice advantage in the series. They have effectively accomplished their goal.
Yeah, they came here to win a game.
They did not think they'd be 2-0 going home. They hoped they'd be 1-1, so they get on the bus to get to the airport tonight, ecstatic. They go back to one of the hardest places in the sport to play in the second half of the season, where they only lost once in the final 12 games at the Bell Center, and your work's cut out for you for games 3 and 4.
Yeah,
So,
now it's a fight. I mean,
a lot on the line tonight, man.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping for. When you're the underdog, you'd like to extend it. You just want to see. You don't want to make the other team have to make, one more play because anything can happen in a game 7, et cetera. If you're the higher seeded team, you're the better team, quote unquote, the quicker the better. You end this thing vice-like. But if you don't mind drawing a 7-game fight for the 8th seed here.
All right, couple of headlines before we get to our Caps to score a goal draft on Grant and Danny. Rapid fire here, big stories of the day in sport. The New Orleans Saints say they hope to have more clarity on Derek Carr's injury situation at quarterback ahead of the draft. They supposedly found out at the last minute, within the last couple of weeks before the draft, that his shoulder injury is so serious that he's going to be out for the season. I think there's more to this story than has been published. This is just my own speculation.
You sense a little dramatics there?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The reason he was in New Orleans was because their former head coach, who they've since fired, Dennis Allen, had him with the Raiders, wanted him in New Orleans. The people that are still there with Allen fired are not as big of fans of Carr.
Mm-hmm.
He supposedly wanted out throughout the offseason and told him as much. Now he's got this injury and he can't play. And it's all, the timing is too weird for me. The timing being right before the draft, my antenna for BS and nonsense is absolutely up.
You got a little radar going. I smell what you're cooking there. The someone that's a little disgruntled in that regard that's not pleased with the situation. It's one of those like you had all offseason to do the surgery. I'm just not saying this case, but in general, you had the whole offseason to do the surgery. And then the day before the season starts, you're like, all right, now it's time. I'm gonna get onto the knife and be rehab for 7 months. It feels like that a little bit.
Patrick Mahomes spoke publicly today, said that he expects the Chiefs' passing offense to air it out again next season, thinks they'll be much better through the air than they have been. I agree with that because Rashee Rice will be healthy, their best wide receiver. They should have Hollywood Brown for much more of the season than they had this year, assuming Rice doesn't get suspended, I guess I should say.
Yeah.
Or Xavier Worthy doesn't get suspended. I don't think he will. Their first-round pick last year. They should have their most talented wide receiver room. I'm still not sold that Travis Kelce has enough left in the tank to give you elite production at tight end all season long, but he can flip the switch from time to time. I just wouldn't worry that much about being excellent from an aerial standpoint. You haven't been the last couple of years, and it hasn't mattered. You've still gotten to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
They got to beef up that line, do a better job protecting the football in the postseason and protecting Patrick Mahomes. And if you do that, whether you're throwing for 5,000 or 4,100, I don't think it matters. You're going to win a lot.
Yeah, and that defense is still going to be really good. To me, it's about among that group you're talking about, the young up-and-comers, to find the next playmaker. Not for 17 weeks. You're not just going to unearth a Hall of Famer like Travis Kelce. I just mean that, in that tight game against Buffalo, in that game against Cincinnati, in the AFC title game or whatever, can you flip it to a guy who can make a play for you? And those guys have frankly been inconsistent and missing. You just mentioned off suspended, off injured. Hard to count on some of those guys. If somebody steps up and emerges, I think they'll be just fine, to your point. If there's an AFC title game next year, they'll be playing in it.
The Lakers said last night that getting even with the Minnesota Timberwolves in Los Angeles at Crypto was based on a ripping from J.J. Redick. They give him a lot of credit for the motivation. I don't know, the playoffs seem like a pretty good motivator,
I was going to
too.
say, the chance to win a title? No, nothing.
9-point win last night, 94-85. They evened the series at 1-1. The other games last night, Pacers up 2-0 on the Bucks, and the Oklahoma City Thunder blew out Memphis again. A little bit more competitive than one of the most lopsided playoff games I've ever seen, but the Thunder are up 2-0. Feels like Memphis has zero chance. That's a sweep in waiting. And Milwaukee, it's only a matter of time. They're going to get run as well.
That just does not look right for Milwaukee. That result surprises me, to be honest with you. They gambled on Damian Lillard and instead of Drew Holiday to try to get back to the heights of winning a title, and it just hasn't clicked, haven't found the right chemistry, right coach, whatever it is. But, Lakers, that's probably the best series. I feel bad, just as a quick side, for the Houston Rockets, who drew the laying in wait Golden State Warriors in the first round. Young up-and-coming team, a lot of fun. That's playoff Jimmy and Steph Curry over there. Sorry.
I still think the Rockets are going to make it a series. I think it's.
I think they will too, but that's a tough first round 3-6 draw.
Here's the problem: the Rockets in the half court can't score.
Uh-huh.
They're one of the least efficient, worst teams in basketball when you're playing half court, playoff caliber NBA offense. They got to get up and down the floor. They have an offensive rebounding edge, but the game starts to remember Phoenix from yesteryear. Like when you win 60 games, kind of doing your thing that way.
Mm-hmm.
Now games bogged down, last minute or two. Can you score those
They
baskets?
execute, and they can't.
I don't think they'll be able to. But should be a fun series. Game 2 in Houston. The Warriors up 1-0. The Heat are in Cleveland tonight for Game 2 of that series. Cavs have a 1-0 edge, and Boston destroyed Orlando the first time they played. That game tips off in about 50 minutes. NBA playoff action tonight, which brings us to why we're here. We are at City Tap House in DC. We are on the precipice of Capitals playoff hockey, and it is time, once and for all, for the Grant and Danny draft on Caps to score a goal tonight.
Here we go.
I will hit randomize three
Randomize
times on 5 names taking part in this draft. The leader with 3 points so far, Darius Dameron, and our other producer back in studio who did not get to participate the first time, Toby Altizer. Ryan Clary's with us out here. Danny and myself, there are 5 of us. So just randomized. You watched me do it 3 times.
Yep, just write it down.
And it's going to be a little blowback on this, but Danny did. You were Price Waterhouse Coopers
I watched
here.
it. We're all good here.
You
We're
saw
all
the
good.
envelope was sealed. I got the number 1 pick. Toby has the 2nd pick. Clary, you will pick 3rd. Danny Houtier, you will pick 4th. And Dad Dameron gets the snake picking
It's so
5th.
weird that Darius, after leading in round 1, ends up 5th. Isn't
It's
that
almost
strange?
like I kicked him out of his Madden
Isn't
league.
that strange?
Yeah.
Don't you dare win that championship.
I think the snake's a good spot.
Hang on.
In a 3-round draft, you get 5 and 6. That's a pretty good place to be.
It's okay. It's okay.
Here we go.
Thank you, Al.
Fellas, are you okay with your draws there? Tobes picking 2nd, Dad picking 5th. How do we feel?
I'll take it. I think I'm in a good spot.
I call collusion, but it's all good.
Yeah, there's just no good way to do it. When you're the commissioner and you get the number 1 pick.
Why was that envelope so cold you were holding, Grant? What happened?
I know. I'm not happy about it. Okay, I've got the first pick. You know what I should do, right?
I know what you're going to do.
There's a guy that scored 2 goals, that scored more goals than anyone in the history of the sport, and he's just staring me in the face.
You're going to pick Logan Thompson. Watch this.
But if Alex Ovechkin scores again, which might happen, I'll go crazy. I'll be happy. But he's not going to be benefiting me in this game.
Wow.
My pick is in. With the first pick in the Capital to score a goal, Game 2 draft, the Grant Paulson selects top line Tom Wilson. I think Tommy crashing the net gets a greasy, dirty, grimy goal tonight and gets the good guys on the board. Give me Tom Wilson with my first pick. 33 goals on the season.
Turks a tree.
Pick number 2 belongs to Toby Altizer.
Tobias Funke.
Yeah, and I think there's a place that I should go, so the pick is in. I'll take someone that is the greatest goal scorer in the history of the National Hockey League, who is 3 goals shy of 900. Give me the great 8, Alex Ovechkin.
Why didn't I take Ovi? It bit me the first game, and I'm doing it again.
You are a hipster, sir.
That's true.
You are a hipster.
Hockey hipster.
Yeah.
All right, Toby, well done. That was kind of one of those like New York Giants at 3. You just sit there and let Abdul Carter.
Whoever shows up at 3 is good for us. Ryan Christopher Clary.
Yeah, and the pick is in, guys. I'm excited about this one. With the 3rd overall pick in the Capitals postseason goals pick, is what we're going to call it.
Goals challenge?
Goals challenge.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Pierre-Luc Dubois.
Ah,
I think
PLD.
Pierre-Luc Dubois gets on the board tonight with a nice little goal there. It's going to be a nice little greaser. You're going to like it. Pierre-Luc Dubois.
3 shots on goal in game 1. 20 goals this season, despite being snake bit in the early part of the year.
So he's got a chance to score because I picked him last time. And he specifically said, I think I have this quote right, not for Danny, not tonight. So you've got a great shot there, Ryan. Good for you.
Pierre-Luc Dubois is off the board. Clary skipping over a couple of premium goaltenders. That's a field play.
It's a field play.
I like
I
it.
think he's got a feel for the moment tonight.
Which brings us.
It's me here. The pick is in.
To Bands Shake Danny's Booty.
I also take Alex Ovechkin. No, that would have been more fun. Give me top line Dylan Strome to light the lamp tonight. Career high in goals this year. Give me Stromer. Rips 1.
Secondary assist count 3 for Dylan Strome in game number 1. That line was marvelous.
Yes, they were.
He and Anthony Beauvillier with Ovechkin really set the tone. So we all had 0 points from game 1.
Yep.
3 Capitals scored, or 3 goals were scored by 2 players, and only one of us got points. That one of us is on the clock right now, producer Darius Dameron, who leads by 3 on the Caps goal scoring postseason challenge. Dad, your first of 2 picks.
Load it up.
The pick is in. With the 5th pick, the leader in the Caps goal scoring challenge selects. We're going to run it back, Anthony Beauvillier. Let's run it back. We're going to get another goal tonight, and we're going to inch this lead even further away from everybody else.
Now, Darius, far be it for me to question you as the great hockey knower.
How dare you in the name of
However, lightning struck. He picked Beauvillier. It was a little bit of a strange choice, but we gave it to him. He's on the top line. Beauvillier scores. He's trying to catch lightning in a bottle twice, Danny.
I would too. The puck's going to be on the net. He's buzzing around.
You think this is you like the play there?
Yeah, it's a listen. When you've got 3 points and the rest of us have none, you're out there shucking and jiving.
Didn't
you're just
Beauvillier just have his game for the series, the big game?
Well, because Darius is living this horseshoe up his tongue.
That's true.
So he's going to take Beauvillier. He's going to have a hattie tonight.
We call that the Heineke Horseshoe.
The Heineke Horseshoe. The hoo-ha.
Dad, you're back on the clock with the first pick of the second round.
And that pick is in as well. While he didn't show up on the score sheet with a goal last game, he definitely had a very impactful game. We're going to take the rookie Ryan Leonard and add him to Team Dad.
Oh, little kid Leno. I see you, Dad. Make a play now.
Yeah, I like it.
Very well done. All right, so we're on to pick 2, round 2. 15 players get chosen. This is now pick 7 overall. We're about halfway through. Danny, you're trying to add to Dylan Strome. He went with a top liner in round 1.
Pick is in. There's a player that makes sense, but I believe if there were 1,000 playoff games, he would not score, as evidenced by his refusal to put the puck in the back of the net in the first couple of minutes last night. So I will be bypassing that gentleman.
Okay.
And going to Grant and Danny guess number 6 in your jerseys, number 1 in your hearts, the man that eats raw elk and bear hearts. That's Jacob Chikrin for that A.
Chicky had, I believe, 4 shots on goal in game 1. He was active.
He was
joined the
activated.
rush.
That's what it
I
looked like to me.
could definitely see him scoring. I was sitting on Chicky. I was like a chicken sitting on an egg with Chicky.
Mhm.
I wanted that to fall to me.
Little
Didn't
chicken.
happen. Who's next?
This is Rhino.
Rhino's looking to add to PLD with his second of 3.
Yep, and the pick is in. We're going to go with the young stud, Connor McMichael. He was real close a few times in the first period last time. I think he gets the first goal tonight. I've got Connor McMichael scoring in game 2.
26 goals in the regular season for Mikey. And as you said, he had the first 2 golden opportunities
He had
game 1.
It was right there. I think he's going to cash in tonight with a nice goal, maybe a second one also.
Toby Altizer chose Alex Ovechkin. He's in a catbird seat, it feels like. Has the second pick overall, and right now back on the clock. Hold it here, Tobes.
Hold it here, Tobes.
The pick is in. I like Danny's idea of going with a defenseman, but I'm going to take Johnny Be Good. Give me John Carlson to net 1 tonight.
I like you going with the veteran, Cup hero, still around all these years later, helping the boys. He's looking from the blast from the point. And by the way, on the power play, pay a little extra attention, Ovechkin, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Who benefits? Who's the guy that gets a little time and space?
Oh, I know this one. John Carlson.
That's number 74.
There it is. Yeah.
I believe I'm up for the first of 2 picks. I'm going to add to Tom Wilson here. Let's do this thing together. With the 10th pick in the Caps to score a goal draft ahead of game 2, the Paulsons select Andrew Mangiapane, who led the Caps in expected goals in game 1, had one of the higher shot totals on the team. Mangiapane was buzzing around like a bumblebee. I'm going to take number 88, who was a former 30-goal scorer in the National Hockey League. How you feeling, Dad?
I feel like that's a good option. Again, I think there's going to be opportunity for some of the bottom 6 guys to have some chances here. I think that's where the Caps will have an advantage, actually.
All right, so I'll kick off round 3. I'm adding to Wilson and Mangiapane, my third and final selection. Let's do this. This one's for me. Every now and then you got to do something just for yourself. And I'm looking out for number 1 here with my brother, my heart, my soul, the man I love the most. He centers the 4th line. He wears 26. He kills penalties. His name is Nick Dowd. Nick Dowd will get a hard-working blue-collar goal tonight for the locals. Tobes, Ovi, Carly, and who?
The pick is in. Can I get a little, I know I'm not out there with you guys at City Tap House. Can I get a little woof, 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 doggy? Brandon Duhaime netting 1 tonight.
Doggy's a good pick.
Doggy.
Come on, Doggy? Duhaime was around that late for Tobes?
You mean the 4th line single-digit goal guy?
You let him do that?
Yeah,
You
I did.
let Toby rub that in your face?
Totally did.
Larry, you allowed him to do it. Doggy's going to score tonight. He's going to score tonight now because you're dogging him.
Dogging him. I get what you did there.
Yeah. Who's next?
Oh,
Clary,
I
I
forgot
believe?
already. Yeah, Rhino back.
All right, we're finishing Clary with PLD and McMichael. You need one more player.
I need one more player, and I've got that player right now. The pick is in. I am running it back with Trevor Van Riemsdyk. I think this guy is going to score tonight.
I love it.
This is my guy. He's got one of the best names in the NHL. He's going to net a goal tonight. I am calling it right here and right now.
My sincerest hope is that you take him in every game. I think
it becomes a brand. You know what I mean?
fun. Which of his 1 goal in 82 games did you like the most?
That 1 goal in 82 games. But guess what? It's going to be 1 goal in 2 games in the playoffs tonight.
All right, Trevor Van Riemsdyk for Clary is the pick to round out his triumvirate. That means, Danny, you're back on the board.
Pick is in. My rationale here is he's available. Lars Eller. Lars Eller.
Oh, boy. You're looking
Lars
to end like a 40-game
Eller.
drought there.
Yeah, Lars Eller is playing in the game tonight, and he wears the Capitals jersey. So Lars Eller.
Any more? Like, that's not the conviction I'm looking for.
I
Give
mean,
me another reason. Paint a picture.
He'll be on the ice.
Yeah. But you know, last time you painted a real picture?
Yeah.
Kind of paint how he's going to score.
So
empty netter, he's really good at those.
No. I will never be that lucky for a relaxed empty net goal in a postseason game. He basically gets one off his thigh, see Columbus.
Okay.
A couple of years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's around. It's a little gritty. It's are they going to give him credit, Joe B? They're going to review this one. Then Toronto, they're going to ruin everybody's night with a 4-hour replay. And then they're like, okay, it's fine. Goal by number 20, Lars Eller.
So let's run through it. I've got Tom Wilson, Andrew Mangiapane, Nick Dowd.
Tobes, Ovi, John Carlson, Brandon Duhaime.
Clary's got PLD, McMichael, and TVR. Big on the 3 initial guys.
Old Fanny Mouyer's got Dylan Strome, Jacob Chikrin, and Lars Eller.
Dan Arute. And Dad, the final pick with 3 points coming into game 2 in the catbird seat, getting fat on Caps goals. What do you got?
All right, so I don't know if this is official because they don't announce lines until 5 minutes before the game. But I feel like we got a big enough lead where we can take the chance. I'm going to take Alexi Protas here. We don't know. I don't know if he's playing tonight or not. Regardless, I got a big enough lead where I'm going to take my chance and just in case he does play.
I'm fairly confident that that's not a thing that's happening. But if you just want to go out on a limb,
I'll take my
mock all of us?
3-0 lead and we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Okay. Very good.
I cut out for a second. Actually, I'm actually asking.
I think he said Alexi Protas, unless I misheard him.
Did you say Protas?
I did. Yes.
Oh, okay.
The injured Capital.
Now,
who's not with the team at this point.
Okay.
That's been practicing. He skated today.
He did skate. He is back skating, but he's not ready for gameplay, best I can tell. But hey, maybe Darius knows something we don't know. You going to question Darius Dameron?
I'm not.
After he got 3 goals last time, you going to question him?
I'm not going to say anything.
Okay.
I'm just going to take my chances.
This is 3 more tonight, it smells like.
Dad's like, I don't need a third guy. I'm just going with Bavillier and Leonard.
What
tonight.
about former Capital Michael Pavanka?
He thought about going with Sergei Gonchar.
Right. He goes, is Dmitry Kristich available?
Christian Juice.
Okay.
I'll take Christian Juice.
That's
please.
a great one.
Thank you very much. Capitals hockey, boys and girls. Playoff time, best time of the year. All of our coverage on the show is brought to you by Ace Trim Carpentry. For over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders in the DMV, specializing full-service interior trim carpentry. They handle everything from supply and installation, turnkey, hassle-free. Contact them at acetrim.com today. That's Ace Trim, the home builders trade partner. Let's give you your elite player of the game for the Capitals, or I beg your pardon, the player to lock in on for the Capitals tonight. This is the player you're going to keep an eye on, Danny, presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, longtime good partner of ours. Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team since 1961. All eyes are on
Alex Alexiev. Got to play well. Got to stay. We can't have too much of a drop-off without Martin Trevor in the lineup. And obviously, can't have too much of a drop-off of teeth. Hopefully all your teeth stay in the head this evening. But
Alexiev was really good in game 1.
I thought he was good.
Then you have to have mouth surgery.
Yeah.
Now you're without your chiclets. Did you see the disgusting picture of his mouth?
Yeah, you posted it, and I saw
no,
it.
That was
before
his teeth.
Yeah,
I mean his actual mouth.
Oh, I didn't see that, no. I'm not looking at that.
I could show it to you if you want.
I'm all set there.
Somewhere between Alex Smith's leg and injury you shouldn't see. It's somewhere in that range.
Between those?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's disgusting.
It is. Those are both half-past things I can't watch. Thank you.
Yeah, totally understand. All right, let's get you to lead off. The Nats play the Orioles tonight. The locals looking for a second straight win. Good guys blew them out last night, 7-0 with 14 hits. The leadoff is brought to you by the Window Man since 1989. The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. Trevor Williams is on the hill for Washington. He has not pitched as well this year as last year.
Not as sharp.
But that's to be expected. Had an ERA in the 2s last season. He's 5 and dive. He's going to go out there and compete, get you 15 outs, give you a chance to stay in the ball game, generally give up somewhere between 2 and 4 runs. And then you need to hit and score. When he's on the mound, they will be trying to do that in this game against the Orioles and their starting pitcher, Sagano, who's on the hill for what is going to be, I would say, a good crowd. Should be about 25,000 at Nats Park.
Now, I have not seen him much this year. He's been one of the bright spots for the Orioles rotation, which has really struggled. Here's your Nationals lineup. James Wood, left field, leaning off. He's batting second. He's playing first. Nathaniel Lowe. Batting third at second base. Luis Garcia Jr., cleanup hitter. Keibert Ruiz doing the catching. Josh Bell, your DH, hitting fifth. Dylan Cruz in right field, batting sixth. Jose Tena at third base, batting seventh. Your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young in center field, batting eighth. And Nasim Nunez, batting ninth at shortstop. Rounds out your lineup.
The Nats had 10 extra base hits last night, the most since June of last year against the Colorado Rockies. And this one was at Nats Park. James Wood had a couple of them. Keibert Ruiz had 3 hits, 2 doubles. Jose Tena had 3 hits, doubled twice as well. Lowe and Cruz went deep. They'll look to stay hot tonight. But speaking of staying hot, the priority, the Capitals against the Canadiens. I know a lot of our listeners out here at City Tap are getting ready to head over to the arena. Enjoy yourselves. Enjoy Caps hockey. We'll be back at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Remember, we've got a draft party out at MGM National Harbor at Tap Sports Bar for the first round. And then Friday, if you want to kick it with us, we'll be at Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly for a Friday field trip with listeners looking ahead to Caps, Nats, and the NFL draft. So a busy week for your boys.
It's going to be awesome. Caps, obviously the big one tonight, draft tomorrow, and we'll kind of break everything down that we've seen here on Friday in Chantilly. It's going to be awesome, dude.
Darius, Toby, big thanks back in studio for Ryan and Middle Chris out here on site. We appreciate everybody hanging out with us. Grant and Danny saying so long. 2 o'clock tomorrow. Next time you'll hear from us.
Go Caps.